Hey, what's up, everyone? Hope everyone's having a great weekend thus far. Had a great week as well. Just kind of jumping in here, hanging out for a bit, talking some Dexter, as well as probably a few other things along the way. But just kind of a chill stream here. Cope, Lexi, appreciate you being in chat. Hope you guys are having a great day thus far. I think we start with like some housekeeping stuff and then jump into the Dexter stuff as well. Let me throw in some music as well. I added a few more songs to kind of my background music, but let me know if it's an okay volume for you guys. Should be there now, so I can drop it or bring it up, so let me know if I need to change anything with that. But hope you guys are doing well. I guess before jumping into Dexter, wanted to just cover a few other things. I don't know, I guess if anyone in chat, if anything great has happened for you this week, feel free to share. It's always good to get like positive news. Or also on top of that, since we're talking shows, any good shows you've been watching lately, or since it's kind of the Halloween time period almost, we're getting to be the fall time frame, so any Halloween swag you've picked up or started to like put out decoration wise, would love to hear anything about that. Sounds good and chill. Cool. Awesome. I added some more variety, as I said, to the playlist. I've mentioned this before, but I so wish you could just have like copyrighted music that you could play, but I get why you can't. But I don't know, in some ways it'd be fun to actually share songs I actually enjoy. Criminal Minds, that's what you've been watching? Okay. I actually never got into the Criminal Minds. Obviously Dexter is a little bit like similar-esque when it comes to like crime scenes and stuff like that, but never watched it. Are you enjoying it, hopefully? You finished Wednesday season 2. Definitely decent. Same on the music front. Yeah, it would be nice to play some nicer music. Wednesday season 2. I heard, is it true that's only like 4 episodes? Is that the case? I thought I heard something about there being like 8, but it was chopped up between like 4 and 4. I've never watched Wednesday. I think the vibes I would appreciate, so I'm a Jenna Ortega fan, so she kind of became pretty commonly in everything, so I would say in some ways she's not quite to the point of being like sick of seeing her and stuff, but she was like kind of the horror person the last few years, it feels like. The last 4 just came out. Okay, so there's 8, but we just got the final 4 of the 8, it sounds like. Sounds good. I'll probably check that out at some point. That may be a good like fall themed show. Chris, what you got here? Just got done watching Dexter Resurrection finale. I thought it was pretty good, but some stuff was a little rough on some parts. Yeah, that's generally how I felt. It felt like it wrapped things up nicely. We'll get into the details, but it wrapped things up nicely, but I would have maybe liked more, but it wasn't bad. But yeah. There's 8 episodes for Wednesday. Yeah, that's what it sounded like. There's 8, but then there's the second half. Yeah, it feels like streaming services. We went from like weekly episodes, which obviously Dexter still does. But then the Netflix model was like drop everything at one time, binge it, and then be done with it. And then they realized, hey, if we do that, we're kind of losing. They don't have things like The Office or a lot of their shows on there anymore. So a lot of their like reoccurring staples have kind of disappeared. So it's more just Netflix branded shows. So they've kind of tried to stretch things out a little bit, which isn't super great, but I get from a business standpoint why they choose to do it, because they're like, hey, you like Cobra Kai, you like Stranger Things, you like Wednesday, you need to subscribe for multiple months, not just like one quick moment. I probably prefer the weekly episode. I mean, when it comes to doing like this type of stuff where it's like talking, that makes weekly more enjoyable because there's actually stuff to talk about, as opposed to when like it just all ends. There's not much to talk about anymore. Like with Stranger Things, that's probably something I'll cover later in the year, but I would probably just do an episode or like a video on like the first volume of episodes, and then the second one, and then the third one. Probably not going to do each episode breakdown, because when they drop like chunks of those, it's a little bit easier just to look at like the bunch they dropped. That's kind of the annoying part, where Dexter Original Sin did it and Alien Earth did it, where they dropped 2 episodes, and I'm like, do I just do 1 video or do I do 2 videos? I don't know. The confirmed Wednesday season 3. Okay. I imagine it's a popular show. I mean, the franchise is pretty popular, and as I said, Jenna Ortega is kind of popular. Who else is in that other than her? Is there any other like name I would recognize? They have to give us season 3. They made up for season 1. Okay, so more horror and less like romance stuff. It does feel like Wednesday, I'm viewing it as more like a light-hearted horror show. I'm not sure if that actually is true. I guess building off that, I did actually just recently get Hulu and Disney Plus. So if you guys have any recommendations of shows or movies that are on there, definitely let me know, because I don't think I've ever actually had Hulu myself. So this is going to be like going through the entire backlog. I know like the Predator movie I want to watch. That's one that sticks out to me. And then I'll probably wind up finishing My Hero Academia on there as well, since Netflix only has like 2 seasons on it. Oh, Christina Ricci. Okay. She is also like the other like horror person, which is fitting, I guess. She was like the original Wednesday, right? Is that why she's in the show? Because it's like kind of an Easter egg? I like her though. She's good in like Yellow Jackets. Lady Gaga's in season 2. It's only for 1 episode though. Okay, so like a cameo appearance. Not bad. Before jumping into Dexter, what other housekeeping stuff? On the game side of things, Hollow Knight Silksong came out this week. I don't know if that's something I'll play on stream. I haven't picked it up yet, but I probably will at some point. But that's kind of like a Souls-like game in like a Metroidvania style. So I don't know. That feels like more fun to play probably solo, because those games can be kind of frustrating, which may be fun to watch actually, but a lot of times it's like you're just kind of rinse and repeating, dying and trying to advance with those. So I may wind up picking it up at some point, but I don't know if I would actually stream it or not. Silksong, yeah, that's the other thing. It Steam and like the PlayStation Store, all like the gaming store apps like shut down when that game came out, which was funny to see. I will say I'm not like affiliated with them at all, but Team Cherry, the developers for Silksong and Hollow Knight, major kudos for them for putting out the game for $20. I think the original Hollow Knight was like $15, but they could have sold that game for like $40 at least, and people would have bought it. Although at the same time, I think there are people that are, because of that, they bought it because it is so cheap. So maybe it's actually like a brilliant move, and they may make more because of it's only being $20. Chris, when it comes to Halloween game, I'm a little mixed on it, because so when the Friday the 13th game came out back in the day, I guess when was that? Like the late 2010s? I want to say something around there. I really enjoyed Friday the 13th. When it launched, it was like super buggy getting in a lobby and stuff, but beyond that, it was like a fun game. It was a fun game to play with like friends and like meet random people on that as well. But then they got in the whole like legal rights with Friday the 13th's franchise. So they stopped putting out updates, and then they took down the servers, and then now you can't even play the game anymore unless you do like the like secret way to play where you're putting in like DNS settings and stuff like that. So I'm a little mixed on Halloween. I think it's going to have a little bit more of a campaign than Friday the 13th did have, but I don't know. Like, I'm reluctant to trust these like horror franchise multiplayer games, because I mean, Texas Chainsaw is kind of the same way. It lasted. It's still, you can still play and stuff, but it's pretty much dead. So I'm cautiously optimistic. It just feels like some of those don't have much like legs to them, and they just kill them off pretty quickly. Game devs push back their games because of Silksong. Probably a smart move. I mean, it is a lower price game, but still probably a smart move. I know like Grand Theft Auto is a big one that people are like mindful of. Let's not launch when they launch. Friday the 13th was 2017. Okay, yeah, that sounds about right. The late 2010s is what I thought. I really enjoyed it. I also used to be like pretty big into Dead by Daylight. I don't know if any of you play that. I've thought about doing that on stream. I have it on PlayStation, so I'd have to pick it up again on Steam, but I don't know. I enjoyed that game. I haven't played Dead by Daylight in like maybe 2 years at this point though, so I'm a little bit behind. There's probably so many perks that I have no idea what they do. But also a fun multiplayer ASIM game to play with friends. PS4 not till August 13th, 2019. We're talking about Friday the 13th? I think it came out the same time, didn't it? I thought when it launched, it was on PlayStation as well. I hope there is a strong campaign for Halloween. I don't know yet, and I don't have a whole lot of confidence because Friday the 13th launched with just multiplayer, and then they added a campaign, which was just like multiplayer against bots, which nobody really played that, honestly. What else when it comes to the housekeeping side of things? I did want to mention, nobody probably cares about this, but I have done videos on it on the channel a long time ago. You can kind of see in the background still, actually. I have some of my One Piece cards. I kind of stopped playing it because, so it's like a trading card game, because they added in rotation, which means like some cards get like rotated out, so you can't play with them anymore. And they also like ban cards. Like, for example, this leader, Nami, got banned recently, which is kind of unfortunate because she was the only leader that had an alternate win condition. So I don't know. I don't know if I'll wind up going back to the One Piece stuff. I've debated like selling off the cards that I do have, but part of me is like, oh, maybe I'll go back and play some more. So we shall see with that. Yeah, Hellraiser game. The Hellraiser one, I'm a little bit mixed on. It looked more like enjoyable. Like that looked like an awesome single player game. But the devs for the Hellraiser game, I don't really love. I feel like, so they were the ones that made the Evil Dead game. And I remember them being like big into like, I think it was like crypto stuff. And I was like, I don't know if I really support that. So, but yeah, it is nice to not just have like a Dead by Daylight clone. I'm so sad about Nami. Yeah. Yeah, you were solid with Nami. You got a tournament win with Nami, so it became Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah, pretty much. One Piece was the only really like trading card game I got into, but I know a lot of people migrated from Yu-Gi-Oh to One Piece, and I've heard it's similar there. I've heard that rotation's a good thing to keep the life of the game around, but the downside with that is then, I mean, it's a good business model, but it keeps you like having to buy new stuff because the old stuff isn't like able to be played with anymore. So it felt like a little bit too much like you're just trying to sell me on more cards, but that's kind of the point, I guess. I love Pokemon. I collected Pokemon when I was a kid. I didn't ever play the game. I feel like everybody got the cards. I actually had, way back in the day, I had each of the original 16 holograms. Sad story, I got them stolen. So I probably could have gone, had a nice retirement if I still had those at this point in time, but yeah, I had the original 16 holograms, including the Charizard, which I don't know how much that costs these days. I probably shouldn't even look it up because I'd be like, oh man. You play Pokemon? Nice. I mean, a lot of people do. I feel like the top games are like obviously Magic, and then Pokemon, and then I'm blanking on the Yu-Gi-Oh is probably the other one I would say. I debated doing like Flesh and Blood, but it didn't feel like as supported, and also cards were a little bit pricey with that too. 13K is a Charizard. That's not as the original, like, because I know there's like, that's the thing with these cards. It's like, oh, the original version, even though it looks the exact same, but it was the first print. If it's 13, then I'm like, I mean, it's still a lot of money, but for some reason I felt like that thing could like buy a house at this point in time. So I don't know. But yeah, just wanted to quickly cover that stuff because I used to do that on the channel a little bit and probably won't too much going forward, but it's a fun game, honestly. I actually played, for people that were like curious about it, there's a sim that it's free to play. That's one of the, like, some fan just made it that you can download. I've debated doing that on stream before. Like, I've played Slay the Spire, so I debated doing like One Piece on like the game online on the sim, but I'd have to re-download it and, like, as I said, learn all the cards again, because I feel like that's half the battle. Like, you can know your own deck of cards, but if you don't know everyone else's, then it's hard to know what to expect. Yeah, that's the fear I have. It can go for 100K if you get a good one. It's, I don't know, but back in the day I had one of those. So separately, I guess before wrapping up the anime side of things, I made a post about this, but I don't know if anyone here is actually gonna care, but did just get it in the mail today. This cooler figure, so kind of an awesome looking dude, I thought. I don't have like the best lighting here. That's kind of the problem. I've done some reviews of these guys, but I feel like my desk setup's not the strongest. Like the last review I did in like a separate room, and I don't know how like good it was or not, but I probably will keep doing it not in this room because there's not enough space to show everything. Even though this webcam is supposed to be like a desktop one, but it got like super blurry when I tried that. So but yeah, I don't know if anyone is familiar with the Dragon Ball Z movies, but this is Frieza's brother, Cooler, from that. Also came with kind of a cool stand as well. It's not as bad as I thought. I expected it to be like plastic, which it is, but it's a little bit higher quality than I was thinking it may have been. So just kind of a cool inclusion there. I may wind up doing a video on this guy in the future as well, but wanted to share that. Yeah, no, Chris, you were talking about Sweet Pea the other day. I have not watched it. I know J-Dev's a big fan of it. It sounds like it's like an Ella Purnell version of Dexter almost. But it's cool they're doing a season 2. I feel like it's on Starz, right? I feel like Starz shows are kind of risky to see if they'll like actually survive, because a lot of times those get not much viewership, even if it's a good show. Like that's what happened with Heels. I don't know if anyone watched that show. I was really enjoying it, but they canceled it. Actually, maybe that'd be like a fun list to do at some point, like the top 10 like most disappointing like canceled shows. Heels may be number 1. I don't want to spoil it if anyone plans to watch it, but they very much leave you on a cliffhanger that is intended to be followed up in a subsequent season, of which never came out. So, but it's a fun show. It's about wrestling. You don't have to be like a big wrestling fan to enjoy it, though, I feel like, because there's enough of a story there that makes it fun. All right, what else before we jump into Dexter? If anyone hopped into, I was talking about just other shows outside of Dexter. So if you have anything you're watching, feel free to share. And as I said, any Hulu or Disney Plus recommendations, I'm definitely down for. Like $18.99, we never got season 2. I never watched that, but I mean, should I? Because I feel like a lot of Netflix stuff also gets canceled when they're, hopefully getting another season. I do want to watch Midnight Mass at some point on there. I've heard good things about that. I think that's only 1 season though. But that's a Mike Flanagan show, I believe. If I like it. That's right. I don't want to like generalize, and I don't know anything about the show other than the title that you just gave me. But I don't typically like stuff with like period pieces that are, I don't know, older than like 1980, if I'm being honest. I have to really enjoy like the subject matter, but I feel like sometimes older concept things don't really hit for me, unless we're talking about like really old, like a Lord of the Rings type of old. But Mike Flanagan mentioned, yeah, he's solid. Same creators of Dark on Netflix. So I'm like halfway through Dark. It hasn't hit for me, honestly. I've heard like, oh, once you get to episode 6, it's amazing. Which I always don't love those comments, because it's like, well, I have to watch the first 5 though. I think I'm on like episode 4 or 5 though, so maybe it'll start to pick up. I know it's like beloved by a ton of people, so that's why I'm kind of like trudging through it, even if I'm not overly enjoying it. But stuff outside of what I've reviewed on the channel. So obviously we're covering Dexter and Alien, but stuff just for folks that are interested. I've watched a little bit of anime stuff lately. Like I watched all of Demon Slayer. I know the new movie for that's coming out. I don't know if we'll see that in theaters or not, but pretty much that show is ended. So the show part of it's over, but the story has like 3 movies, and this is the first one. So the actual story is like only going to be in movies at this point going forward. What else? I started watching Dragon Ball Daima. I think I'm actually like 2/3 through that. For folks who aren't aware what that is, it's like the latest Dragon Ball show with it takes place after Z. It's kind of, their time period is so goofy. It's like after Z, but before Super. And I kind of view it as like Toriyama's like last love letter. So if you're not aware, the creator of Dragon Ball passed away. I don't know, was it last year or the year before? And this was like the last thing that he worked on. So it's kind of cool to see like that with that context, because you can tell it's a very much an old school like adventure, like original Dragon Ball style of story, with some Z elements thrown in with like transformations, but it very much feels like a love letter. I don't think it's like the strongest show, but it's kind of a fun watch. I know Cobb hates anime. Yeah, there's a few people that aren't fans, but that's okay. That's all right. I mean, I've said this before, but if we all like the same thing, we wouldn't need menus at restaurants. How are you enjoying Alien Earth, and do you think we'll get a season 2? I think we will get a season 2. Obviously, I think it depends on how the last like couple episodes pan out, but all the indications are pretty strong. Like IGN, I think gave it a 9 or something like that. So pretty strong feedback, I think, from fans. So I would expect a season 2. Too late now. I did see, it's kind of funny. I'll pop it up on screen. I saw a meme talking about, for the people that have watched Alien, there's a character named Morrow who's in it, who's the cyborg. And I saw a meme talking about him where it was like, the top one is my thoughts on Morrow in episode 1. And then the bottom one's like, my thoughts on Morrow in episode 5. Where are you at here? So you can see here, the top one is like, at the beginning, it's not overly spoilery because it's kind of part of the plot, but at the beginning, he's on the ship and he locks out one of his like colleagues. And it's like, dude, you're being a dick. What are you doing? And then you watch what happened on the ship prior to that, and you're like, okay, I get it. So I thought that was kind of a funny meme. What else we got here? I debate doing this. I don't know if people are actually interested, because I feel like I've done more like shows and movies on the channel lately, but I thought about doing like at least like a once a week post, giving like music recommendations or like giving my thoughts on like a specific song. I don't know if people are into that at all. I have done a little bit of that more on the Discord. Like I posted the other day, the band President put out another pretty great song I thought this week. They may be like my band of the year because they kind of just blew up out of nowhere. But I posted the video of that in Discord, which is a good reminder. If folks are interested, feel free to join the Discord and talking over there. All right, cool. I'm always like unsure. I'm like, I haven't done too much of this content on the channel. I want to talk about it, but I don't want some people to be like, I subscribe for Dexter. Why are you talking music? But at the same time, I want to make sure that we stay kind of diverse. So I may wind up doing that then. I don't know, music's something I'm super passionate about. And as I said, it would be nice if I could play some of that on stream, because there's a lot I would share, but then copyright would not be happy. So what's up, King Matthew? Doing all right. How are you doing tonight? We just kind of are getting started with a little bit of like housekeeping stuff, talking about like shows going on at this point, or music, or it sounds like Cope's favorite topic, anime, or JDev's favorite topic even. Yeah, that's the thing too, is like there's an end to Dexter at some point. There's a, and also I feel like you don't want to have like too much burnout talking about one thing. Chilling. Yeah, as far as next videos on the channel, before we jump into Dexter stuff. So as far as like short-term expectations, I'm planning to put together a season 1 of Dexter Resurrection review. Probably it'll be a little bit shorter than the episode reviews have been, because, I mean, we've already talked about a lot of stuff at length. So it's mostly going to be like high-level thoughts and then like a score at the end. I mentioned it, but we'll probably do a review for this guy. So for anyone who's into Dragon Ball or any figure collecting, keep an eye out for that. And then Alien Earth episode 6 next week, and then there's 8 episodes in the season, so 3 more total episodes of Alien Earth. Hey Rusty, appreciate dropping in. For folks that are interested, Rusty just put out a review for The Conjuring Last Rites, so check that out if you're interested. I thought about seeing that this next week and reviewing it, but I'm also like, It doesn't look that good. I can still review it and give it like a bad score, but does that sound fun to me? I don't know. You just finished Dexter Resurrection finale. Started another show I've never seen called... Oh, I'm very familiar with Breaking Bad. I think you're going to thoroughly enjoy it, especially if you're a Dexter fan. Try to avoid, I guess, spoilers because that show's been out for a while, but Breaking Bad is solid. There's also, if you finish that and like it, Better Call Saul gives you another few seasons, so... I expect to listen to every Easter egg in the season. Yeah, that's the thing I thought about. I'm like, I'm going to talk about stuff, and then somebody's going to comment like, hey, you didn't mention this. I'm like, well, I can't mention everything in the show in the review, so... You collect figurines mainly Pennywise. Okay. I do have... You can't even see him because I have my screen cropped. I could probably drag it down temporarily. Let's maybe do that for a second. There's Pennywise up there, right above my head. I debated grabbing... I don't know if you saw it last year. They had a really good Pennywise figure at Cinemark. Like a... It was like a bust or like a popcorn bucket head. It looked awesome. Like, I don't know if I can... Maybe I can search it real quick. Let me see. I did finally download a different browser, so I'm not just like only using one. But I wanted to grab it, but I at the same time was like, I already have the one I have is from Spirit Halloween. It's not a popcorn bucket, it's just like a light up thing. It's the same thing that... Oh, you can't see it again either, but let me drag me down again. Let's see. You can see next to it, that Jason is the same thing as the Pennywise. They're just like two little stands that have lights on them. You can like plug them in. It'll be like a light in the background. I thought about doing that maybe, but I don't know. I kind of need better lights in the background anyway, though. I thought about getting some like light strips or something. Let me grab for anyone that is interested. I don't think you can grab it. I mean, you could probably get it on eBay. I don't know if they'll bring them back because technically when Saw came out and they brought the Saw popcorn bucket, which I just realized all my popcorn bucket, I should just leave this down for a second. When the Saw one came out, when Saw 10 came out, they brought back the Scream one, which is when I got that one. So sometimes they return these guys to theaters, but let me share real quick. Okay, I made sure my mic was on when I shifted to this screen, so I should be okay. But yeah, this is let's see if I can move you around. This is what the popcorn bucket looked like. I thought he looked cool. He looks kind of goofy there with like that straight on view, but I thought it was cool. But since I already had a Pennywise, I'm not like a hardcore It fan, so I was like, you know what, the one I have is good enough. But that one looked awesome. All right, let me catch up a little bit here. Breaking Bad's decent overall. Didn't leave me with such a great feeling at the end. Really? Honestly, I thought Breaking Bad was like good. It's kind of that weird separation of like shows that I think are good and shows that I like. Sometimes there's overlap, but sometimes there's not. Breaking Bad's a show I think is really good. It's not one of my favorites. It's a good show, but I thought if I'm giving an example of like how to do a finale well, Breaking Bad is always my classic example of like a really good ending to a show. I thought they nailed how they ended that show, which made the Dexter season 8 ending look that much worse. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Rusty's got his Annabelle doll that he used for his Conjuring review. Your wife and I are planning watching the new... Okay, I know what you did last summer. I did a review on that. I'm not the biggest fan of the franchise, so I think it depends how much you like the franchise to determine how much you'll like the movie. I thought it was an okay movie, though. I rewatched the first one in like anticipation of watching the recent one. And when I watched the original, I'm like, this isn't that good either. So, I don't know. It was a solid time, though. It's a good, like, summer blockbuster popcorn movie. Yeah, Welcome to Derry coming out soon. So that's one of the things I was going to cover here as well. So Tim Curry versus Skarsgård. I don't know, because as I said, I don't have like, I'm not the biggest It franchise fan. I think they both do well, so I don't think there's like a right answer. I think if you're a purist, you'll say Tim Curry. And if you're younger, you'll probably say Bill Skarsgård. But I don't know. I feel like I consumed like the later franchise a little bit more than the original. I may like Skarsgård more, but I feel like that's probably blasphemous to say. Yeah, Welcome to Derry is gonna be awesome. I'm looking forward to that one. I will say though, I think I mentioned this in my comment back to you, Cope, that the like Derry universe, I don't feel like it's kind of the point, but all the adults are so lifeless because they're supposed to be like not helping the kids. But then that makes kind of the environment of like being around them not interesting to me. So I'm hoping there's more substance to the world there. Because for the most part, it's always like, oh, the kids are solving everything. And then it's like the adults they're kind of like possessed almost. So they're just like part of like the curse there. So they're not overly helpful, which is kind of the point, but it makes them not super fun to have on screen. Yeah, I do. If anyone has any recommendations for like light strips or anything, let me know. I've looked at a few, but I'm like, a lot of them you have to like download an app and like, here's my address, and I'm like, dude, I just want lights. I don't need to do all this stuff. Oh, appreciate that. My sweet Ghostface best horror villain ever because the villain changes. True. That's definitely a unique one when it's like, who would win in a fight, Ghostface versus like Jason? It's like, well, which Ghostface? Also, you have a human versus like an eternal being at this point. You'd rather have the doll from RE8. I don't know if I've seen a doll yet in RE8, have I? I'm still pretty early on in it. The Prodigal Son TVs. I have not seen that. Do you recommend that one, Chris? Yeah, I feel like if someone's asking the question, Tim Curry or Skarsgård, I feel like nobody's gonna criticize you if you say Tim Curry, but if you say Skarsgård, somebody's gonna be like, "Oh, you don't understand. You don't get horror." So, I think Curry's the right answer, but I probably would say Skarsgård is my personal favorite. Full-size Lady Dimitrescu, yes, she would be like, you would see like her waistline with how my setup is in the background. She's like what, like 8 feet tall? Another good show you watched recently I enjoyed, Sons of Anarchy. I've seen that a bunch, but I've never watched it. I've like always see it promoted. Is that worth checking out? Sounds like you probably enjoy it. The $900 Marlon Brando I found. Nice. Yeah, I do need to finish RE8. I may do it on stream at some point. That feels like a good blend of like, it's going to be Halloween season and it's like a horror game and it's gaming, so it kind of does everything. I should check it out. You're talking about Prodigal Son, Chris? Okay. Curry had the humor. True. Yeah, I will say though, Skarsgård, when you get introduced to him, when he's like in the sewer, that scene was gnarly. I did not expect it to be so like graphic, but that like throw you right into the den with him. Stream RE8 from the beginning. I did stream it a while ago. I started it. I guess I could start it over, but I've done like the early town stuff and I'm in like the Lady D castle at this point, and I killed the 3 sisters. Speaking of statues, I saw there was like a really awesome Lord of the Rings statue the other day, but it's like $5,000 or something absurd. It has like all of the Fellowship like walking up this pathway. I don't know if anyone's actually interested, but let me see if I can find it real quick. Lord of the Rings. Yeah, this one. Looks like they have a few of them, so let me get the one that I'm actually looking for. I think it's somehow like something that's $5,000 sold out in like 2 minutes apparently, but is there just not like a picture of this? Is this it? I think this is it. Yeah. Can I like zoom out? This thing's like way zoomed in. Let me grab this. Let me switch over. Yeah, this thing, like, it looked awesome, but there's no way I would ever consider buying this. But you have like the entire fellowship like walking up this like pathway. I thought it was kind of cool looking, but I'm like, I'm just gonna admire it and not actually consider remotely getting it. But as I said, it like sold. You can see it's $5,000, but sold out. It's like, all right. I don't know how many they made, but they took the anti-Team Cherry Silksong model and decided we can charge whatever price we want. You put the 9 on. Okay, I'll check that out after stream. Did you say you wind up getting it, or you want to get it? Okay. It's been too long to start over. I may. I mean, in fairness, I feel like if I started up, I'd be like, where do I go? Because I was at the point of like finding the things to put in those 4 statues, and I would have to be like, I don't know where I'm going at this point. Your theory for Resurrection Season 2 is maybe Quinn comes to New York, search for Batista, maybe Dexter kills people on the list of file. That's a solid assumption. It did feel like I commented back to somebody on my review that like an easy substitute, and we can probably just jump into the stuff, but Season 2, you easily could have Quinn substitute for Batista. You could have these list of killers a substitute for the killers that we got. And then you can have the Ripper substitute for Praetor. So it's kind of, you can do the same model if you want. Hopefully with some variation, but all right. So yeah, I think, I guess real quick before jumping into Dexter, I talked about the short-term videos. As far as long-term on the channel, things to look out for. I need to start working my 13 horrors of Halloween. So if you're not familiar, last year I did this. I thought it was kind of a fun idea. I came up with the idea pretty late though, so I had to watch like back-to-back movies. And so I probably need to start working on those now, but pretty much what it is I'm going to watch 13 horror movies, put the reviews out for those the last 13 days of October. So like back-to-back days of reviews. And then at the end, rank them. And it's kind of randomly chosen-esque. I try to get a good blend of like some older, some newer, different subgenres of horror. So if you want to check out last year's, feel free to do so. I will say though, I think it was before I had this mic, so the audio may not be the strongest. But it was kind of fun to run through, as I said, a somewhat randomly chosen list of 13 horror movies. And I have a tentative list for this year. I know Cope gave the recommendation of Event Horizon, which I have watched, and I need to record that one. And then Rusty, I know he mentioned Cabin in the Woods. So those are 2 recommendations that you guys gave that I'm doing for this year. And then the other 11, unless somebody wants to throw in a substitute, I have kind of just picked out at this point. So looking forward to that. That's going to be definitely like the Halloween focus for October. And then Welcome to Derry is going to be coming out. And then Stranger Things Season 5, I plan to cover. As I said, I'll probably just do like chunks of like the first, 3 or so episodes, 5 episodes, whatever it is for Thanksgiving. And then there's like 2 for Christmas and then 1 for New Year's. So I'll probably just do 3 videos for each of those as opposed to like each episode. And then for Dexter, I know we ended Resurrection. I put out this poll the other day. I wasn't sure how interested people would be because I'm like, it's in the past. I don't know. But it seemed like actually a lot of good feedback on it. So planning to do season reviews of the original Dexter series. And I thought a kind of a fun video idea for how to do it is, for example, season 1, I would start, and I may use like a whiteboard for this or something like that, where I have like 11 spots. I talk about season 1, and then I put it on the board somewhere in the list of 11 spots as far as where I think it ranks, obviously giving it a score too. And then when I watch season 2 and review that one, I would put that on the board somewhere, but then I would maybe adjust where I had season 1. So it's kind of an ongoing fluid list as I watch each of the seasons. Thought to be kind of a fun approach to it. And then at that point, you can still move stuff around. Like at this point, I can say this. If I put like season 1 on the board, I probably would start somewhere around putting that like 4th-ish. But then as I'm watching them and like rewatching them, maybe my opinion changes and I slide them around. So it's going to be able to be moved around. And then I'm planning to do each of the 8 seasons. And then unfortunately, New Blood, that's going to be kind of a miserable experience, if I'm being honest. Maybe I'll love it this time. Who knows? I've only ever watched New Blood once when it came out, so it could be awesome. And then at the end, I'll do a final ranking video, and I'll throw in Original Sin and Resurrection in that list of 11. I'm not going to re-review those seasons, but I'm going to add them into the list based off having watched them this year. So, but that's kind of the plan for the Dexter stuff going forward. All right, before jumping into the episode 10, let's see what you guys are saying. Hey, Crazy Coffin, good to have you here. Kristen Ritter teased. Yeah, I saw that. So I mentioned this last live stream, but definitely check out those Dexter YouTube channel conversations that, I forget her name, Jamie something. She plays Molly in New Blood. And she interviews random cast members. And you get a lot of good background information on the show. So she interviewed Kristen Ritter, which was kind of a weird choice for the finale, but that's who she interviewed. And there's some good conversation there. Yeah, I'll talk about that too with the active file. We'll talk a little bit about maybe some cameos. I know you're mentioning Lumen there. Have you seen the TV series called Happy Face? I have not. On Paramount Plus. I haven't really explored Paramount Plus too much. Actually, before we jump into Dexter, the other thing I was talking about was shows I have watched outside of what I've reviewed. I talked about Demon Slayer and Dragon Ball Daima. I watched the super awful Area 51 Netflix documentary. Don't recommend that. It was kind of just background noise for me. But it felt like that was going to be a fun... Because I don't know if you guys remember that stuff when the whole Area 51 Naruto running thing happened. And obviously nothing really came of it, so I didn't really expect much for the documentary, but it was kind of a lame documentary. The other thing I've been watching, probably nobody's interested, but if anyone watches any reality TV stuff, I kind of started watching some of that the last couple of years. But Big Brother on Paramount technically also is ongoing, so I've been watching that. I've been watching some of the live feeds because if you don't know, it's a reality show where you're in this isolated location and you're voting people off. But that's kind of some of the outside of what you expect me to review stuff I've been watching. All right, let me catch up here. You're required to do Dexter seasons ranking. I will wind up doing it because it seemed like enough people were interested. I wasn't totally sure, but it seems like people are down for that. LOL at the Horizon thing. Yeah, that's the only one I've watched thus far. So I need to make that review and then have it scheduled to come out. It'd be crazy if Harrison's girlfriend Gigi turns out to be a serial killer in season 2 of Resurrection. Maybe that could be a callback to Lila. That's actually one of the things I want to talk about. Not entirely her being a serial killer, but some of the similarities to the original show. Top 10 favorite episodes for Dexter is now turned into top 15. I don't know if I retain episodes in that same way. If you told me, tell me what episode, I don't know, Trinity has the Thanksgiving dinner with Dexter, I couldn't be oh yeah, that I know that one. That's episode 6 or something like that. So I feel like I'm better at knowing the season than the actual episode details. Gigi a killer with her bone shoe thing. I don't know. Yeah, I mean she could be making that up. I don't know if we have any proof. She's just wearing that brace, I guess. New Blood rocks. I know you do not believe that. Although I haven't watched your season ranking updates, but I believe that you're really enjoying season 3 more than you previously did. It sounded like. I saw you had Miguel pretty highly thought of. Could be better. Yeah, that's true. Although I feel like when I watch New Blood now, I still have to keep the mindset of this was intended to be Dexter's end. And I can maybe view it from the retcon perspective, but I know that wasn't the intention originally. You enjoyed the ending of New Blood better than the OG series. Really? I think most people hate both. They both have a 4.8 on IMDb, so I think you have some people that may agree with you. I didn't hate the original's ending. I hated it when it came out, like back when it aired, as I said, alongside Breaking Bad, because that was so much better of an ending. But upon rewatch, like, when was that? I guess New Blood came out in 2021, right? So I rewatched the series then, and I didn't hate the ending. Maybe because I knew what was going to happen. I was like not expecting anything different. So I didn't mind the original series ending as much as I think a lot of people do. Rusty, appreciate you with the super chat. Super thankful for that. Thank you, dude. I can't emphasize enough how like appreciative I am of you giving a super chat, man. Thank you so much. Cabin in the Woods Review, you should add your thoughts rankings on the monster board. The monster board. What do you mean by that? But yeah, I have seen Cabin in the Woods before, so it's going to be a rewatch for me. And I can tell you now, I really like Cabin in the Woods, so it's probably going to be a favorable review. But I'm not sure I fully knew what you meant with the second part with the monster board stuff. So let me know. You're talking about like how that movie ends, maybe? Yeah, Cabin in the Woods is amazing. Big Brother live feeds. Yeah, this is the first. I watched a little bit of the live feeds last year because that's when I started watching the show, but I've really watched them this year, and they're kind of funny how they like the banter that some of the people have in that show. I'm watching a show called 911. It's similar to Rookie, but a lot different. I only started watching it when Jennifer Love Hewitt joined. I have seen that one promoted as well. That's like a cable TV show, right? I'm like, is that on CBS also? I've seen that one promoted. 4-9 Hunger Man. Oh, that's when the Thanksgiving takes place. That's one of the better scenes from season 4 when he like drags him to the kitchen, has the knife, then his family comes in and he like, I don't know, acts like he wasn't doing anything. It's kind of weird the family's like mad at him though, because I get that Dexter looked like a psycho, but he kind of saved them. He was like on their side, and then suddenly they're like, oh, we don't like you either. Yeah, she could be faking the arm thing. I'm assuming it's real. I assume the point of her arm thing is to like make it so she may go into forensics or have some kind of background that's not just like on the front lines. Yeah, she was pretty upset. Rusty is the bomb. Thank you, Rusty. As I said, I'm thankful you guys are even here hanging out. So any super chat, I extremely appreciate, man. What's up, the dankish Kush Cat? How's it going? Cabin Woods want to take bets on the monsters that can be okay. Yeah. Okay, I see your point now. I think that's one of the. It's not really the ending because the ending is. I mean, I don't want to spoil it, but the elevator scene in Cabin in the Woods has to be like probably a top 10 horror moment of all time, right? Like. That is such a fun moment in that movie. It's kind of funny though watching it. I'll have to see what I think of the actors going back to it, but like Chris Hemsworth is like one of the people, right? So it's kind of funny seeing. I talked about this last time, seeing like Vince Vaughn in The Lost World. It's like, oh, how are you? You don't do horror movies. Why are you here? But I thought he was okay, if I remember correctly. It's been a while since I watched it. Yeah, I see what you're talking about now. What's the monsters they bet on? I really wanted more, man. Season 8 needed a close of Dexter's door for us to see the stuffed with El Sapo's blood door to hint to the hair center. I found them. But yeah, they kind of just left it off with like Hannah's hanging out waiting for Dexter at this cafe, and that was it. Your palm shirt? That's not good. Finally, actually, find season 4 overrated in my opinion. Trini was a great killer. Make it Prado. I think season 3 gets way too much hate. We'll see if I change my opinion when I rewatch them, but season 3 gets way too much hate in my opinion. Like people always say like 1 through 4 are the best, but then they caveat that saying like, oh, 3's kind of bad though. 3's below like 5 and 7 and all that stuff. I don't see it. Like I like season 4 and I like season 3. As of right now, I think I may like season 3 more because season 4, while like amazing and like great television, I think a lot of times when I'm watching something like on repeat viewing, I prefer to enjoy it. Like, you have both these seasons, which are amazing. Season 4, there's a lot of like dark moments with Trinity, like in the bathtub and like pushing the person off the building. Like, some of that stuff's not overly enjoyable to watch. It's like great TV, as I said, but it's not like fun. But then on this side, you have Miguel Prado, who's like trying to be Dexter's best friend. I feel like that's like more fun for me. So it's easier for me to like enjoy it, but I can acknowledge it. Kind of like season 4 is like Breaking Bad to me, where it's like really, really good. Do I always like it as much? I do like it more than Breaking Bad, but it's not, at least for now, I feel like it's less fun than season 3. I'm listening while I respond to comments on the channel. Okay. Sounds good, man. Going good. Got fresh. God, that's why you said your palms hurting. You got tattoos on your palms, like on this side? That does sound like that would really hurt. I'm impressed you went through that if that's the case. You already see some spots you missed? Did you tattoo yourself or did you have somebody else in? I'm so curious. Oh yeah, with the bike, when he just hits, I'm not going to spoil too much, but when he hits that wall. That was like such a bizarre scene. Season 3 doesn't have any memorable episodes. I don't know, man. It has so many great lines though. Like I think I did it in one of my Dexter videos in the past, but like when he's on the rooftop with Miguel and he's like got the shirt back from the dry cleaners and he's like, they told me that stain would come out. Like, his banter with Miguel was awesome. I don't hate George King as much as a lot of people. He was kind of less interesting than Miguel, obviously, but maybe my opinion will change and I'll like it a little bit less when I rewatch it, but I enjoyed a lot of that season. Like when they're there like golfing and he's like hammering the ball because he's so mad at like Ellen Wolf or whatever her name is, that attorney. And I really enjoyed Miguel and Dexter's like relationship and how they interacted. George King was he wasn't the strongest part of that season. I mean, I think most people know Dexter spoilers at this point, but like they chose the route of getting rid of the big bad and Miguel an episode early, and then we got the Skinner stuff at the end. So it kind of like episode 12, I guess it isn't the strongest because you already have Miguel gone at that point. Granted, you have like the transition into Dexter's like happy. It's kind of like a pretty happy ending, granted everything that happens in the season. Much happier than the end of season 4. You still need to watch Dexter? Okay. Hopefully you're cool with like talking about it at least, because we're definitely going to be covering Resurrection at least here. Okay, that's impressive. I mean, I assume I don't have any tattoos myself, but I assume you have to have like pretty good nerves to like hold your hand and then also not react. Also, I assume you only did like your non-dominant hand, because are you good with tattooing with both hands? I guess you maybe, but that's impressive. That I guess if you have enough of them, you get used to it so you don't respond as much. But I assume you have a lot of nerves in your palm, I would guess. Yeah, I liked a lot of scenes in season 3 though. Like when he's saving Dexter in that like parking lot, or when they first meet outside of Freebo's house. And I really enjoyed it, at least when I most recently watched it. That's true. Quinn got introduced in season 3. He was a cool character. I don't have any tattoos. I would be open to it. I think my fear sometimes with tattoos is not appreciating the thing afterwards. Like both hands, kudos. I'm curious to, I don't know if you are on the Discord, but if you want to join the Discord, I'd be curious to see what they look like. But tattoo wise, I would be open to them, but my fear is like something happening and then me no longer, like I'm not afraid of falling out of love with something. Like I could easily get some Dragon Ball stuff and be super pumped about that. But A, I want to have it be meaningful. And then B, with today's world and like everything that happens, I'm afraid of there being a nightmare situation where I don't really want to even give this band publicity at this point. But let's say I got a Lost Prophets tattoo, which is a band. And then I find out years later, after having tattooed that what happened with the lead singer happened with the lead singer. And then I have this now tattooed on me. I'm like, yeah, this sucks. I already feel weird like having it on like my iTunes library. So that's the only thing I would say. Getting a tattoo is like I'd have to be very mindful. Like there's no way this is gonna be ruined for me in the future because, like as I said, I do love music and I would do like a band thing. But then if something happens with one of the band members and it's like, oh well, that sucks. Okay, I'll check it out in Cope's Discord then. Assassin's Creed logo on your left. Seal of Mar from Jack and Dexter. Nice. Definitely sounds like you're a gamer, which is awesome. I really liked when Assassin's Creed came out originally and the idea, but I feel like they did so many of those games it kind of got watered down for me, but they're still kind of fun, but it's a little bit of a rinse and repeat when it comes to the cycle of it. Jack and Daxter was awesome too, though. That's your same problem with season 2. Dokes got taken out too early. He should have been taken out. That's true. Yeah, you had like the Lila stuff at the end with like the house burning down or whatever. So I don't know. That's the other thing with I debated doing a big bad rankings, but then you get these like weird situations where like season 2, who's the big bad? Is it Dokes? It's probably Lila. It could be even Dexter if you really want to consider him because he's technically the Bear Butcher. You have a snowflake in one hand and have a death through Scully Land. Okay. Yeah, if it's also something like that's pretty generic as far as like the subject matter, like a snowflake, I'm assuming there's maybe some meaning there, but unless somehow you start hating snow, that's not going to be an issue. Or if it's something you created, like, I don't know, like I probably wouldn't do this, but like the channel logo that I made is an example of something that like probably can't go wrong because it's something that I just drew. I mean, you should Dexter tattoos. You don't have any tattoos either. I mean, that'd be kind of a fun one. Granted, what if they screw up the final finale? Because honestly, if you told me to get a Dexter tattoo and then we had New Blood, there's a part of me that would debate, like, do I need to get this taken off? I don't know how to feel right now. I don't know, what would even a Dexter tattoo be? I'm not getting like Michael C. Hall's face on my arm. That feels like a weird choice. I don't know, maybe like a slice of life thing. There's probably some other stuff you could do. You need to get a Don the Alligator Nerve Gripper tat on your neck. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. I really dug your alligator theory. Hopefully you enjoyed my my original sin alligator response. Claudex saying staying alive. That would cross over so many things. You would have music included. You would have Dexter included. You would have very cringy moments included. You have 76 tattoos. Nice. That's awesome. It feels like I've always heard that getting tattoos is almost like it's like super addictive. Like not in the same way drugs would be, but like it's kind of in the same way where it's like you get one, you're like, okay, I need another one now. So I'm afraid of also if you break that seal, then it's like, all right, we're not gonna stop. Which is fine, obviously. Especially if you do them yourself, that's probably a little bit more convenient. A Dexter wheel mark on your neck. Is it gonna be from ketamine or is it gonna be from M99? You gotta make that clear. Hannah tattoo, I mean, that's all you. I would never remote get Hannah tattoo, but she's not my favorite. She's your favorite. I don't even think like Miguel's my friend. I don't want to get like a Miguel tattoo like that. I don't know. It's posted. All right, I'll check that out after stream. Actually, I guess I could, well, could pull it up out of curiosity. I probably won't share, but I'll check it out while I'm sitting here. Where are you at? Is it in the general chatting section? You may have done it a while ago too. I don't know. Let me know. I'll look at it and then share my thoughts. But it's kind of crazy to me how LaGuerta got killed after one shot, but Prater shot Batiste 4 times. Yeah, I mean, it depends where you get shot, probably. I mean, no situation's identical. Like, Batista got kind of, like, outline shot. A lot of people thought he was still alive. They're like, maybe he's not dead. And then, obviously, they made it very clear on their social media that he was dead. Yeah, I looked in your... Is it pictures? Is that a separate channel? Oh, pictures, yes. Oh, that is cool. I do like the Assassin's Creed, like Altair one. I don't know if I know the reference to the Jack and Daxter. It's been a long time since I played those. Oh, I also like the Ghost Face. But yeah, it's been a long time since I played those. What was it? Jack and Daxter 2? That was like Grand Theft Auto almost. You would like steal cars and stuff. Or you watched the Staying Alive scene. It was so funny. Yeah, the Staying Alive scene was... I feel like that either really worked for you or you absolutely hated it, depending on how you view Claudette as a character. Sounds like you enjoyed it. Something's gonna happen. All she does is dance. She does. She somehow beelines it up there with all the other cops, though, that get up to the vault. I don't tattoo myself. Might be a pain in the ass. I don't want to tattoo myself. I want to enjoy it. That's true. There's tons of people that like... I feel like athletes like... Who was it? Deshaun Watson recently. I think Dak Prescott did it too, where he like took anesthesia and was like knocked out, and it's like they did his entire back, which I guess took hours. It kind of defeats the point. I feel like when you're like knocked out during it, but I guess you don't have to deal with the entire pain of it. Definitely M99. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, picture tab. I checked it out. Those are awesome. Ghostface is mine. Nice. That's a cool one. I don't know if I got a tattoo where I would even put it. Probably somewhere on the arm, like either bicep or forearm. But I don't know. I'm realistically, I'm so indecisive. It's not something I probably realistically will get, but you never know. Read that David Zayas, who plays Batista, had to lay on the floor until Dexter covered Batista's body. So he was just like hanging out all day. He was pulling a John Kramer from Saw. I heard that. I kind of heard some backstory on the original Saw because they had the anniversary where they had a lot of the cast come back. And it sounds like they told Tobin Bell, like, you don't need to lay there. We'll put like a fake body. But he was like adamant that he should be the one laying down there. So I think he did lay down for like all of the scenes. I think they only filmed in like a couple days, but he was laying down there the whole time. Ghostface's copes that can't do anything that good. I mean, I thought yours were solid too, the ones on your hands. Both of you guys were good. Yeah, I think that Staying Alive scene either really worked for you or it absolutely did not work for you. Put comments on screen. I mean, I could. The only way I could right now is if I took like the browser and just threw it to the right. But maybe at some point I'll get an overlay. I don't know if YouTube, like with OBS, has the option of like showing individual comments as opposed to like the whole bar of them. That may just be a StreamYard thing. But I try to read them all at least, so hopefully people are cool with that. For men, start with the forearm, shoulder area, back of the leg, tat-wise. Okay. I think that makes sense. I'm trying to think of my friend who only has a couple. I think he has one like on his wrist, and then on his, I think the bicep was like it's like the go-to first spot, because if you're wearing a t-shirt, you can cover it if you want. It's like an easy, like, I don't want to say like gateway tattoo spot, but it's an easy starting point. Forearm too, if you cover it up with sleeves, if you really wanted to. But I feel like in today's modern era, people don't overly care about tattoos anyway, like even in a professional setting, so. I'm warming up a pizza. So nice. It's very fitting for your name, I will say. First tattoo is around top of my hand. That's a bold choice. That's also a spot where I imagine you have tons of nerves that would not feel great. I thought it was funny. Yeah, I think you either really enjoyed it, you're like, this is hilarious, or you're like, this is stupid. It was fitting for her character, though. I thought, I mean, convenient is like the word of the day with Dexter Resurrection, but it was very convenient that she was about to leave, gets called back from the song, and then the whole vault stuff plays out. But I've learned to kind of accept most of it as long as the payoff is worthwhile. I'm imagining Staying Alive seemed to be Dexter doing some serial killer nonsense while dancing the song. That sounds like a Claude X theory. I mean, you're not far off. I know it sounds like you haven't watched it. One of the detectives is, I don't know, she's a little bit eccentric, and music really like works for her. If I'm being honest, I'm the same way. If I'm like doing something I have music in, I can focus so much easier. So her character is very much like being pitched that way throughout the entire show, and then she doesn't have a lot of personality, but then when that song comes on, she like, I mentioned to someone in the comments, it's like a Pavlov like dog thing where it's like, oh, I heard that, I'm suddenly going to be on the dance floor immediately. Yeah, I know. People do I feel like all kinds of stuff when they start to get their first tattoo, when it comes to like, oh, I have one, now let's continue down the path of the rest of them. The more painful tat place, the better. I mean, it feels like earned, I guess. That's why I'm saying if someone's knocked out with anesthesia, you're not like, I kind of imagine going through the experience is kind of part of getting the tattoo. So if you miss out on that, I don't know, maybe you're happy you didn't have pain, but enjoy things all kinds of stuff. That's fine too. I mean, that's the hard part sometimes where you're doing like a channel like this where you're reviewing and it's like, I'm going to criticize that a little bit, but I still was fine with it. But if I'm trying to be like judgmental, which is the point of a review, I'm going to be like, I don't know. Doesn't mean I hated it as a person, but I have to point out that it was strange. Tat of 4 walls, 1 heart, Arthur Mitchell cover job. That's a good one. Although, do I want a serial killer? Like as I said, season 4 is pretty dark at some moments. Like when he kidnaps the kid and stuff. Obviously, it's just a reference to Dexter, but I'm like, I don't know if I want Trinity to be the reference of Dexter that I have. Right on top of your ribs. I could see that being a hurtful, like painful spot too. Your stomach. Yeah, those feel like spots where like there's not as much like excess skin probably to like prevent super sharp pains. Upper thigh, that one surprises me though. I feel like that one's, well, maybe it depends. No pain, no gain. So we're supposed to get a Scream trailer this month, are we? I've heard stuff about like some, was it Reese's Pieces like commercial that was in last rates for trailers, but I believe we're supposed to get some more information this month on Scream. That'd be a good time at the end of the year. When's that come out? Like February, like 26th or something? It's like late February, I believe. So that's about when I would expect, like early January-ish. Clavicle sounds like that would hurt. That sounds like that would hurt. Yeah, I don't know if I would ever really do like much from like the neck up. I feel like that's typically where people go when they run out of territory elsewhere, but yeah, I mean, he's kind of like the icon for Scream. Although, what's his name? Chris something, right? The original writer to Scream is the one directing, if I remember correctly. All right, so let's get into some of the stuff I did want to cover with Dexter. And feel free to keep throwing in like input as well, though. Okay, so I'm kind of going to break this down to like multiple stuff. So we're going to have episode 10, so the actual finale itself. We're going to have the entirety of the season of Resurrection, and then season 2 and onward where we expect things to go. So we'll start with episode 10 since that's like the most relevant starting point. First thing I want to kind of get people's feedback on was the New York Ripper reveal and that whole choice of how they handled it. What were your thoughts? Honestly, maybe I'll be I was so fancy last time with doing a poll. Maybe I'll do another poll. Did you like the New York Ripper plot line? Yes. No. Cool. I'll make sure to actually end it. I think last stream I like ended the poll like hours later when I forgot about it. But curious on people's thoughts there. I think that's kind of like, if for people that have watched Yellow Jackets, for example, part of me wondered if this was a similar comparison to like Pit Girl from Yellow Jackets, where it was this mystery that was introduced early on in season 1. And then it almost felt like the writers forgot about it, where they just didn't address it until season 3. because maybe it's something that blew up a lot bigger than they expected. And I've talked about this with Rusty before, but having a show where like they create the entire season, but it comes out weekly is kind of a weird spot for the writers, because if us as fans really latch on to like the New York Ripper as an idea, but ultimately it's not something they really wanted to focus on, I feel like in some ways they're probably like, ooh, people really are wanting a payoff there. We didn't give them one, but we can't change it now because we already filmed the entire show, so I don't know what to do. So I'm curious if they took that approach, although at the same time, even in episode 9, so like almost at the end, they have the whole scene where Claudette's looking at the manhole covers and stuff like that, so they had to know people would be curious, and it's presumably a setup for season 2, but it's kind of weird that they didn't really pay it off this season. Hopefully it's something that pays off in the future, but for now, it's kind of a loose end at this point. Like if the show ended today and they'd never had a season 2, that would be kind of an outstanding thing where it's like, well, I didn't really learn anything about that. Let's see what you guys are saying. Besides, my manager told me the show had to cover him. Okay. Yeah, some places with work still care about tattoos. Maybe certain locations matter more to people too. You got the heart on your neck, something on the back of the neck. That also seems like a spot that would hurt. I feel like you would have like a lot of sensation there that you would feel. Episode 10, in my opinion, the most lackluster New York Ripper reveal. I'm thinking the reveal was just a copycat and the real one is Jonah. I don't know. Everybody really dug into that Jonah theory, especially after Cody talked about it. I don't know if Jonah's another one where I feel like the writers were probably like, we weren't remotely doing that. Like, it was funny seeing, we didn't get it until the episode 9 conversation, but when Scott Reynolds is talking to on that like post episode conversation with Molly from New Blood, and he's like, people really think that Blessing is the New York Ripper, and he's like pretty much bashing the idea, like there's no way, that's Dexter's world is not that small, which is funny because they do that stuff. So I think it's fair for fans to assume that's a possibility because they've done it before. Jade, I think you talked about that a little bit on your live stream, where it's like you've done it with Trinity's daughter. You've had those situations where the world is smallish, so it's not impossible. So fans, I don't know. It's kind of like I guess it is kind of like the Marvel thing where it's like, I want to have this interconnected world, which I think is hard to believe, and it's definitely fan service, but is that okay? Yeah. There's just certain things I don't feel belong on the neck, like the word. That's fair. That's fair. Don Fram, please step forward. Yeah, we just got a name. We didn't get any more information. I feel like we should have even had like, I guess they probably want to cast the person later, but we didn't even get like a picture reveal, like for opening up the file. The interesting part will be though, she has this file. She knows his name. So does this guy now have to be on the run, or is that like a fake name? We don't know for sure, but the weapon and the file give her a lot of information about who this person is. Who's gonna be the Antler Queen? Yeah, that's another one. I mean, that one, I feel like they didn't seem to forget as much as the Pit Girl thing. It was just something they waited to reveal. But that was another one where they set up the concept early on, but didn't give us the payoff until later. Yeah, it was very much just like you should probably tell them something so they're not mad. It's a name. Here we go. Here's the name on a folder. Yeah, it was like, okay, you'll be happy with this, right? I was hoping Resurrection go back to the 12 episodes instead of 10. Yeah, I would agree that I would prefer 12. It felt like episode 10 was only like 47 minutes, I think it was. And they had a lot happen. Like when I was like thinking about my thoughts of it and like recapping everything, I'm like, well, there's a lot of things that took place, but there wasn't a lot of time that happened. So you cut out like a lot of stuff. Like I know people have talked about, where did Dexter get the plastic wrap? Did he bring it with him? Did he find it in Prater's house? But you just cut that out. Like we just jumped to Prater on the table and we're like, oh, okay, we'll forget because we're now at this moment. No way in hell Blessing is New Yorker. But yeah, I mean, they teased stuff. That's why I'm like, they very much teased Blessing as having a dark past with killing people. So I don't think it's unfair for people to have given that assumption. I thought it was pretty clear he was a red herring the whole time, but the writers clearly gave like drops here and there of like showing that this guy could be evil until like suddenly he just forgives Dexter and they're all good. That was kind of a storyline that wrapped up really strangely. But yeah, him, like, their introduction of him finding Blessing in his year car driver would have been wild if he was like, oh, you're also a serial killer. Awesome. So that would have made it a little bit too small of a world, probably. Everybody thought it was weird that Blessing was like, here's my address. Come live with me now. Thoughtless Don Framp is a woman. I mean, that could be, as I said, I think a lot of those may be like fake names. Like I talked about in my review, how the file said Al Walker, but we've known him as Al Jolly. So one of those isn't real. Is Jolly like his Prater name? Not too sure. Because it said Rapunzel in the file, so that was the right Al. He just seems to have like different names potentially. I thought Red was Dexter the whole time. Yeah, it could be a fake name. That's another thing I'll probably dive into a little bit, but like they were all over the place with how much information Prater had. He had all these photos. He had their thumbprints. He had like where they lived. He's been in their homes, but he didn't know that Red wasn't Dexter. He didn't have like pictures of both of them because obviously he had pictures of the Dark Passenger before, you would think, because he had the address already. It's my lighting being kind of weird. But you would think, I know Dexter looked like this guy, but you're not going to realize that it's not the same person based off multiple photos. I don't know about that. So he was just a little bit too like very tedious and specific, but then careless and just sloppy elsewhere. Prater chastised Lair for not putting up a ramp in the wheelchair. Then no one was. That's a good point. Yeah, this was supposed to be for like these vets from the NYPD who have been like injured in like the field of battle, and it was just a bunch of like people in suits. So I would agree. I'd have to rewatch it to check for sure, but I didn't see like anybody that really fit that description. That's something I was going to mention too. Charlie, what do you guys think about Charlie? I thought pretty much how she wrapped up, she's gone at this point. Like she had a very much, I'm going to exit. Her story is complete. It feels like the only thing that may bring her back, I feel like, is Prater is now missing. She was his like head of security, if you will. So I would think she's like number one on the list to be questioned as far as what's going on with Prater, because Batista's dead in his house and we see all these kill things. So she seems likely to be questioned. I don't know if she'll actually be brought back in the show though. And they could easily just like write it off being like, oh, she's not responsible. She's gone. The other thing I didn't understand in episode 10, how Dexter unlocked Batista's phone by using his face. That's true too. That's one of the things. We can jump to that point I was going to mention too. Where are you? There was a lot with the phone that I wanted to talk about. So the first one being, and once again, we're just kind of, I realize we're nitpicking a lot with this, so it's not meant to be taken super seriously, but if we're going to be being reviewers and being critical, first one, would there be phone service in this vault? I don't know. He's wealthy. He could have some kind of like Wi-Fi system in the vault, but feels like if it's that like secure, probably really rough phone service. Definitely not data like he was easily able to send. Second one, conveniently Quinn calls when Dexter's like frantically looking for a way out, and he gets like the realization that Batista has a phone in his pocket. Also, a little strange Prater left the phone in there. Granted, maybe he didn't anticipate like the whole blow up with Dexter, so he just left it. So that one's fine. Third one, you just mentioned the eye unlock. I don't know how true this is. I've heard people say if you're dead that you don't have like warmth in your body, so the unlock your phone feature would not actually activate. That one I don't know if I care too much about, because I didn't even know. Like if you told me one way or the other, I wouldn't know for sure. I'm not testing like dead people's eyes on phones, but I heard that same point that they should not have been able to access the phone. And then the fourth one, kind of convenient that the phone dies exactly when Dexter tells Harrison the final number of the password, and we get like the dramatic moment. Although it feels like it was less dramatic. I talked about this in my review too. In those opening like clips where they show like those fast jumps, I'm pretty sure one of them was Harrison and Dexter like hugging in the vault. So it's like you set up this tension, but we knew that was going to happen. Maybe they don't expect people to actually like watch those. Do you guys prefer, like, I thought Resurrection did the opening credits better than New Blood did, especially like the titles. I thought it was cool how the titles fit into the background. But do you prefer the like jump cut things where it's like, and it shows like the resurrection on the manhole thing, which is, I guess, was a fitting thing, the manhole being tied to the New York Ripper? Or do you prefer the old school like Dexter cooking breakfast? I think we would have to change it because he's not Miami anymore. It's over. But like Original Sin kind of changed it, which was in like a fun way where they like replicated it and with the current cast. Let's see. Never watched Dexter, know nothing about it, it's just vibing. All right, I appreciate you being here and hanging out either way. That's kind of my sentiment I want to share in the channel in general. Like, if I'm talking music, if I'm talking TV shows, movies, collectibles, like, I know we have both Copen and J-Dev in here that apparently don't love anime, but if I'm talking about that, I appreciate you still hanging out, or at least not like totally bailing. But appreciate you being there and hanging out, even though you're not a big Dexter person, it seems like. Dexter is his real name. Dexter Morgan is the name. Oh, there, Cope answered you there. Yeah. I do think we could see Al return. I think actually they perfectly set that up. I wasn't positive if he'd just be kind of a loose end. But the file at the end, him being on the files, I would say it's almost a guarantee that we get Al back in season 2. Yeah, technically it was a Dexter Moser, I guess, is his official name, because he's adopted by Harry Morgan. Laura Moser was his mom, which he had a traumatizing situation in which he had to be adopted by Harry. With the Praetor dead, the machine for Charlie's mom's house. Maybe. I mean, I got the impression that Charlie, whatever setup she planned, her mom was going to be fine. I don't know. She's been living for like 8 years and being on like bed rest. So how fine can you be at that point? But I got the impression that she was like good with moving at this point. Oh, you like the titles? Yeah, I thought they did it better than New Blood. New Blood just had like snow, and then they would do like the jump cuts. I feel like they did them a little better, where it was like cinematic within the episode. Like one of them you had like in the skyline, or one of them you had like Dexter like brooming, blessing steppings, or like front steps, and you like brush away the letters. I thought that was cool. Yeah, it was fun how they did it, the Original Sin, although the chomp will always be iconic with the eating the bacon, where it's like that old school like cartoon noise. Which I will give a tease, I guess, Cope, to Event Horizon. I know it's like a late 90s movie, so it makes sense, but in the fighting scene for that, it made me think of the chomp from Dexter, where when they're fighting at the end, you have like the very cartoonish sounding punch noises, like I'm like, okay, clearly they're not actually punching, I know, but they got a very goofy punching noises that like all those movies did back then, but it's kind of funny watching them now. You're okay with the titles and credits? What's up, JD? Appreciate you being here and hanging out. Yeah, awesome that Dexter's back, and back in a good way, not just back in general. Are you going to watch Demon Slayer Infinity Castle next weekend? I debated it. As I said, I did catch up to the series this past week. I didn't realize it was that short. I was like, there's 5 seasons, and I always saw like season 1 was like 26 episodes, but then I realized the other 3 or 4 seasons are like 8 to 11 episodes. So I was able to binge it quickly. I don't know if I'll see it in theaters or not. I've debated. We'll see. Are you going to check it out, Rusty? Are you a Demon Slayer fan in general too? I enjoyed that franchise. It was a little slow paced. Obviously, anything new. I think that's a general thing for me though. Whenever I'm new to a franchise or new to a story, it takes me a bit to get into the world, but then once I'm in, I'm in. So after season 1, I really dug Demon Slayer. Speaking of Dexter's dad, I loved him this season. The scene with teaching Harrison the bow tie thing got me. Yeah, that was probably one of my favorite. That was probably my favorite moment from this past episode, when the elevator doors open and Harry's just right there and he just like tells him to like get him. That was awesome. I didn't really love the song, but it fit that moment where it's like, all right, action moment now coming in. Also kind of a fun reveal. Apparently during one of those post episode discussions, Eric Stonestreet, who plays Al or Rapunzel, mentioned the elevator was fake. I mean, most stuff on set is kind of fake, but that wasn't a real elevator. They were just like doors that opened from room to room. So kind of fun. Moser, not Driscoll last name. Oh, you're saying he had a different last name? Sure, Driscoll? Why does that sound familiar? It was Dexter Moser, right? I'm glad the actor was in it a lot. You talking about Harry? If so, I am definitely glad. James Remar is awesome. It's funny seeing him in other stuff too. Like, he's in the original Fast and Furious. But I really appreciate James Remar as an actor. He's awesome. I will get to this eventually, but that was a big component of New Blood that I thought was missing. Like, having Harry back right in episode 1, I was like, all right, this is much better. Let's not have been married. I feel like Quinn is brought into season 2. Maybe he's the one to put Dexter in jail because Quinn's smart. Quinn will be less emotional, I'll say. Like, Batista, that's the only thing I could buy about his character getting so, like, careless at the end when he just, like, barged into Praetor's place knowing that this guy was probably bad. He was too emotionally invested with Maria, whereas Quinn, I mean, his biggest emotional investment, it's probably Batista or Deb. But I don't see him being as, like, blind with rage. He'll probably be a little bit more methodical. You take your 3 boys to have a teenager that loves it and enjoyed the last movie. Nice. Yeah, I really enjoyed Demon Slayer. I think maybe I'll do a ranking at some point on the channel. But season 3, it's kind of weird because sometimes I see them listed as season 2 and 3, or just 2 with like the train moment and the entertainment district. But the entertainment district was probably my favorite season. Yes, Harry. Okay, cool. Who'd be your dream casting for season 2 serial killer castings to battle Dexter? Your dream casting Jeffrey Dean Morgan. Nice. There's actually somebody who commented that the other day. We can talk about that one real quick. Hopefully I'm still live. I think I'm good. Sometimes my browser has been refreshing, but let me pull up on. We did get one more sub for the channel, so thank you, whoever that is. Let me pull my comments for last video. Somebody asked that question about season 2 potential cast members, and they kind of started a list, and I added to it a little bit. So, let's see. Actually, I'll try to find it. Let's see if I can find it real quick here. I'll sort by newest maybe, and then I'll just reverse. Let's see. Where was that comment? That was pretty early on, although if somebody commented back, that may be why it's not filtering as being that old. Actually, you're not even all there. Let me sort by that. But somebody had commented, and we kind of started to make a list of people that would be interesting inclusions for season 2. I'm not finding this comment at all. YouTube is kind of weird sometimes where you don't get notifications and then you kind of miss out. Okay, here it is. So somebody commented, Wings Bound was their name. And they said, let's start a list of potential actors for big bads for the upcoming season. They said, I thought their list was pretty solid. They said James McAvoy, Mads Mikkelsen, Idris Elba, And this one's been mentioned by a ton of people, obviously for comparisons to Breaking Bad with Bryan Cranston. I thought all 4 of those would be awesome. I threw in some extra thoughts for what I thought could be good. Javier Bardem, I thought maybe not as much these days because he's kind of, I don't know, didn't he get uncanceled? But Kevin Spacey, I feel like back in the day, I would have thought would have been good. Ralph Fiennes, Hugo Weaving, Robert Patrick, or Josh Brolin, I thought would be good too, based off how he was in Weapons. Like, he could be a pretty scary dude. But those were some of the ideas as far as actors for season 2. But let me know your guys' thoughts if there's someone you think would be awesome. I wanted more of the theme song. Oh, like the opening. Who be your dream casting? That's where you said, okay. Harry like Harry, not Harry Potter. Very different. How would you in this group rank the serial killers? Just 2 seasons for top to worst. Yeah, we can cover that. That was one of the ones I think I was going to bring up too. Let me see. So we're saying our list of characters would be what? Tattoo, Gemini. I don't know if we're just counting that as one character or not. Mia, so Lady Vengeance, Al, Prater. Are we saying Charlie or no, I guess? We can include Charlie. We'll say those 6. So pretty much Leon, Charlie, and the 4. Well, Red too also. So there's 7 people. Let me see. Let me write them all down so I can get like a good idea. Al, Mia, Gareth, Lowell, Prater, Charlie, and Red. I would do a poll on that, but I don't think you can do that many options. But yeah, let me know. Definitely share in the comments your thoughts on who was your favorite, or if you want to do a ranking of those 7. So Al, Mia, Gareth, Lowell, Prater, Charlie, Red. If I'm ranking them, and part of it's because it's how much screen time, which that's another thing I wanted to talk about, was you have these big name actors, and this was kind of a fear I had going into the season. I thought they handled it well with the story, so it fit, but I was a bit disappointed with how much, and that's another thing I was going to mention, how much time we got with some of these people. Like, I would have liked a lot more time with Mia's character. Lowell, we didn't really learn enough about, so I didn't really mind him being cut short too much. But I think Mia and Gareth were the 2 characters that I thought their stories were intriguing enough they got cut short. Specifically, Gareth number 2. Mia, I really liked, like, episode 5 was one of my favorites when Dexter and her were kind of teaming up, but then we get kind of the twist of her not being what he thought she was. I wish we got more of her, and I wish we got more of the second Gareth. And like that whole navigating the whole twin stuff. As far as ranking the characters for how I liked them this season, so not potential, but what we actually got for their character. I would probably rank them. Let's see. Let me write these out first so I feel confident. Yeah, I feel pretty good about this list. So my own personal list will go from bottom to top, I guess. At 7th place, I thought Lowell, as I said, he was in, like, Neil Patrick Harris was literally in 1 episode. I mentioned this in my review, I didn't love his like accent, whatever he was going for there. He didn't have much intrigue. He just seemed like a bad guy, which you don't have to have like depth to everybody, so that was fine. But he would be my 7th place spot. Then I would say Red. He's another one we didn't get too much depth to. Like, he killed drivers because his dad's business of doing like taxi stuff got screwed over. Okay, that's kind of a weak motive. So he's probably 6th. 5th for me, I know a lot of people really liked her, but Charlie, I thought was a bit of a letdown. I liked her early on being like this formidable force for Dexter. But then when she got more like human and like vulnerable in episodes 9 and 10, I thought her character took a dive a little bit. I was hoping she would have some depth, but not be like, I don't know, she kind of turned into a pushover. Like, she didn't feel like she was as threatening as she was early on. So she's probably 5th. 4th, I'll go with Mia. As I said, I like the potential there, but we kind of got shortchanged on her. And she just got kind of taken care of in jail. 3rd, I debate this one. I'll say 3rd, Gareth or the Gemini twins. I like the twin twist, if you will. I know it was kind of obvious based off the names, maybe, but I liked that character's like mannerisms and differences between Gareth 1 and 2, and I don't know, Dexter's like relationship. I like the like showdown in his apartment as well with the first one. So he's probably 3rd. 2nd for me would be Al. I like I like Eric Stonestreet in Modern Family and stuff. I thought he did a good job playing the like family friendly man with like a dark side. He kind of was like a knockoff Trinity though. That's the only criticism I would give. But it's funny, I saw even the clip of him in the wrap up where he's like showing his video and he's like got his helmet on. He's like, safety first. So he's like weirdly fine with killing, but then certain things he's like, no, this is obviously you would put on your helmet. So I liked him. Hopefully we get more of him. I mean, it seems pretty likely we'll get more of him in season 2. And then number 1 is the big bad for me, Praetor. I thought especially, while I didn't like some things in episodes 9 and 10, Peter Dinklage's acting was like exceptional. He did the like, I'm a psycho fan for you thing really well. He did the unhinged thing really well. One of the things I wanted to mention too was you could see he has these like weird, extremely well done like facial movements where he's just kind of like moving his mouth around like, but they like say so much about his emotion. And I thought he did amazing at that. And he, as I said, he goes crazy when he's like all giddy about the bear butcher. I was a little bummed he kind of turned into a coward when he was on the ice truck killer bed at the end. It's probably pretty normal because if you were on death row, you would be begging for your life. But he kind of got a little bit weaker for me there. But overall, I thought he was a strong big bad. And maybe I'll do a big bad ranking at some point. But he'd be a tough one to not put high. All right, I will catch up. I'm a little behind probably. Joe Driscoll, okay, was Dexter's father. I guess that makes sense. But he was... Were they even really around? So I guess maybe at one point he would have been... That was his last name, but I feel like Morgan was pretty much his name from the beginning. Gemini and Morpheus. Yeah, I know you love David Ismulchin. He's solid. I haven't seen him in a whole lot of stuff, but I generally like him when he's in stuff. Yeah, I would agree 100%. I like Neil Patrick Harris. I mean, I love How I Met Your Mother. He kind of played the same kind of character if he was a killer. Giancarlo Esposito. They would really be stealing from Breaking Bad if that was the villain. I don't hate it though. Muse Watson. Do I know them? The first two I did. So they're from I Know What You Did Last Summer. I feel like I should know who that is. If it's is it the fisherman you're saying? Okay. Yeah, they seem like they're kind of on the older side of things. They're 77, so that would be maybe back in the day would have worked a little bit better. The movie Cold in July, Michael C. uses his finger to temple as if he was Dexter. Does he? It's hard not to see certain people. Like, that was something somebody mentioned about famous actors in the show. And I do appreciate when they bring in and give somebody else an opportunity to, like, really shine. And I think a lot of times new actors makes it easier to get lost in the character. I don't think it was a problem with any of these actors. Honestly, the acting in this season was, like, exceptional. It probably was the most well-acted season of Dexter of all time. I could probably say at this point. But a lot of times when you see somebody in so many different things, you're like, all right, Chris Pratt, we're going to save the Raptors this time again, right? Or we're going to do the Lego thing. So, like, when you get a new face, you don't have, like, the immediate, like, I know you from this other thing, so it kind of takes me out of the story. You don't count Charlie? That's fair. I mean, she wasn't a killer, so I guess she was an opponent to Dexter, I guess, though. Mia's your favorite? Mia could have been my favorite, but as I said, her and Gareth, they kind of shortchanged, I thought, which they had to with so many people in the show. Gemini was your favorite. Yeah, I thought Gareth number 2, there would be more to it because we start the episode, we're like, oh, this guy's going to know about Red or Dexter, which it turns out he didn't. He didn't know his brother went over there and died. But they didn't really give that story like time to marinate. Like we found out there was twins and then twins gone, taken care of, like all done. So that's the problem with 10 episodes. If you had 12, you could have had another episode of like Gareth played out or another me episode played out. Yeah, that's true. That could be nice. They could do prequels on pretty much any of these people. I don't know if they're going to because Paramount's very much like, let's just dive into one thing. Let's not spread out as much anymore. Yeah, Neil Patrick Harris was not likable. That's the thing I mentioned about season 4 and season 3 with Trinity versus Miguel. Like, Miguel is likable for most of that season. Trinity, he's fun, but I'm not ever really like a fan of him as a character. Like, I'm not like rooting for you as a person. Like, you're kind of just a bad guy. Alamia's bestie sesh could be a fun idea too. True, they did have some history. Like it felt like everyone else knew each other a little bit, especially them two. Yeah, he did that a few times. That was the only thing unique about Neil Patrick Harris. He threw like baby on at the end of everything. Which was another, him saying tonight's the night was like naming the boat The Getaway. It's like, all right, fans, you like this. I'm reluctant to do this comparison because Resurrection, it was done really well, and this one was done poorly, but in some ways, Resurrection kind of did what Happy Gilmore 2 did, where it's like, hey, let's reference the original IP so many times, and fans are going to love it, which I liked it in Resurrection. I did not like it in Happy Gilmore 2. It felt like it fit the plot here, whereas that it was just like a throw-in for the sake of it, but you can say there's similarities with throwing in like these little nostalgic Easter eggs that is pretty much fan service. I'll remind you of BTK Killer, Family Man, but crazy. Yeah. I could see that. Yeah, Peter Dinklage is awesome. He's like blowing up right now. He's in so many things. I don't know if he's as like prominent, but he's like in that new movie coming out with Channing Tatum where he's like living inside that store. Obviously just did Dexter, just did Toxic Avenger, which I've heard great things about. And there's a new show, actually, I think also coming out on FX with Ethan Hawke, I think it was, as the main character. And I think Peter Dinklage is in that too. So whoever its agent is like crushing it right now because he's in so many things. And he's an awesome, I haven't watched a whole lot with him because I watched like the first few episodes of Game of Thrones. I was tempted to use the I'm the gift meme where he's like, I'm the gift, but I probably should watch that again at some point. Although that's one that ends poorly that people say like, oh, I don't know if it's worth the journey anymore. But he's awesome as an actor. He did go, yeah, that's true. He was a little bit giddy. His soul got crushed though when he was not going to be included in the blood slides. I think for a second he thought he was safe though. Evan Peters play Killer again. I don't know if I know Evan Peters either. Let me see. Oh, is that the kid? This is the guy from Never Back Down. Which is maybe hot take. Like I mentioned, like good movies and bad movies. Never Back Down is like my category of like, or good movies and favorite movies. I meant. It's not a good movie. It's in the favorite movies category though. The soundtrack for the movie is like awesome in itself, but. Yeah, this is the best friend in Never Back Down, Evan Peters. I don't really know him from anything other than that, but he's okay in that movie. What else? Cameron Monaghan as well. Played a great Joker in Gotham. Okay, I have not watched. I haven't really watched any of the Batman TV shows. I watched the animated series and like Batman Beyond, but I haven't watched any of the modern stuff like Penguin. I've heard great things though. What's up, Eli? Thanks for being here, man. Appreciate you being supportive of the channel. Always love that. Thank you. Appreciate your Coke too. Yeah, have you watched Happy Gilmore 2? I reviewed it, and I don't really know why I did, but it was bad. I can tell you right now, I did not like it. It was not good. It has I think it has a higher score. I don't know if it still does, but it had a higher score on Rotten Tomatoes than the original. I was like, what are you people? What are you watching? What movie did you watch? I need to watch that one. Yeah, the Ethan Hawke show. I don't know if the plot. I watched the trailer. I'm like, okay, this is fine. I'm not really intrigued by the plot, but Ethan Hawke's one of my favorites. You need to watch all of Game of Thrones. I would consider doing like a catching up on that show. But as I said, I've heard it's awful how it ends. So maybe I'll treat it like Dexter, where I'm prepared for disappointment, so it's not as like heavy hitting. All I really knew about Game of Thrones when it was like airing was you were told not to like any characters because they were just gonna be dead within like a few episodes anyway. So I was like, okay, cool. Boromir's gonna die soon. Awesome. Look where to notify Lundy's daughter of his death. Claudette's father. That's a lot of connections. I mean, that would fit the same, like, this world is probably too small for that connection, but you never know. Just the angry elf. I forget that he's in that too at the end of it. I've mentioned this before, but hot take, I don't really like Elf. If I was doing a Christmas movie rankings, Elf would not be very high on my list. There's not a whole lot of like really good ones though, so maybe it wouldn't be too low, but I think Elf is overrated. But I also have talked about, I think Will Ferrell's a little bit overrated, so those probably go together a little bit. Game of Thrones is not worth the journey, not anymore. That's what I'm saying. People are like, it's kind of people's thoughts on Dexter. They're like, you always had a caveat being like, oh, just the first 4 seasons are good. After that, pretend those didn't happen. I still like him, but when you're recommending it, that's like the typical thing you would say. American Horror Story X-Men. Is that stuff you mentioned maybe reviewing? Oh, that's what he's in. Got it. He's American Horror Story too. That's what you were saying, J-Dev. I think I have seen. It's like he's one of the younger X-Men, right? I think I have seen one of them that he's in. Yeah, the big bad from Never Back Down is the vampire from Twilight. One of them, right? That's like a really good, like feel-good movie. It kind of does the similar thing, not nearly as well, if I'm being honest, as Remember the Titans, but it's kind of like one of those where it's like, we're gonna overcome this thing. But as I said, the soundtrack to Never Back Down is awesome. I haven't watched it. Which show are we talking about? Are we talking Game of Thrones? I have not watched Game of Thrones. Ian from Shameless. Happy Gilmore 2 is a masterpiece. There's some people really liked it, so I assume you're joking, but a lot of people were like, you're being too harsh. It was a fun time. Let's be real. But I'm like, I don't think even if I'm trying to have fun where I'm like turning off the critic brain, like everybody, like if we want to talk about like small world, it's like everybody's son is now the character in this movie. It's like, okay, well, you're trying to just water down the original character now. Yeah, I mean, I would not recommend. You can watch Happy Gilmore 2 just out of like wanting to know what happens, but I would not say it's good. I think I gave it like a 2 or something. Like it was bad. Apparently the files taken are from the books. So nice Easter egg. I don't know if I haven't read the books in a long time, so my like knowledge of them is pretty limited outside of the first one. But that's kind of a fun reference if so. Think about re-reviewing Game of Thrones? I mean, it's a popular franchise. It could be worth doing. It would be, yeah. We kind of got shortchanged Sarah Michelle Gellar in Original Sin, so I know some people have talked about her character coming back. Hard part is you'd have to like have her be a little aged because she was, I mean, what would she be like? That show was in 91, so we're advancing 30-something years. So her character is like 60s or 70s or something. So you have to age your character. hater of the masterpiece of Elf. Is that a movie? Santa Claus is Coming to Town? Are you talking about the song? I mean, maybe I'll do this at some point, but I can give a little tease right now. I think I've done a bracket fight on this previously. But my top 2 Christmas movies that go neck and neck. One is like serious, one is like a good time. Is It's a Wonderful Life for the serious, and Jingle All the Way for It's a Good Time. Those are my 2 staples. Outside of that, I like the old school like cartoon ones. But I don't know. I guess the Santa Claus with Tim Allen is good too. They kind of milk that franchise a little bit. I'm just gonna be Happy Gilmore too. Some people really love it though. As I said, like I can't see why, but I'm glad they enjoyed it. I would consider American Horror Story. I was gonna watch that back in the day. I watched like the first episode and I didn't really get into it, but I would consider doing that franchise. You're with Cody, Wish the New York Ripper was Trinity's son. If they did it well, I would be okay with it. That's another one of those like very convenient, like how small is this world type of things. But I would have been okay with it, but they would have had to make it really make sense and not just be like out of left field. Every season's different. Yeah, they're like an anthology, right? Kind of like a Black Mirror almost, but for different seasons instead of episodes. Yeah, Don Frank could be a codename. I kind of assume it. I kind of lean towards it being probably because otherwise Claudette's gonna have this person like dead to rights, right? What if flashbacks from original Sin timeline appear? I appreciate you being here, Lord Bell, by the way. Maybe. I mean, they just used like clips from original Sin in Resurrection and like references as well with like Aaron Spencer. Like they had the scene with Dexter defending Deb. But would they shoot separate scenes just for Resurrection that weren't in Original Sin? I don't know if they would. I'm sure those actors would be like all about it. Although Patrick Gibson's kind of he's kind of blown up a little bit. I guess it's just one other thing, but he's in the 007 game. So he's kind of growing in popularity. So I'm not sure he would do like as much one-off appearances at this point still, but I'm sure he would at this point, like until he gets a little more popular. Home Alone and Santa Claus. Home Alone, yeah. Those are 2 great ones, I will say. Home Alone 2 also, I do appreciate. Even Home Alone 3, I don't hate. It doesn't have Macaulay Culkin, but I watched that one growing up. That one's not... Is that one as much Christmas? I know it's like in winter. But Home Alone, I forgot about that. That would probably be... If I was like mentally ranking right now, I'd probably go like... As I said, Jingle All the Way, It's a Wonderful Life, neck and neck. Home Alone 2, and then maybe the Santa Claus. If we're not counting, some of those old school animated ones were solid. Like the old, like, I don't know about Frosty the Snowman, but like the little elf guy and like the Abominable Snowman. Those are fun. Die Hard as well. I actually really watched Die Hard in depth this past year. I feel like I had seen like parts of it, but I was like, I'm actually gonna sit down and watch the whole thing instead of just like clips on Christmas. I enjoyed it. I thought it was solid. It does. I would call it a Christmas movie, but I don't have like the nostalgic attachment to put it probably top of the list. Die Hard may come like after the Santa Claus for me. It's a ranking / best production stop motion. What's stop motion? Not American Horror Story. Your third fan casting for possible episode Dexter. David Arquette. That would be kind of a fun one. I'm trying to think stuff outside of Scream that I really like him in. I thought if anyone who's played the Quarry, the video game, I thought he kind of didn't like his character wasn't that great in that game. He's in what, like Eight-Legged Freaks? What I'm trying to think what else he's really in, but he'd be okay maybe. Saw a few channels. I'd love to see you rank the Dexter main villains. Yeah, I probably will at some point. I know I talked about doing the seasons, but I think doing a main antagonist as well. You get the challenge of like who counts and who doesn't. Like J-Dev, I know you did like you mentioned doing a law enforcement one because you have the situation where you have like Maria. Like, is Maria an antagonist? I don't know. She's kind of a gray area. She's against Dexter, so yes. She's not really a big bad villain though, so it's hard to like delineate, but I'll probably do a ranking of that at some point too. Everyone stay hydrated for sure. Yeah, definitely. I'm running out. Actually, I probably need to get some more here shortly. I really like, so I don't cope if you play like the Dark Pictures Anthology or Until Dawn. I loved Until Dawn when I played the first time. I like immediately replayed it, got all the trophies. And then same for the most part with the first few Dark Pictures games. I feel like Supermassive Games, honestly, I think as a company, I'm kind of afraid after Directive 8020 if they tank. But the Quarry, it had the production of Until Dawn because I think it was mainly because it was funded with 2K. Until Dawn was funded by Sony, whereas the Dark Pictures games are like just Supermassive, so higher budget with 2K involved for the Quarry. I enjoyed the story a lot. For some reason, I just didn't go back and get all the trophies like I normally would. I don't know. I think the ending kind of let me down. Like, I won't spoil what happens in the ending. Obviously, you can get like different endings because it's those kind of games, but having the ending just be like text on the screen was like, dude, even on Until Dawn, you had like cutscenes with the characters who were alive. Like, why didn't you do that? They're just like, this happened to this person, this happened to this person, the end. And then they cut to the unskippable podcast that they try to do alongside of it. Like, that was like a big thing for the last few years. They kind of backed off it, but shows and games really leaned into like the horror podcast inclusion of the, like putting that in the story. And then there's stuff like Chapter 7, which is like a really good like lore backstory, but upon replaying it, I wish was skippable. But I enjoyed the story, and I like those kind of games. So, but I haven't gone back to it for some reason. 3,000 Miles to Graceland. Is that... you'd have to let me know, Jada. Is that something that they were in, or... He was cool in the Buffy Vampire Slayer movie from 1992. Okay. Was Gemini a bit overhyped? Like, we didn't see him on screen or got a few kills with Dexter around. I don't know if he was overhyped. I think he was underutilized. I think saying underutilized is fair. I knew kind of right away when you're having like 4 people in the lineup of not even big bad, you have like beyond that as kill the weeks. Somebody was going to get underutilized, and they kind of all did, if I'm being honest. So I don't think he was overhyped. I think he was just... Well, I guess I really liked him, but they did make him feel like he's this like top of the FBI's most wanted, which part of it was because there was 2 people, but he did kind of get taken out pretty easily for being like that highly discussed. So I could see somewhat overhype. Never Been Kissed. I don't know if I've seen that. You did a top 25 villains antagonists of Dexter. Yeah. I saw, I know you mentioned too, when you did your live stream the other day, you did your, you kind of showed your little sneak peek to it too. Yeah, Until Dawn was awesome. Of Supermassive games, that's probably still the highest. I didn't like The Devil in Me. Honestly, I didn't even like really finish it. I've watched them all be played because you can pretty much watch people play those. It's the same experience. There's not really much gameplay. It's like walking sim with choices. But The Devil in Me I kind of fell off with, which I really like Saw. I mean, literally, we have it here, so, and up there, but you can't even see him anymore. But it felt like it should have worked for me. I don't know. Some of them are kind of clunky too, so by the 4th game, I kind of expected it to be a more refined experience, which they at least gave you like faster walking, but I did a Supermassive Games ranking a while ago. I was planning to update it after diving into The Devil in Me, but if you want, I talked about all those games kind of in length there too. You've been trying to 100% the core. Yeah, I used to like get all of the trophies for all those. I didn't do it for The Devil in Me or The Quarry, but Until Dawn and then the first 3 Supermassive games I did. You saw Cody Count Dokes, Maria Quinn Lundy, the guy Quinn worked with. Oh, Liddy, Stan Liddy. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a wrong answer, but you just have to decide who's going to be included and who's not in your list. You're grinding to 100% in. Yeah, that's the thing too. The House of Ashes especially had this moment where Lexi's talking about with Where's Eric, where a lot of times they'll use the same cutscenes, but if somebody died earlier in the game, they'll just have them not in that cutscene. So when they have it like that example of like asking Where's Eric, sometimes he's there and sometimes he's not because he's dead already. And it didn't work in both of those like moments. The platinums. I used to be big into them, but then I switched to Steam, so now I'm like, do I care about platinums? It's kind of like when I was on Xbox before and I got achievements, I guess they were there. Oh, David Arquette was in that. Okay. Yeah, I don't know too much of his like backlog. Yeah, from House of Ashes. I got you. House of Ashes was, I mean, spoilers on that video, but House of Ashes was my favorite of the four. Which was surprising because I didn't really care for like going into it. The military theme didn't excite me, but the actual story and the characters were actually cool. Like, I feel like people all the time ship Salim and what's his name, Justin or something like that? No. The American military guy and the Middle Eastern, I guess also military guy. People love their relationship. Biggest problem with the group of killers. There wasn't enough episodes. Yeah. You didn't give me enough time with each one of them. Especially when you're like, why cast somebody famous unless you're trying to like draw in eyes, which is probably the answer, but I'm a little bit worried about that with the next season too, for doing this file of killers again. Correction, you've been playing Little Hope. Little Hope, I'm not gonna spoil it. People were really mad about Little Hope's ending. I think if Little Hope was an independent game not tied to like the Dark Pictures games, people would not have been as critical. I'm not going to entirely say why, because that'll hint a little bit. But I think coming off of Man of Medan, people did not like how Little Hope, like what happened. But I think as an independent story, it would have been solid. And I try to like keep that in mind when I'm like viewing it. I added a few to the list. I recorded the video and realized I didn't have Stan Liddy. Yeah, Stan Liddy I think probably counts. He's not a big bad, but he's like a mid-season antagonist. Okay, nice. That's the hard part. I feel like a lot of times that happens where I'm like doing a video and then afterwards when I'm like, maybe when I'm editing, I'm like, oh, I didn't mention that. Should I record something else and throw it in here? Should I just add some text on the screen or do I just choose to look dumb? Yeah, I think that was also before I had a mic, so the audio, I can't promise is great, but I talk about those games in pretty good depth, I think. I enjoyed that's also, we're talking best and favorite. I like the Supermassive games. They're like a guilty pleasure, but I would never say that they're like best. Maybe Until Dawn-ish, but I think that one gets a little bit rose-colored glasses from people too. I like House of Ashes a lot. Yeah, I feel like replayability with that one, you actually had different outcomes. So that was a little bit better to like go for trophies at that point. Yeah, Stan's the name. No problem. Yeah, Steam still does have achievements. So I've been kind of doing that too. Like when I was playing Slay the Spire on stream, I got all the achievements on that too. So I feel like whatever console or like PC, obviously here, I'm playing, I'm like, oh, I care about these things. But then you move on, you're like, well, now they're irrelevant. Do I actually care anymore? I would say play the House of Ashes. I didn't, as I said, care for the military story either. I wanted like horror stuff, which I will say House of Ashes is certainly the least horror of the franchise, but it's my favorite still because the story is strong and the characters are actually like likable. Outside of, there is one military guy that he's like every stereotype you can imagine with being like super inappropriate, but the playable characters were likable. You haven't finished Low Hope? Yeah, let me know when you finish that. I'm curious your thoughts. I think most people don't like it a whole lot, but I like the idea. But I could see that one also being a little bit weak on the replayability. You played Until Dawn? Yeah, so I did a review on the movie. I didn't hate the movie as much as a lot of people did, but also I went into it knowing it wasn't going to be like the game, and I was like, let me just have fun with this. It's a movie that I would say is more fun than good. Like, it's another one, it's similar to Resurrection, where if you're like questioning too much, you're probably not going to enjoy it. You have to be like willing to accept things, and you also have to be willing to accept it's not going to be the Until Dawn story. I got the point. The creators made the comment. They're like, if we made the movie just like the game, just play the game because it is a movie almost. So I understood that part of it. Also, two things. One, to be weird because you have like Rami Malek and Hayden Panettiere in the game, and they're more prominent than any actor that's in the movie. So like, would you cast them as those characters? They're a little bit older now. I don't know if it really would have worked. And then the other part that I thought made sense why they didn't copy the game was because it's a choice-based game. You have however it ends for you. Like, people die, people live. But if they have, the same movie, there's then a canon version of what happens. Do you just have everybody live, or what happens there? So I think it would have made people mad no matter what. I'm glad they did something different. It kind of did the Dead by Daylight, like, you're in this realm thing. But I don't know. I had fun with it. I also was kind of a sucker for the Easter egg stuff at the end of the movie. Yeah, Cope, I thought it was decent. I wouldn't call it good, but it was a fun time. The Quarry story probably is I like how Until Dawn has a little bit more twist in their story. Like, Until Dawn has like multiple subgenres of horror within it. Like, you have a slasher, you have a creature feature, you have a bunch of different, you have psychological horror. So there's a bunch of stuff there, whereas The Quarry is a little bit more like one-dimensional, like almost like Friday the 13th-esque. I guess there is like I don't want to spoil it, but like creature feature-esque too, but it's like camp counselor type vibe, which I do like, but it's weird to me that I expected Gemini to be the scariest, but I think it's Al. Yeah, I agree. I think Gemini came across as being like the creepiest. I think David Smolchin does that like uneasy vibe thing really well. But Al maybe have been the creepiest because he, as I said, he's kind of like a rip-off Trinity, where it's like, this guy's seems normal, but he has some really dark depth to him that we just don't see yet. Whereas Gemini, most of what you see is what you get. Al, it feels like there's like some skeletons in his closet. Yeah, Until Dawn, I don't know. Some movies I am more critical, like Happy Gilmore 2, I couldn't be like, I'm going to turn my brain off. But Until Dawn, the movie, I was like, when I saw it, I already saw review scores were bad. So I was like, you know what? I'm not expecting much. Let's enjoy it. And I, for the most part, did. Yeah, Until Dawn does have more twists. Performance-wise, how would you rank the group of villains this season? We did talk about that slightly earlier. I actually still have my ranking. I'll run through it real fast. So of the 7 that I selected as far as counting as an antagonist, I said Lowell at the bottom, then Red, then Charlie, then Mia, Gareth, Al, and Prater. So Prater, Al, Gareth were like the 3 top ones for me, which it's kind of a lame answer maybe because those are literally like the 3 most seen throughout the show. But how would you view him? Lone Wolf, though. But that's kind of how I viewed things. Prater was the standout for sure. All right, what else from episode 10 do I want to cover? One thing I wanted to mention, I'm going to try to maybe cover stuff here that I didn't talk about in my review that I thought about afterwards, because pretty much my review was like, Jeff, just after the show ended, I'm like, all right, gather my thoughts, let's go. So I've had a little bit of time to think about this stuff. First one being, does it make sense that there's no like doc footage of Dexter with the whole yacht thing? And the whole stealing the yacht thing in itself, I feel like was so messy. They're going to have to explain that in season 2. They're going to have to do something. to explain like why he chose to do that. Other than, I mean, it was fan service. Let's be honest. But you had this established spot where you would like go and for some reason had no issues dumping bodies. But you chose to steal the boat of the guy who's now missing. You go take it out into like a pretty well seen area because you see the Statue of Liberty behind him. And you dump the body there and you got like your files. And Praetor's now missing and somebody's probably like, hey, is he on the run? Where's his boat at? So I thought that was kind of poorly done, if I'm being honest. Like, I understood what the reason for it was. Like, we like Dexter, slice of life, doing the boat thing, dumping the body. It's fun. He looks at the camera. He breaks the fourth wall a little bit. It was a good, like, wrap up a bow on the season. But it felt like, other than, like, it didn't logically make sense. It made sense for us as fans to enjoy it, but if Dexter's number one rule is don't get caught, you take the guy's boat who you just killed and who's now like probably high on like a wanted list as far as like where is this person? I don't know. Maybe he was wearing like Red's jacket so he wouldn't be seen on cameras, but I don't think he was wearing that when he was on the boat. So just a poor choice overall. Also, I guess building off of that, when he pushes the combination button to like set off the alarms, this is maybe digging a little bit too deep, but he then takes the elevator down. Would the elevator have worked when the alarms are like going off, or would they be like shutdown mode? Because I'm thinking if you have an alarm system, you would in theory not want like someone to be able to escape. I don't know. I guess he had like Dinklage's or Leon Prater's actual thumb himself, so maybe that's a reason for he could override it, but I don't know. I have seen The Last Voyage of the Demeter. I'm probably going to let you down and say I didn't really like it. I understood what they were going for with like the more like slow-paced like cinematic movie, but it was kind of boring to me if I'm being honest. But once again, people like different things. I understand why people... It's definitely like a little bit of an artsy vibe. It just felt like a little slow for me. Yeah, the yacht felt forced. Definitely, yeah. I mean, I think they intended to break the fourth wall when he's like literally looking at you and being like, I'm what you want me to be. It felt like very much, let's acknowledge, like New Blood, they didn't care what the fans wanted. They're like, Dexter's awful. He needs to die. He's the worst. And then it feels like they took all that feedback, and with Resurrection, they're like, Dexter's the hero. He's literally what you want me to be. I'm doing this season and everything we chose to do because you told us as fans this is what you wanted, which that's the reason it's as successful as it was. Legit what I said out loud when I watched it, yeah. Lady Vengeance did go out too soon. Didn't like the twist so too soon you could count it later. Yeah, they had great chemistry for sure. It definitely was setting up like maybe love interest, at the very least maybe like partner. I like the twist though. It was fun to do that, but her character could have probably had a little bit more time. He's great in that movie. Okay, that's fair. The fourth Wahlberg reminded me of the ending with Joel Goldberg. Yeah. I will say I'm not a big fan of You. I'm going to maybe mention them a little bit later on here too, but I watched all of You, but I didn't. You is not even in consideration for like one of my favorite shows, which is maybe odd because Dexter is so high for me, but I mean, Joe Goldberg, you're not supposed to like him as compared to Dexter. Like he does like more messed up stuff than Dexter does. But I don't know. I couldn't really, I didn't like Joe. And as I said, I don't think you're supposed to, but then why am I watching this if I'm not enjoying this person? Season 4 went off the wall for You. 5 brought it back a little bit, but it's still, I don't know. It's definitely not one of my favorite shows. Let's see what else for episode 10. It was interesting having the no blood side for Prater thing. Curious to see if Dexter does that going forward. Obviously, he took the blood slides, so he's still doing the trophies. He just chose for Prater not to be a trophy, so thought that was kind of a unique twist where he's more selective with who he keeps around. I would have thought some of his trophies are people he didn't really want to think about, but maybe he's changed his mind at this point. Yeah, I wouldn't endorse you, honestly. Even when I was watching season 1, I'm like, why am I still watching this? But I just kind of kept doing it. I will say season 2 was good. We talked about Wednesday earlier. Jenna Ortega is in season 2. So I liked season 2. I think season 2 was my top rated. I think it was like 2, then 3. 2 and 3 I thought were like good shows for TV. 1 is very average. 4 is straight up bad. And then 5 is somewhere between those two. But 2 and 3 I thought are respectable shows to watch. Problem is you have to watch everything else to get there. A lot of people really like season 1 though. I'm pretty indifferent on season 1 of You. You like the actor who played Joe? I forgot his name, but he was okay. Yeah. I didn't mind him. Your wife liked the show, so you binged it? That's kind of what I did. I started watching it when the 4 seasons were out, so like last year. And then obviously season 5 came out and I covered that too, so. Yes, Robin Lord Taylor. I was talking about that actually in JDev's stream yesterday. He is my favorite character in the entire series of You. So I will say his character is partially why I liked season 2 so much. He is in You, and he is the best part of the show, in my opinion. I really enjoyed him. So there's some redeeming qualities, and he is one of them for sure. He's in Gotham. Yeah, I've seen him on like the cover for that. I mostly think of him in Accepted. I don't know if that was like one of his earlier things, but when he's playing the guy who like is trying to get into college anywhere. Well, Dexter transfer Lowell's blood side to... That's true. He does have like 2 boxes now. He's got like the new box he ordered with Lowell and Gemini, and now he's got the old slides. Is he going to merge them? Who knows? I guess maybe he'll run out of space. It's kind of like when you like start to collect stuff and you're like, well, I need to buy a second spot now, so maybe he'll keep both of them. Fun fact, you and Dexter have the same executive producer. He's the one that come along. Oh, nice. Yeah, the inner monologue really works for sure. That plus Harry. Like, Harry's not something that's in the books, but accepted. I'm working on some very unstable herbs, yeah. I haven't watched the movie in a while. It was a funny one, though. That was one of Justin Long's good ones, I'll say. What else we got here? Talked about Peter Dinklage's like facial expressions being really on point. I thought the vault, while I disagreed with the choice of Batista dying at this point, I think the vault was a perfect location for this because I would have liked a little bit more moment with Dexter and Batista of him being like traumatized like he was at the end of episode 9, but I think having that vault and like forcing Dexter to stay in the room and stick with him for a little bit, like in the aftermath of what happened, gave some more time for reflection. So I like that he was kind of like confined to that spot. Another one I did not point out as far as like if we're gonna poke holes in the show, when Harrison has the M99 in his pocket, there's no cap on it. So he just had this needle in his pocket with the needle pointed downward. And it wasn't stabbing him. He just pulls it out and just uses it right away. So it's like, how was that just loose in your pocket? I don't know. It was convenient, didn't really make sense. Dude, it's so good. Yeah, it's funny. That's like kind of a good one you can just throw on TV. That's also, I talked about Jonah Hill, Jonah Hill previously. That was one of his early ones too. Back around when he did Superbad. He was awesome with that, kind of in like the sarcastic best friend role. Thoughts on seeing Brian Moser again? I have that I want to bring up as well, but we can talk about it now. I thought it was really well done here. It made sense. You had the ice truck killer bed there. Bring him back here. I thought he worked as a character. He kind of berated Dexter, but I talked about this in my review. I didn't like when Deb did it in New Blood. She did it like way too much. But she was a character that we liked and she behaved in certain ways. I get it was like Dexter's inner version of her, so it makes sense that she would be like badgering him and making him feel bad because he felt bad. But that didn't work for me. Brian worked for me as a character that was like mad at Dexter and like, you killed me too soon, and like really making him feel bad. I think that really works, especially because it was like only a few minutes long. Honestly, part of me thought it'd be kind of cool. I don't know if they would ever do this. Has Dexter ever had multiple people interacting in one scene, like in his like mental state? Because part of me is like, it'd be kind of fun to see like Harry and Brian, and then they're like kind of both the devil and angel on the shoulders, but then they like talk with each other. I thought would be interesting. Having like, if Brian was like, shut up, Harry, you don't know what you're talking about, like having them interact and like badger each other could be kind of fun. But what do you guys think about Brian's inclusion there? What do you think about any of the ghost stuff going forward? Like not Harry, because Harry's kind of always been there, but like having Trinity, Miguel, Dokes, or if we have like Batista going forward, would you like that? Do you like the ghost stuff, or is it a little bit too much? I think they splice it here and there, like with a pretty well amount. So I thought it was pretty much in good taste every time they had a ghost scene taking place. Justin Long, the final boy. Yeah. Yeah, that when they're like looking through the, they're trying to find the facility to have the college, and he's like going in the rooms and he just screams. Yeah, he's like, oh, you guys aren't going to talk about that, right? I hated Batista dying. Sorry about with Cody and Charles. Where you? Yeah, that's. I'll probably save that one for a little, like wrapping up the thoughts. But I'm a little concerned about the direction where we're going with Batista being gone now. Yeah, some back and forth banter could be fun. I don't want to have it maybe be too much, but like maybe one scene where they're both talking with each other could be fun. Give me more Dokes. That would be awesome. I also wonder, maybe we'll get not like Ghost Batista, but like flashback Batista. Like maybe we'll see some scene where he's talking to Quinn, tells him something that Quinn really latches onto. Nicole, appreciate you being here. I liked it they didn't overdo the ghost thing. Yeah, I feel like they did it just the right amount. And it fit like the moments. Like the first episode, we have him in the coma coming out, so like he's having the resurrection, like light flash before your eyes thing, so it worked there. You have the Ice Shore Killer bed here that you're trapped with. It made sense. Yeah, Dexter, I mean, that could be a way to like end the show, potentially. We'll talk about that, but like you could have Dexter go crazy eventually, which I guess you could argue if he already is a little bit, but yeah, the M99 stab with Harrison I thought was a little bit much. Another thing I thought I'd mention, Oliva and Wallace. So they showed up to this gala together without like a spouse. So it seems like they're potentially both single. Is there any potential there for like some dynamic between them two being a couple? I don't know if that's something they'll explore. I know Rusty's big on the Claudette thing with Claudette and Dexter, but I was curious the back and forth between Wallace and Oliva, if there's something there more than just co-workers. Season redeemed Harrison. Yeah, he did a definite 180. That would be interesting if I'm like reviewing characters at any point in time. Is like, well, you got to take the bad with the good. You got the bad Harrison, you have the good Harrison. But I thought he was awesome this season. Let's see. Wrapping up some of the other episode 10 thoughts. All of Batista's evidence in this hotel room that he's gathered. What's going to happen with that? Also, on his phone, he took a picture of Dexter and Prater. And I'm also wondering, did Dexter take Batista's phone? So Batista's phone died when he was talking to Harrison, giving him the final code, and then it died. Did he take Batista's phone with him, or did he leave it with dead Batista? Because A, there's evidence on there, so like he texted Harrison's phone the picture of Charlie, he called Harrison. So I'm assuming he would have taken that with him, but if Batista doesn't have a phone, that's probably suspicious as far as like what happened there. And then, as I said, he has all the stuff in the hotel room too. Another kind of nitpick was in the vault when Dexter opens up the file cabinet and sees all the names, which Apparently one of the names on there was Pike, I think is the last name, which is the last name of the hotel manager. So that guy potentially could have some dark past, which makes sense because he seemed to be pretty close with Charlie and Leon. So maybe there's more to that character than we know at this point. But when Dexter opens that file, I get that it was like inside the vault, but like, wouldn't Prater have had that file locked, especially if he didn't want Charlie to see any of that stuff? Feels like the fact that it was just open for Dexter to like see was convenient for plot, but I don't know. Let's catch up a little bit here. The ghost can make Dexter lose his mind. Yep. Season redeemed Harrison. Yeah, I definitely didn't like him in New Blood. I don't know if Harrison I like going to crime school. I assume he's supposed to be playing the Deb role, which I guess since we're not getting Original Sin, we'll kind of just get that with Harrison here. Of I'm going into, police stuff. He maybe could be like Dexter's tie-in to law enforcement, but it's gonna be a while until he's like developed in his career. So I don't know how helpful he's really gonna be at this point. Charles gave Harrison the highest rating for the season, at 4 out of 5 for development. Okay, so you're saying he gave it a 4 out of 5 for Dexter Resurrection. That's probably pretty fair. I'll talk about scores here shortly, but I think the show as a whole on IMDb has like a 9.2. So, but I think that for the most part recaps my episode 10 thoughts, and then obviously if anything else comes up, you guys can definitely bring it up in chat. I'd love to see Ghost Deb return. I would be fine with that too. Just make her like more her original character. Like Jennifer Carpenter as Deb was one of my favorite characters on the show. But then in New Blood, you made her just like yelling at Dexter the whole time. And she had that weird scene where she's like throwing stuff in like a wood chipper too. Like her as the ghost, I did not like. So they'd have to work on that probably. That's true. Although, I mean, in reality, when they did New Blood, they were exes at that point. They got divorced, I think, during the original run too, right? So they've worked together. They've been professional. And she seems like she's mostly chill with him. They may have some baggage, obviously, but like anybody would. Development for each character. Okay. Got it. Oh, gave Harrison the highest rank for development. That makes sense. From New Blood to Resurrection. No, you're good. That makes sense. I would agree that he's definitely... Harrison was a highly thought of characters. I thought about doing like a ranking of characters for the episode or for Resurrection, but I'll probably just mention that here a little bit and in my season review too. Yeah, I would like to see Deb back too. If they do it in a way where she's a little bit better to have on screen than she was in New Blood. Yeah, Harry, I mean, I'm going to talk about that when I talk about characters for the season, but Harry, like, people think Miami is a staple for the original series, which it was, which we got in Original Sin, which was cool. But Harry as Ghost is like, cannot be understated how much that makes Dexter Dexter. Like, James Remar crushes that role entirely. Blessing Wallace didn't do much for me either. Weakest parts. Wallace, at first, I didn't really care for her character. She grew on me as we progressed a little bit because she's established as like a police threat here. But now that Batista's out, like, is she gonna swap in to do that role, or is it gonna be Quinn? I don't know. Blessing did feel like a little bit of a weird character to have. It just was like, it gave Dexter a home, gave him some side plot stuff. It wasn't really a standout. I could agree, it's probably one of the weaker parts of the show. We'll jump into the entire season now. I may quickly grab some water and be right back in like 30 seconds. But I guess we're going to jump into the actual entire season of Resurrection now. Let me, while I'm away, throw this up on screen for food for thought. Sorry about that. I also grabbed some coffee while I was away, so let's throw the music back on. All right, let me pull back up what I just had as well. All right, let me catch up a little bit too. Back for Dexter Resurrection Season 2. That's true, they kill off a lot of people, although we may get some actors that you like as substitutes. Yeah, it depends on what they bring in. For Going music play Staying Alive. That would be fitting. I hope we get copyright claims, but it would be fitting. Appreciate it. Yeah, I will wind up needing more breaks now because I grabbed some coffee, so. I don't think it's a hot take you prefer Brian over Trinity. I mean, I can't say much because I prefer, well, I don't know, we'll see. My immediate thought is I like season 3 more than 4. I may like Miguel more than Trinity, which I would probably be viewed as blasphemous for saying that. So I think a lot of people like Ice Truck Killer more than Trinity, honestly. I think it's a reasonable take. All right, so as you see on the right here, we got the Dexter Resurrection review scores. I'll do my Vanna White. And honestly, those first couple episodes just missed out on being a 9, which it would have been crazy if the entire season was a 9 or higher. But these are, I believe, for the most part, the latest scores. I don't think they'll wind up changing too much. We do have kind of a borderline 9.1 there later on, but from my understanding, I talked about this last week, and it's kind of just continued, so I think Breaking Bad is the only other live-action TV show that has a longer streak of 9 or higher in a row. They had a streak of 12, I believe, at the end of season 5. But the next closest is now Dexter Resurrection with 8, which seems crazy. Like, is Dexter Resurrection the second best season of TV of all time? There's no way that could be the case, but according to reviews, people feel that way. So, kind of recapping where I did my episode reviews, I gave 3, and I realized this is maybe more critical than a lot of people would be. I gave 3 positives, 6 neutrals, and 1 negative. The 1 negative was Mr. Batista passing away. Granted, I thought it was a mostly well shot episode, but I would have preferred having an alternate path for his character. So, but as you can see, we just have so much success with this show, and I don't know, it's just kind of wild that they have that big of a streak. Kind of looking at where we went throughout the season, I think the information pulled up. So the 3 episodes that I did give the highest praise towards were episode 1, which obviously we see here did not score as high. But they did kind of a lot of retconning of New Blood, which was an interesting choice. It worked, I thought. It was fun. You got the cameo appearances. Then episode 2, we jumped into the Dexter being in New York vibe. He's already escaped from Iron Lake. It's in the past at this point in time. He's doing the rideshare thing. Episode 3, we kind of get things taken care of with Red. And then 4, he jumps into the serial killer club and takes out Tattoo right away. 5 is pretty much Mia's episode where she goes quickly. That was, I think 1, 5, and 7 were my 3 positives, which I was really enjoying that storyline. And I liked the twist, though, of her not being what Dexter thought, even though it was kind of a bummer that they didn't get to collab. 6 was Gareth number 1. 7 was Gareth number 2. The thing I liked about episode 7 was the whole Harrison relationship. And then 8, we had the Vinny situation where Dexter puts him on the table temporarily. 9, we had the Angel stuff, and then the wrap up with Praetor and 10. So pretty compact as far as a lot of stuff happening in each one of these episodes, but also just insane how well it's been received. I need to end my poll probably from earlier. I mentioned I was going to not do that again. How do people... Let's see how everyone voted in that poll. We were 50-50 with liking or not liking the New York Ripper plotline. Okay. I'm assuming the no's are mostly you didn't give a good payoff, and the yeses are I like the potential for the future. solid. I mean, that's a big aspect to the scores as well, though. Like New York Ripper, definitely, I'm curious to see how that one pays off. As far as other stuff for the season, I guess let me catch up on chat here real quick. Side note, I like Colin Hanks' Dexter season 6, also around when I stopped, so I don't remember much. I did not like season 6. Honestly, I don't think that I'm an outlier here. I think most people really dislike 6, and of the original series, it's my least favorite episode, or least favorite season, I mean. I didn't really like Colin Hanks as a antagonist. The whole religious plot point, I didn't really dig. I liked Brother Sam, but they didn't have enough of him there. Yeah, the poll was close. Something Cody jokes about is imagine if Ripper's played by Brian. I mean, we literally did a lot of Breaking Bad comparisons this season, and I literally just did one with the scores too. So people would dig Cranston. It would be probably one of the highest viewed things of all time, which Paramount is well aware of that. If Harrison has memories of Trinity, why not being on the roof with the Doomsday Killer? That is also a fair point. He was definitely older by that point. Yeah, the twist in 6 was a bit of a letdown. I assume Cope, you've watched all of 6. I don't want to like spoil it for you, but the twist in 6 was a bit obvious, and I would have liked if Geller was more of the big bad. Honestly, I felt like that character was more interesting to me than Colin Hanks' character was. So when we found out the truth about Geller, I was like, oh, well, now we're stuck with this guy, which isn't as good. Spoil things, I don't care. Well, in 6, we think that it's Geller and Colin Hanks' character. And then we find out that Geller has not really been there the whole time. He's been Colin Hanks' version of Harry. I barely remember it. We have a situation where we think there's 2 bads and there's actually just one, and he's just been imagining the other one the whole time. And then we have the ending with like the church stuff with Deb, obviously. I think they probably, not to dwell on too much, but season 5's ending really set up for Deb to find out who Dexter was a lot better. With him and Lumen being like right there as she's there, but she's like, oh, go away. I won't see your face. So instead they did the church thing. Yeah, like Geller's like in this freezer, and it's like, oh no, he's been here the whole time. He's not real. But he's been talking about him like he's a character, so Dexter thinks he's a character. I don't know. The whole Doomsday Killer thing, it didn't work for me too much. You have him like trying to like poison everybody and stuff. Yeah, Isaac Circle, Ray Stevenson, which unfortunately he's not going to be able to be a ghost at this point. But I think most people, I don't know if he's underappreciated too much, because when people talk about after season 4, I think season 7 gets probably 5 and 7 probably get the most praise. But I think people view Isaac Serco as like a top 5 killer for the most part. He was a total badass. Like in that bar scene where he just goes in there, somehow gets out of it. He also has a little bit of Miguel in him, where when they're in the bar and he's like being vulnerable and telling Dexter about the guy that he loved. And he's like, you know, it's a shame. In another world, we could have been friends. And that's like, yeah, that would have been awesome, actually. So I did really like season 7. I didn't care I liked Quinn as a character, but he did the whole like Nadia thing, and like this side plot doesn't work for me. But Serco, I thought was awesome. True, the kills in 6 were interesting with like the setups, like the horse and stuff. Although some of that got a little bit over the top. Yeah, I mean, Isaac Serco was like, he was like a Bond villain almost, where it's just like, you do not want to mess with this guy. He would probably be at like the top of my list as far as like, if I was in a room with one of the Dexter big bads, who would I be most afraid of? Probably would be Isaac. Like Arthur, he's an old guy. You probably can't do too much, but Isaac, he would not mess around. All right, so a few things I want to talk about of the season as a whole. I could probably take this off screen now. point is Resurrection performed super well. First one, interesting thought I had was a lot of people actually really hate Gigi for some reason. I didn't think she was the worst, but I do think it's a fair comparison. In the original series, we had Dexter was with Rita, and he had the whole side plot in season 2 with Lila and his like connection to her. I felt like it was kind of unique comparison having that between Harrison be with the more stable person like Elsa. Grant, she's like 10 years older than him, but then have this kind of crazier fling with Gigi. It seemed like a similarity to me where it's like the stable situation of the single mom with Rita and Elsa versus the like, this is a fun time with Lila and Gigi. So kind of a unique similarity. I don't know if they were thinking that when they created each of these characters with Elsa and Gigi, but it felt like Harrison was going down a similar path to Dexter with that combo and like the love triangle thing there. Yeah, Gigi seems fine. I'm curious to see what the payoff for her character is going to be. Maybe she's just a love interest, or if she'll have more of a purpose. Everyone thought she was like Charlie's kid or some like evil person. I don't know if they would really do that, but that's fair. Harrison, I mean, Dexter could be a grandpa. You never know. Yeah, Dokes. I think if you ask the writers, maybe they wouldn't say this, but I think the Bear Butcher season of season 2 is probably something that would have worked better as like a season 6. Like later on in the show, having it season 2, you're kind of doing what you may be doing with Batista right now, where you took out a prominent character early. You had the whole like Dexter's stuff getting discovered early. That would have maybe worked better later on. That's kind of how I feel about Batista now. You have Batista die. Maybe you should have waited to do that, but who knows? I mean, Dokes was awesome. It would have been hard to really stretch that out, but I think maybe they could have waited to do the whole Dokes discovery thing. I don't mind Gigi. I was suspecting she was going to be... Yeah, I was curious if she was going to tie in some way, or like maybe there was more story to her like accident and her like wrist brace thing. But it seems like maybe just a way for her to get into forensics. Grandpa put Dexter, right? Could be. I mean, we found out that Harrison didn't have the right kind of protection, so you never know. Season 2 felt like, yeah, it felt like it was kind of wrapping up. It's like Dexter, the walls are closing in on him, which I think in retrospect, that's probably the hard part about not watching something live. Like, most of us have probably seen the entire show at this point, but if I was new to Dexter and I had to take the overwhelming task of watching 11 seasons of the show, when I got to season 2 and you're like, oh, they found the bodies, like some of the tension, it's almost like the prequel dilemma where it's like, there's 9 more seasons of this show. He's not getting caught in season 2. So I feel like on rewatch or like first watch this far into the series makes it harder to be as tense, but it was still good. Like if you're watching live at the time, you're like, oh, maybe he will get caught, but knowing there's so much more, you're like, there's no way. The other thing I want to talk about, let's see, other stuff within the whole season of Dexter. I don't get why they didn't have Dexter just wear like a, I don't know, like a, speaking of, you can't see him, but like a Jason mask or some kind of mask when he was interrogating Vinny. Instead of like the goofy pantyhose look that they gave him, it felt like so absurd. Like, I think most of you know what I'm talking about, but let me pull it up if not. Let's see. Like this thing right above my head of Dexter Dexter, what he's wearing when he's like interrogating Vinny. It's like, I don't know if they just wanted to show his face as like, this is Michael C. Hall still and like keep him as the character, but why would he not have just grabbed like a Halloween mask that his actual face is covered? Felt a little strange. And it looks super silly, if I'm being honest. Kind of weird that Harrison love interest kind of disappeared. Yeah, they did kind of just have Elsa exit stage left for the last few episodes, which I know they had to balance too many plots, so that's probably why they just really had her talking about the mold. That was really the only purpose for her character. Some people for a while were talking about Al maybe being like she being somebody that Al would kill because she has a ponytail, but I don't know. You'd have had to had some kind of connection between Dexter and Harrison for that to be like natural. Who could be the Ripper? You think Wallace's partner? So you think Oliva? I think it's gonna be a new character at this point, right? I mean, Bob, I don't know if you watched. Also appreciate you being there. I don't know if you watched the entire season, but I, based off of the final episode, think we're gonna get introduced to some new famous actor who's the Ripper in season 2. For a while, I thought it could have been Oliva, but Oliva seems pretty clean at this point. If anything, I think the New York Police Department commissioner who was like doing the stuff on stage with Prater made the comment like, here's my co-conspirator, which was an interesting word choice, but he seems more likely to be corrupt than Oliva at this point. Oliva is somebody I could see be like killed off. Or as I said, maybe a love interest for Wallace. Yeah, what is this? Yeah, like there should have been an easier way for him to disguise himself that would have been more believable. Like Vinny should recognize that guy. This is the guy I literally saw earlier in the day who barged into my office, who's talking about, making sure the repairs for the apartments are up to standard. So I feel like Vinny should have been able to put 2 and 2 together. Maybe he will at some point. And the wig store didn't work. Yeah, right? Like there's so many options literally surrounding him that he had available to him. Didn't even get a wig with. Nice. See what you did there. What else do we have here? So, what was your guys' favorite part of the entire season? You can either choose like one specific moment or like a theme. If I'm choosing like one moment, it may have been when Harry's like outside the elevator and telling him to go for Prater. If I'm choosing a theme, which is pretty much what I chose here, was the bond between Dexter and Harrison was like so well done. They did what I've been hoping all along. Obviously, Harrison himself isn't overly a killer like Dexter is, which is fine. But they gave us kind of what I was wanting with that relationship with like Dexter and Zach Hamilton from season 8, where it's like, I'm kind of your teacher. We're kind of working together. I know about you. You don't have to exactly do what I do, but we work well together. Like, I like having you on screen as opposed to how he was in New Blood. Like, the pivot they did from Harrison being a complaining, pretty much just hating on Dexter teenager, to like being supportive of him. I don't know if it makes a lot of sense, but they pretty much just said, New Blood, get out of here. Let's make you a likable character. And I dug the relationship. Do I think Dexter will go after other serial killers when he took the file? Yeah, for sure. I think that's going to be a big component to season 2, is him having all those new people to go after. Which I'll mention that a little bit after when we talk future. Batista choking Dexter, that was a solid moment. As much as I didn't want Batista to die, that scene played out pretty effectively. Although, I know he was blind with rage, but Batista going just to choke Dexter when like Prater's sitting right there with a gun, it's like, dude, we gotta like, my enemy is my friend type of thing, where it's like, we got a bigger priority here. And I know he was just seeing red with Dexter, but I can deal with you after we deal with the guy with the gun here. So that's the only criticism I would give probably that moment. David Desmalchin as a whole, apartment combo, yeah, those were solid. I really wish we got more time with him, especially the second one, because the first one we had that moment in the apartment, whereas the second one we had like that one scene where he's like revealed of knowing about him, and then we get the fight with like the wine glass and stuff. When Dexter gaslights Gemini, yeah, having the swap of the drinks, which I tried to make the funny comparison to Princess Bride in my review for that one. That was fun to do. Trying to mind game him. Or when Dexter gets mad that Red stole his name. Yeah, it was funny. He was definitely bitter. He's like, I'm the dark passenger, not you suck as a killer. I'm the better killer. It's the same thing when he like we had Dokes references at as the Beaver Butcher. Like when he sees his name in the book, he's kind of like, this is my work. He gets a little bit jealous almost, or he's like defensive. On the teaching Harrison the bow tie moment. Yeah. That's an example. I kind of gave a cop-out answer of like their relationship, but like the interactions between Dexter and Harrison, like the bow tie moment, or like super touching, or like when Harrison's picking out a college and Dexter does show up for him. He buys like the hat too. Like he's being the supportive dad. Which I did realize kind of in retrospect when I did that review for that episode, when Harry's in the car with him and they're talking about like, Harry mentions, wanting to be at Harrison's potential graduation. And Dexter's like, you'll be there. And obviously Harry's dead. So like the real Harry's not going to be there. But Harry kind of questions like, will I be? And at the time I'm like, he's talking about himself as the ghost. But on like reflection, I'm like, he's talking about, will Dexter be alive? Like is Dexter going to be alive for Harrison's graduation? So kind of a funny or like an interesting way to think about it. It's like when he's saying that about his character, he's actually talking about Dexter being like, are you going to be alive? Are you still going to be here with Harrison at that point? Having those moments with him as your dad? Like how Dexter knows his place and accepts Harrison not being like him. Yeah. Yeah, both of them like grew to appreciate the other person's role as their own independent person. He stopped trying to make Harrison like him, and Harrison stopped like, I don't know, being very bothered by who Dexter is. Like he realizes at the end, like, you know what, you do your business. I don't want to stick around and watch it, but good on you. They're like supportive of each other because of their relationship, but they don't need to like what each other do necessarily. That would have been cool, but Batista only saw red. Yeah, he was angry. He was not happy. I really wish they gave more depth to Batista, probably. It was kind of a bummer. I talked about this as well, but Batista is one of my favorite characters from the original series. And then you weren't supposed to like him as much in this show, but I didn't like him as much. But then in episode 9 at the beginning, I felt bad for him. I began to like him again. I'm like, man, you're getting the rough side of things here. Like they think you're crazy. They're taking your shield away. You're just defeated at this point. Like I felt bad for him, and then as soon as I start to feel bad for him, like, oh, he's gone. Gemini fighting Dexter. That makes sense. That's a good one. He definitely did the outsmart him, being like, all right, let's see if I can mess with you, get under your skin a little bit, and make this look like you're... It was pretty bold for him to get slashed on the arm, which didn't ever become a problem. Like after that, first healing that Charlie did, but putting the bandage, I feel like that arm slash never was a problem going forward, but that was a pretty tense scene. That was kind of like a Dokes situation. I think he even mentions that, where he's like, let's see if I can try to get you, antagonize you. It's almost like, not to give a sports reference, but it's like in football where it's like, I'm going to say something or shove you a little bit. And then the second person is normally the person that gets in trouble because they do the big demonstrative response. He kind of did one of those where it's like, all right, you're going to now slash me and you're going to look like the one who did the wrong thing. So then I can kill you at that point. Al escaped for not. Yeah, Al is almost certainly going to meet his demise in season 2, I would guess at this point. Which I'm down for more of that interaction. Also, Al's going to be like, what happened to Prater? And he's probably going to realize that Dexter was behind it. I think he was already suspicious, so. Called X dancing to staying alive. What if they had Dexter in the vault also dancing because you can hear the music or something through the walls? Yeah, Charlie and Dexter in the car. I will say that's when I started to dislike Charlie's character a little bit, though, because I felt like her tough guy act got taken away, which worked for some people. It showed a lot of acting on her part, but I preferred her being a little bit tougher. In episode 10, I like Dexter's agreement on dualism with the quote between both things can be true. Solid. Dexter talking himself in the mirror. Yeah, when he's you're talking about when he's trying to amp himself up when he's doing his presentation at Praetor's estate. That was funny. He's like trying to be the dark passenger. The car ride was the highest one for you overall. Are you talking about the one with Charlie? Oh, with Dexter and Batista. Yeah. When he does the Breaking Bad thing, being like, you don't want to get close to me. You don't want to find out if I am who you think I am. And Batista's like, I ain't backing off, buddy. That was a good moment for sure. I think that was the end of episode 7, right? Because he comes back from the college thing, I think, and that's when he's Batista in Blessing's apartment. How did Al not know had Hamilton rapping? Yeah, he did not seem to be a Hamilton fan. Which I did hear, in fairness, Eric Stone Street's post interview. Apparently he loves Hamilton in real life, so. My dad laughed on the smiling each other, just cuts them pissed off. Yeah. Totally not believable. I've never seen Hamilton, so I cannot speak. I have seen 2 shows on Broadway in the past, though. I saw The Phantom of the Opera and The Lion King, which were both awesome. I was young at the time, so I probably liked The Lion King a little bit more. But either way. Surprise Hermano, yeah. That was fun. The little, those things worked for me. They were like Easter egg nods with nostalgia, but they fit. Like he was doing the Dokes thing. Like when Dokes is like surprise mofo, he was doing that surprise Hermano, and then gives the line, just thought I'd catch you, like trying to be like a little bit punny with him there too. Dexter's a boat guy. Yeah, I mean that one did not work for me. They tried to do the nostalgia with the boat, and I'm just like, why would you go get the yacht at that point? Just go to the place that I already don't believe should work. But we've established this place where you're burning bodies is an awesome spot. I don't think it makes sense, but you've used it all season. Keep using it. Yeah, yacht instead of a luxury car. Hamilton on Disney Plus. I did see that actually. I think I saw on one of the top things that was on there. Bob, I'm not sure what your latest comment means. If you can expand upon that. Great callback. Getting Charlie as Dexter did to Mike Donovan. If you can expand upon that one too. I don't know if I know who's Mike Donovan. I feel like I should probably know the answer there. My favorite moment was Praetor was fanboying. Yeah, that was awesome. That's when Peter Dinklage sealed his fate as being the top villain for me this season. He crushed the I am such a fan of you, his mannerisms. He goes covers Batista's ears. I just feel like he did that role so perfectly, just loving being in the Bay Harbor Butcher's presence. That was he was so happy about it, and it was just so giddy. He was like a little kid just going crazy with it. And when Charlie's trying to be serious, hey, don't trust this guy, and he's like, oh, shh, stop it, don't embarrass me. It was awesome. New show from Breaking Bad. I don't know if I know that they're making another Breaking Bad show. I feel like I should know that information, but interesting. People didn't really care for, what was that, the El Camino Breaking Bad side movie with Jesse. I never watched it, but now people Breaking Bad. People surprisingly, I think some of them like Better Call Saul more than Breaking Bad, which I've only watched a little bit of it, but both were solid. Not that it matters. Appreciate you being here, Troy, though. But I do wonder what Dex talks to Harry aloud. He's talking. That's a good point. I've wondered that too before. I think there's been times where he's in public, and that makes me think he's not actually talking to him. It's just Dexter's brain doing stuff. That makes me think of, I don't know if you guys have ever watched these things, but it's super hilarious. There's edits of the original series where obviously Dexter's monologue, inner monologue, is a big aspect of the show, but there's edits where they take that out. So Rita will say something to him, or Lumen will say something to him, and Dexter just awkwardly like for like 10 seconds like doesn't say anything because they took out his inner monologue. So like, but that's how it would be from their perspective. But it's just super like awkward and like cringy when you watch it without his like inner thoughts, because he literally just stands there like not doing anything. That made me think of that. It's kind of funny to watch those things. Yeah, I loved him fanboying. Yeah, that was awesome. Mike Donovan was first killing the episode of digging up. Oh, he's the so in the book he was a pastor, but in the I need to watch the first season again, but in the show he was like a choir teacher, right? Mike Donovan. I see what you're saying. So that was like the callback of him having the backseat thing around his neck. They also did that, I guess, in season 6 with him getting Colin Hanks from the backseat. But yeah, that was a nice touch, like reminiscing the original show of that being how things started off. I forgot Mike Donovan, I guess was the name, but yeah, that was a cool little Easter egg. Tattoo taking a second to realize. Yeah, he definitely had a unique reaction where he was so chill about everything that suddenly when he found out, I was like, whoa! And then he's gone. Another Breaking Bad. I mean, I can't say much. We're doing the Dexter thing at this point, so people continually want the same things, even if they're bad. I feel that way about like the Saw franchise. I'm like, bring on Saw 11. It's gonna be maybe not great, but keep it going. From the creators, not related. Okay, gotcha. Well, that could be good then. What service is that going to be on? Because the original Breaking Bad was on like AMC, right, or something. Dexter versus Salamanca. Yeah. New show on Apple. Oh, okay, it's on Apple Plus. The most miserable person on Earth must save the world from happiness. That's an intriguing plot line. Dexter versus Gus. People mentioned having Giancarlo. I think Bryan Cranston works because he wasn't the villain. I mean, he kind of was, but he wasn't one of the antagonists of Breaking Bad. If you bring in Gus directly, then you are just like repeating Breaking Bad. Initially thought it was about Kim Wexler from Better Call Saul. I think Dexter would probably win versus Walter White. Walter White is kind of like more talk than anything. Maybe just my thoughts, but it feels like Dexter can like Dexter knows way more like martial arts combat than I expect. Like in Original Sin, when he's like beating somebody up who's like twice his size. I'm like, where did you get this backstory of like knowing how to do this like hand-to-hand combat? Whereas Walter White's just kind of like an elderly guy with cancer, just being like, I don't know, talking tough with his drugs, essentially. Yeah, I've seen the Dexter Joe comparison, which once again, I think Dexter crushes Joe, not just for like my own like bias, but like Joe has some combat too as well though, because he fights, although he kind of struggles with her in season 5, one of the twins, which that was another twin thing that they did in one of these shows. But I think Dexter would easily take out Joe. Joe doesn't have like that big of a, like Dexter's like hit list is in like the hundreds. Joe's killed like what, like 10 people? I don't know. Yeah, Joe would be definitely easy pickings, I feel like. So we covered favorite parts. What about favorite episode from people? I kind of talked about them earlier, so if you don't remember them all, that's totally understandable. But I'm curious what everyone's favorite episode was. According to the fans, it was the Batista episode 9. I assume the common answer from a lot of people is 9, or early on 4, which you see at 9-7 here, was the answer. It was the episode with like all of the Easter eggs of us first seeing Prater's vault. You see the Trinity Killer weapon, you see the Ice Tree Killer bed, you see the blood slides. So that one, as I said, my favorites that I ranked, it probably wouldn't be one. My 2 I would probably be torn between would be 5 and 7. So the Mia episode or the Prater Estate / college episode. I'd probably say 7. but I would assume most common answers are probably 9 and 4. What do you guys think? Both internal monologue the whole episode. Yeah. Yeah, between Joe and Dexter. There's just like no actual talking. They're just staring at each other the whole time. Dexter's kill is also so much more dangerous. That's true. Joe's killing like mostly innocent women who haven't really done any crimes, and Dexter's like killing a hitman who's probably got a longer list of kills than he does. So there's more at stake when he's typically doing what he does. Dexter, like, that's kind of why it's more likable as a character. He attacks people that are like bad. He does like the Robin Hood, like steal from the rich, whereas Joe's like, I'm gonna steal from the poor. Somebody who's kind of defenseless, I'm gonna attack you. I don't know, Bob, that second character. I know we talked about previously. One that would be kind of be fun would be like Dexter versus like a Jigsaw. Dexter obviously has more. If they're in a room together, Dexter wins. But if it's like, if there's a trap set up. Episode 7, 2 7s and a 10. Okay. So I guess a lot of you are on the same page with me, but 7 being a strong one. I mean, it got a 9.5, so definitely people still liked it. 10 I thought was like wrap things up well, but they didn't like do anything overly creative. Like, I kind of view not entirely the same, but Resurrection and like maybe season 3 of Dexter were kind of similar, where the big climax kind of happened in episode 9 here with the Batista stuff, and then season 3 that's like with Miguel Prado, whereas then we just wrap things up with George King in season 3 and then Prater in episode 10. Like, there wasn't a whole lot of suspense, I felt like, in episode 10 here, whereas 9 was like, oh, that vault scene. I'm curious how people would have reacted if we ended on the Batista death, similar to like what they did with Rita. If that would have hit people too hard, or if they wanted, I think it made sense how they did it because they allowed fans to like breathe a little bit going into a future season. All-time favorites: Teenage Wasteland, Aster faces Lumen, and Dexter. Beatdown. Yeah. I mean, these characters are a little bit older at this point, too. You kind of have to keep that in mind because it's, I guess, 11 years now since the original show. So Aster's like very much a full, like, grown adult at this point. I remember a lot of people saying that, like, maybe Aster's Gigi, which was like a wild theory, but Dexter versus Hannibal. I probably should give the Hannibal franchise like a more of a watch because I'm not like the most knowledgeable on that stuff. 4 or 7, 1 and 10 were the weakest. Okay. 4, I think a lot of people do agree with, and 7, I'm on the same page with you there. You didn't like 1? I mean, 1 was definitely like a setup episode where it's like retconning all of New Blood and like transitioning over to a new show, so I can see that. I like the cameos though, they were fun. And it was kind of funny how they clearly acknowledge like, we're just gonna disregard the Angela stuff. That's gone. But do I agree with Cody or disagree that Quinn being the one to take down Dexter, not Batista, isn't satisfying? I'll get to that probably in the next discussion point with future of the franchise. But to answer your question kind of in a short answer here, I would say yes. I agree with that general sentiment. Yeah. See, Bob, you're making the point. There's so many quotable lines from season 3. I do whatever I want, do whatever I want. Count on it. Miguel was so great. When he was friends with Dexter, it was great. When he's like fighting with Dexter, it was great. They were like definitely frenemies. Watch the show Hannibal. All right. I need to watch like all the, honestly, movies too. Like, it's been a while since I've like given the Silence of the Lambs watched through. Don't they like change out the actress though for Jodie Foster in that franchise? Dexter versus Equalizer. That'd be. I mean, are there weapons? A lot of this depends on like the setup of the fight. Equalizer's also kind of old though, right? Mr. Self-Defense. All right, let's see. Maybe not a fun topic, but I'm curious what people's least favorite part of the season of Resurrection was. I don't know if I really thought about it for my own answer. I have to. If I'm giving a general comment, I would say there was a lot of conveniences, which I've talked at length about at this point. But if I'm trying to find one specific part that was my least favorite, I mean, the choice to kill Batista I didn't love, but the way they did it was fine. I have to think about that one because I feel like a lot of stuff didn't really work for me, but it was still fun. Like the boat thing at the end didn't really make sense, but it was still fun. Maybe my least favorite part was killing Mia in the jail cell. Like it was a unique way for Dexter to like plant the Ryan Foster evidence elsewhere, but that may be my answer as far as like there was a potential for a character and they kind of ended it a little bit too quickly. I thought they could have got another episode out of her. So maybe that's my answer. I'd have to think about it a little bit longer, but that's an answer I would give. One was cool for the cameos. They had to do it, but the entire premise of the show just, yeah. You have to suspend a lot of disbelief, at the very least, in episode 1 to move on to the rest of the entire show, which I think people did pretty easily. Speaking of Miguel, I found out the real. We're just reacting to the season right now. Okay, cool. I love season 3. I think it gets too much hate, if I'm being honest. Discord watch of Silence of the Lambs. I'd be up for that. I'm not super familiar with like the rules of Discord because I'm assuming you can just like screen share, but I'm like, okay, I guess that's fine. Least favorite part, any stuff with the blessing. Yeah, that's a good answer. Killing Batista, I'd agree there. The choice to kill Batista, how they did it was fine, but the choice to do it, I would agree. Yeah, blessing. There were some good parts with his character, but he definitely was one of the weaker inclusions. When he let the landlord, when Vinny comes running out charging at Batista. I thought Vinny's character was also kind of a weak throw-in. The sudden shift with Mia. Yeah. I kind of liked that. I mean, I wanted there to be a team up and like maybe a relationship there, but I was surprised by that twist. Whereas like something like the Gemini, I was kind of surprised to see him again. But in the name, there's twins. Whereas I was shocked by the Mia twist. Like they were very much setting up her character as being this like, I attack people, I attack predators. I am kind of like you, Dexter. I'm not like Red, but I'm like Dexter. But then she was like, nah, I just kill people. It's fun. So I don't know if I would have preferred her just staying on that path, but I was surprised with that twist. I was expecting Mia to actually be alive. I was actually going to talk about that as well, actually. Dude checking his pulse saying she's dead was lying. True, you could have given her like some kind of sedative where she's like got no pulse. Or like a low heart rate. I hated the last night of the finale. Yeah, I do feel like that's the comparison I would give to you. I'm not going to spoil the show you if people haven't watched it, but it felt like when I came into Resurrection, I was afraid of them going over the top, like New York City, big lights, crazy, not down to earth stuff. Like even though Dexter does some crazy things in the show, it stays semi-grounded typically. But I feel like them breaking the fourth wall a little bit, being like, I'm giving you what you want. It was fun, but it was a little bit like, it was pretty cheesy. You betrayed me. With Blessing. Dexter versus Tony Soprano. I have not actually watched The Sopranos. That's probably a blasphemous thing to say. But we have what? Is Vinny from that or is he from Goodfellas? He's from The Sopranos, right? That's one of the shows where I feel like it's highly rated. I need to watch that, and like The Wire. I've tried to watch it, but I'm like, is it still gonna feel like it's good in modern times? All right, other stuff for the season. One of the things I pointed out a little bit before was the inconsistencies with like Prater's research on killers. Like, he's got Red's apartment, he's got everybody's thumbprint, he has all this background information, but he doesn't know that Dexter's not Red. He doesn't know that Geminis are twins. It just feels like there's a little bit of too much back and forth where it's like he has all these details, but then he's just missing so much stuff. So that part of Prater's character didn't really work for me. Like him being with Charlie and them feeling like they should have all these details, but then like lacking them in some areas. I feel like there was a little bit of back and forth there. Oh, you liked Dexter with Brian? Yeah, I like the Brian scene too. I thought that was well done. Yeah, I never really bought Blessing as being the bad guy. I kept it like as a possibility because he was a prominent character in the show, but it very much felt like you wouldn't have told us that he's killed people in his past if you're saying that he's gonna be like, if we're going for like a surprise, he wouldn't have been like, he definitely had like red herring vibes. I never got on The Sopranos. Yeah, I don't like love mob boss things too much. I know they're like well received and like highly rated and stuff, but as far as like going back to the best versus favorite, I wouldn't call like that subgenre a favorite of mine. Other maybe like conveniences, I wrote down Harrison happened to be working at this hotel that's like got the whole Ryan Foster thing that develops, and then like the Prater Gala tie-in kind of worked out for the show for, you know, for Harrison to have been working at that location, especially if like Pike is potentially a bad person. That is almost like when Dexter would have found the evil your car driver. Other thing I want to point out, we talked about Mia and maybe a misdirect with her dying. At the end in episode 10, her file, so at the top of each of these serial killer files that Prater has, it says if they're active or inactive. Mia's still says active on it. So it either means two things. Either one, which is the more likely choice, Prater is just lazy. He's not like up to date on updating his files every second. So it's outdated information that she's active, or she's actually still alive. So there's some potential with their character being there still, but I'm assuming it's more of just Prater hasn't updated the file since everything that's gone down. But there is some potential with her character. The other point, we kind of talked about which death did you feel like the most cheated by as far as getting screen time with that character? I think it's probably, I mean, I'm naming like all the people that died at this point, but Batista, Mia, and the second Gareth are the ones that come to mind for me. I think we could have gotten another episode out of Mia, another episode of Gareth, and probably another season out of Batista. I was half expecting Dexter to tell Prater Gemini was a twin, that Brian Moser was his brother and he killed Trinity, but might have been too much for the scene. Yeah, at the time, I think he was trying to still lay low. He didn't fully trust Prater with his information. He was still giving him like half truths. I've never seen Peaky Blinders. That's kind of the same category. I talked about this with like 1899 that you mentioned earlier. That's kind of a period piece, right? That's the one with the dude from all the Adam Sandler movies. I'm blanking on his name, but he's actually like serious in this role. I've heard great things, but I'm not sure if I would vibe with the show. You Bet She's Alive. She could be. She could be an easy recast choice. Part of me wonders if the Dexter model of like killing people, then bringing in new cast is because they want to like not spend as much on characters. Although they're still bringing in big names, so maybe they still have to spend on them. But they're not like reoccurring. Adam Sandler, no. Isn't that the guy with like Cillian Murphy? What am I thinking? There's some show It's like an old like mobstery looking thing with the guy who puts on like lipstick in Billy Madison. I'm blanking on what that guy's name is. Need more time with the second Gareth. So you think Mia's alive? Okay. Yeah, I think Gareth too. Gareth too. Mia could have used another episode, as I said, and then Batista I think could have used a lot more. It's outdated info. It's probably just a few days later. I doubt the busy billionaire's priorities changing tab. Yeah, I would say there's enough stuff like other things going on that he wouldn't bother to do that, and it doesn't seem Charlie even knows about these files. So, which goes back to the point: why would he not have had that locked up if Charlie never knew about her file existing? Unless she didn't care. She was like, "Your weird vault thing, I'm not going to even involve myself with." Steve Buscemi, yeah. Broadway Empire, okay, or Broadwalk Empire. That's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, so not Peaky Blinders. It's Cillian Murphy's, the one you mentioned. That's a similar, like a little bit older vibe though, too, isn't it? Ancient's Ripper was the guy Charlie paid to kill Mia. I don't think so. I think it's pretty set in stone at this point that the New York Ripper is gonna be somebody in season 2 that's an actor that we know. That seems the likely choice. I don't think they would pick somebody that we're not familiar with to be that big of a character. I think they learned from this first season at the very least that this is a big thing fans focus on, so they were going to give us somebody. And that's the reason they didn't probably show us the photo from their folder, because they want to still figure out who they want to choose. Gangster Family Epic Set. Yeah, 1900s England. That's what I thought I remember. So I don't know if that topic is interesting to me, but if it's well done, it could be still good. But yeah, I don't know if Don Frampton is going to be a real name or not. We'll see there. Last few things on the season as a whole. So the Ryan Foster watch thing, having no fingerprints from Mia, and that whole situation that like Wallace pointed out to Batista, never really amounted to anything. It sounded like we just closed the case that Mia was found responsible for Ryan Foster's death. But I feel like they made it a big thing about this watch and how like there's no fingerprints of her on it. And then we just kind of moved on. So that was a unique choice, I felt like. I think the Ripper's done. That's also a possibility. I don't know. I feel like maybe they intended that because, to your point, he didn't take that file. He left it behind. But I would be surprised if the writers didn't realize people really latched onto the Ripper thing and didn't want to make it like a big component to next season. If you don't like the first episode, you won't like it all. Okay. I prefer shows like that where it's like, I talked about this earlier, but people are like, oh yeah, that's the big thing with One Piece. People mention, like, get to like episode 300 and it'll get good by then. I'm like, dude, I gotta watch 300 episodes to see if it's good. Like, it lays out the vibe quickly. I appreciate that. But yeah, the Ryan Foster watch stuff, I don't feel like that amounted to much. And we kind of talked about this earlier. Who were your guys' favorite characters for the season? I'm gonna say not counting Dexter because I mean Michael C. Hall is iconic at this point. You guys think he's gonna win any awards or the show's gonna win any awards? That'll be something interesting. I could see him winning something. I could see also Peter Dinklage winning something. So I'm picking 3 characters outside of Dexter to pick as far as who I really appreciated. We'll say Prater. We'll say Al because I did like Eric Stone Treat's like depiction of the character. We didn't get a bunch of him, but he was solid. And then the third one I've talked about a little bit, Harry. Having him back in the show can't undervalue his inclusion. He made pretty much every scene with Dexter that much better. So those are probably my 3. Prater, Al, and Harry. What'd you guys say? You still think it's Jonah? I feel like the world can't be that small. If you have Jonah, like, we might as well just have it be like Jonah, Cody, and Aster teaming up at that point. I guess it's possible though. I mean, that's once again, the writers probably see fans speculating and they want to make fans happy. So Maybe. You know mine? Yeah, I think I'm assuming you're Gemini and probably a little bit of Mia. Prefer Harrison and Gemini. Those are good picks. Both were solid. Harrison definitely made the turnaround. Gemini was definitely intriguing. Praise for his performance. Surprisingly, Harrison. Yeah, those are both solid. You agree with those? All right, sounds good, Crazy Coffin. Yeah, I think, I don't know. I feel like Harry, I mean, and Harrison, but like Harry having him in the show is just, that is prime Dexter. And Prater, he didn't really turn it on as the big bad until episode 9, but he really chewed up the scenery when we had him in some of those big moments at the end in the vault, pretty much. His final words, gotcha. That's what I've been saying, all these theories. Why did so many people want this? Yeah, I mean, I don't know if people wanted it or they figured Dexter would do that. Because, I mean, Dexter, as much as like the writers want to say, that's silly, we would never have Blessing be the New York Ripper. They make those choices all the time, being like, hey, we're going to choose you to take the boat. That's referencing Dexter with Slice of Life. And it's going to be called The Getaway, which is a reference to season 4. So, I mean, they love to do that stuff. So, I don't really like when it gets that, like, convenient of like, oh, the next killer is the guy that we know from back when the show started. I think a lot of people weren't being serious, but when people are talking about like, maybe Quinn's the bear or the New York Ripper, it's like, okay, Quinn has never indicated he's been a serial killer. He's like a dirty cop, but I don't know. It's fun to talk about that. Like, I don't mind people speculating even absurd theories. Like, it's fun to, I'm not a person that gets like angry being like, why would you think that? Like, it's fun to, I'll entertain pretty much any idea. I may poke holes in it, but I'm having fun talking about it. Hope Ripper isn't done. They made a gun Chekhov. Something I don't remember what Cody called it. Oh, you're saying Chekhov's gun? Yeah, that's like the whole theory where if you have like a bad guy, I'm not like an expert with like film or cinema by any means, but if you have somebody like pull out a gun, typically by the end of the scene, or I guess in this instance, like the end of the show or that season even, they have to fire the gun. So the point is, if you tease something, you have like this impending threat that you're presenting to the audience, you have to have it have a payoff. You have to have some utilization of it somewhere. So with how much they showed us these New York Ripper teases being like the bad guy with the gun has to fire at some point. We have to have the New York Ripper in season 2. If we don't, it's like the biggest tease of reference you can probably imagine. If not Jonah, then Tim Curry. How old is Tim Curry now? Is he still like acting even? I don't really know his like recent filmography. He's got to be like, I mean, New York Ripper could be old, but how, I don't know. Like, is Tim Curry still doing movies? Black Phone 2 coming? Yeah, I was actually going to talk about that a little bit later on the stream too. They've done that, but taking things in New York City seems like a deliberate choice to expand the world. Yeah. Like, you know how many people live in New York City? Like, to have that, and then like, man, I don't want to like disown like the Jonah theory, but you had him like in Nebraska, so he chose to just then go to New York City for a different life, and then you just happen to be the guy that I know. That was kind of honestly why episode 4 didn't hit for me personally as hard. I really did. I appreciated all of the references, the Trinity Hammer, the Ice Short Killer bed, the blood slides. Like, those were all really cool. Don't get me wrong. But the fact that in Prater's vault, these are like 3 iconic things that he goes back to back to back that he references that are all in one spot. And I guess it's like the blood slides and the Ice Truck Killer both are like Miami based, so that kind of makes sense. But you have the Trinity Hammer right there too. And he tells these stories, us as the fans having Dexter walk through these, we realize these are all tied to him. But it's like, okay, what are the odds you have 3 of the big stories you talk about in your vault are related to Dexter? And I get he's a serial killer, but it's like, you made the world a little smaller by doing that. But I mean, it still worked, but that's an example of them being like, what are the odds type of thing. Edward Olsen wasn't at the party. Tim could do it. Who is Edward Olsen? Should I know who that is? Oh, the billionaire. Is that who you're talking about? The billionaire? I forgot who that even was from New Blood. Death is just a word. I mean, that's the fun thing with Dexter. You can bring them back because apparently A, the cold will keep you alive, but then B, you can be a ghost. So the character can come back in some capacity, like always. You like that Cody and Shaw did a ranking of the theory and shown Blessing is number 1. But he didn't want that, so he's happy. Cody was, yeah, Jonah. Yeah, I know my New York Ripper speculation video, I leaned towards Prater. I did it like, I think, around between episode 6 and 7-ish. I leaned towards Prater. Part of me wanted to say, like, somebody that Prater knows because he had the weapon. But I didn't want to pick, like, an obtuse, like, undefined character. So that's why I landed on just Prater himself. What seemed like a plausible thing, him being like this killer and then getting famous and then he's like not doing it anymore and just like appreciating other people do it. But it did kind of wind up being both an unknown character, but also potentially a Prater acquaintance. So my Prater with the mustache representation. Yeah, Ed was the red herring. I mean, he not only was like a red herring, he was like, why does this character exist? He was like early on, like kind of giving the students grief. But then like, why, what was your character for? I think us as fans all knew that Clancy Brown was going to be the big bad. Kurt Caldwell was going to be the big bad. Like, you're the big name actor in the season. That's what they do. I know this season kind of had us like on edge for a while, but like Leon Prater, Peter Dinklage, the famous actor, is the big bad. John Lithgow, Arthur Mitchell, the big bad. So having a famous person, it was pretty obvious, but I don't really get why they include that billionaire character at all. Yeah, I agree, Troy. Like if it was somebody that we already had like seen at that point, Prater seemed like the most go-to choice. I talked about that with Original Sin. They chose the most go-to person who's like referenced a lot. I don't want to spoil Original Sin if you haven't seen it, but they chose the most prominent character that we've seen. So I thought that maybe they would do that again with Prater here. Also, speaking of, I mean, this will kind of spoil Original Sin, but Miami Metro had so many corrupt things. That whole story of like the Bay Harbor Butcher being a surprise kind of gets like thrown out now, but you would think with all like the bad stuff at Miami Metro, they would be like investigated. The big bad New Blood was Angela Bishop. I mean, she was like the Maria LaGuerta or the Dokes. I don't even remotely compare to like the quality of those characters, but she was the antagonist, so she kind of was a big bad. Do you guys think Angela will come back at some point? What if she's the one that brings Dexter down at the end? That would be like the biggest troll job from the creators. They're like, you know what? You know how much you really like this New Blood? We're going to give it to you again. She catches Dexter. She turns him in. I don't think they would ever do that, but bringing her character back, honestly, I'd be all for it. Just don't do what you did with her in New Blood. Do something different with her character. All he did was getting his tuna melt. You think Quinn will contact Angela? Does Quinn even have Angela's like contact info though? Because she only called Batista. Maybe he could get that from like Batista's notes. You hated the Blessing Daughter boyfriend theory? Yeah, that one never really made sense to me. I'm like, we've seen this guy like once. I don't know. Voice matched a bit. Yeah, it was just kind of like some person. I mean, I guess in fairness, that's kind of who the Ice Trick Killer wound up being. I mean, he got close to Deb, so it was a little bit more prominent. But the Ice Trick Killer is another example, though, of like I don't know why the writers are surprised when we're like guessing these people, because you had this guy dating Deb and it's like, you were the bad guy. So they've done it plenty of times. You reckon the stream just finished your movie nights? My theory is New York Ripper is actually dead. It's possible. I mean, the New York Ripper seems like they've been active for some time previously and they're now inactive, so certainly plausible, but I think it would be a big miss by the writers not to capitalize on how much hype the New York Ripper got. Like, New York Ripper speculation videos were like the go-to thing for this season. So whether or not they originally meant for it to be a big thing, seeing that, they should make it a big thing at this point. So I expect them to be alive still, and we'll get more there. Although, if Claudette has the weapon, has the file, there has to be a good reason they don't get easily caught. So we'll see. But I hope you enjoyed your movie, King Matthew. Were you saying you were watching I Know What You Did Last Summer? I hope Clyde would know to stay the hell away from anything New Blood. Yeah, they definitely felt like they were aware of that this season. They're like, okay, what did people not like? Let's fully listen to people this time. Let's not do what we wanted. I mean, they did what they want to do a little bit, but let's do what the fans want. We'll give them, in my opinion, probably too much fan service, but it was a good amount for sure. All right, so jumping over now, next steps for season 2. So going forward from season 1, where things will go, what do you guys want to see? What do you expect to see? And things like that. So the first thing I'm going to propose out there is, what do you guys think the setting is going to be? Do you want to stay in New York City? Do you want to return to Miami at all? Is the aftermath of Batista's death going to come into play? Like, is it going to be New York based, but then Dexter and Harrison go back to Miami for Batista's funeral? Maybe we get like Jamie Batista brought in there. I don't know, because then at that point, everyone would know that Dexter's still alive, so he would like kind of reveal himself to everyone. Which maybe he doesn't care, who knows? But I kind of thought a fun idea. I don't know if they would actually do this or if it would actually be that good. But the one episode that I thought was good from season 6 was the Nebraska episode. So when we do get Jonah Mitchell, when Dexter goes to visit him, and we get Brian Moser there too, like shooting guns and stuff with him. I thought that was a fun moment where Dexter's like kind of on a road trip. Well, Dexter now has these files of serial killers that they don't all live in New York. I know some of them probably live nearby, like we had like the Yonkers one or whatever, but we know Al lives in Wisconsin. So we have these killers that are probably all over at least the country. I thought it'd be kind of fun maybe to have like a Dexter serial killer like road trip almost, where he's then bouncing around to different environments, different cities, and taking on these kill of the week, if you will, killers. But I don't know if that really works in like a whole season. It works in like the Nebraska episode. Maybe a whole season of that would be not as exciting. But it doesn't make sense for these people all to be like converging to New York unless they meet up because Prater's dead. I don't know. But if he's going to take out these people, he's probably going to have to move around, you would think. All right, we'll catch up a little bit on chat. Makes you wonder how the show would go if Dexter faked his death, but Deb still never died. She just wanted to take Dexter down the end after Batista's death, but too many ways. Yeah. I feel like they've killed off, and that's one of the points I'll get to. They've killed off some of the characters that would be strong choices to be like the inevitable takedown of Dexter. So they've kind of written themselves a little bit in a corner. Deb would have been a good choice. I would have been happy to have her character around even, but obviously we don't really get that here. You enjoyed the movie. It's better than I Still Know What You Did Last Summer, and actually enjoyed the kill reveals. Nice. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was a fun like summer movie for me. Road trip, you like that idea? Yeah, I think that'd be kind of fun. I don't know if like Harrison would come with him or he'd stay in New York. probably stay there because he's like got the whole GG thing going on. I think Miami should be the endpoint if he goes back. Okay. You think maybe like he gets like summoned back for like his crimes? I hope we at least get Masuka back for more episodes. Also, they teased Harrison working as police officer. Maybe he works as at the NYPD. Dexter helps him due to Dexter's past. Yeah. The hard part with, and I'll mention that, maybe let's just do it now, but how much time do you think passes between season 1's end that we just got with him on the yacht and season 2? Do you think we pick up right after that? Right after Prater is missing and Batista's death? Or do you think like sometimes they'll do both? They'll do that or they'll just advance a year. Because technically, isn't the show a couple years back because they picked up from New Blood? So I think this season technically took place in like 2022 or whatever. Do you think they'll do a jump from season 1 to 2? Or do you think we're going to pick up like right off the bat? Because if we're doing right off the bat, it's going to take a while for Harrison to be like, have any job because he has to like go to school first at this point. So I'm thinking the season was a fan service one, so it would be satisfying if there was no season 2. I expect to move on from Miami for the most part. Got it. So you'd be content if this show just ended right here. I think if the show did end right here, I would be happier than I was. I mean, it's a pretty easy choice, but ending on this season would be much better than how they ended with New Blood. I don't think Dexter could go back to Miami only because Batista, he was alive. Everyone else thinks he's dead. Yeah, he would have to have some kind of reveal that he's still alive. Stay in New York, funeral Miami to Minnesota for Lumen after getting Al. That could work. I think if we bring Lumen's character back in some capacity, it can't be like by coincidence. He has to like reach out to Lumen or she reaches out to him. We can't do like, oh, I ran into you on the street in New York, or like I ran into you on the street in Wisconsin. Like there has to be an intentional effort by one of them to reach out to the other one. In my opinion, if you do the coincidence we ran to each other thing, or like, oh, Al or Lumen is Al's next victim, like make it intentional if we're gonna bring her character back, I would say. New York City will be the home still. Definitely get some road trips. I think the road trip stuff could be fun. Maybe as is not for the entire season, but like thrown in here and there. Kind of like Joe would start in New York. Yeah, he did go to... Honestly, the stuff in LA was probably my favorite part of I did not like the Europe stuff, though. If Dexter's going to Europe, it cannot be like You Season 4. I will tell you that now. But... would be fitting. Lundy should have gone after Dexter. That would have been another good one. Lundy, Deb, Batista, these are all good like candidates for solid like endings for Dexter, but unfortunately they're pretty much off the table now. 10 weeks after New Blood. Oh, you're saying got it. The time frame from New Blood to now. So there is like we're still in the past kind of weirdly. I did notice that in like small details, like the pamphlet of when Harrison was looking at college was like 2023 or 2022. What if Al is married to Lumen and that's how Dexter reunites? 2 reasons that wouldn't work for me. A, that's my point of like, you're way too connected. Like, that's super convenient. 2, we've actually seen Al's family. I think it's one of the earlier episodes. Well, I guess we don't see them until episode 4. So one of the earlier times I think we see Al, he shows a picture of his family. So we've seen his wife and kids in a photo, assuming they're real, which maybe they're not because he said he keeps his family life separate from Prater life, but we've seen a picture of his wife technically, so it was not Lumen. I made a joke, what if Lundy's kid takes Dexter down? Yeah, I mean, that's like the Happy Gilmore thing where it's like, oh, Chubbs' kid is gonna help me? It's like, dude, why does that make any sense? It's possible for sure, but I think too many of those things where it's like, oh, you remember that thing you guys liked in season 4? They really like leveraged that. Like, multiple ways. We had literally the boat name being the getaway. Trinity having a lot of screen time here in the first episode, at least. And then also being brought up with like the hammer and stuff. And what's the one I was thinking of? Oh, Al being kind of like a Trinity light type of killer. So they realized like, hey, what's everyone's favorite season 4? Let's make this very similar to 4. What's everyone's favorite TV show? Breaking Bad. Let's make a lot of this like Breaking Bad. So they understood the assignment. That's for sure. Did season deliver some threads for next? Nothing so big couldn't have worked. Yeah, it did kind of both, where you have Dexter with these files, you have the New York Ripper kind of outstanding, you have the Leon stuff. So they teased some stuff for next season, but it on its own could work as a finale, especially since he's like has his like monologue at the end. Yeah, Aster and Cody not being there, although at the end of the original series, they kind of stopped being involved anyway, so it makes sense for maybe Dexter not to be in their lives, but Harrison probably should have at least asked about it, like, hey, what's going on? What are they up to? And Dexter would have to be like, I don't know, why don't you find out? So it's a little surprising that Harrison, since he wanted to reach out to Dexter, he wouldn't also want to like learn more about the rest of his family that's still alive, especially because he talked about Hannah dying. So family's a big thing for Harrison. You would think he would eventually be like, hey, can we try to contact them? Although they would probably freak out if they realized Dexter's still alive. Are we sure Al even has a wife and family? That is true too. I went back and forth because he did show a photo, but then since he has 2 lives or whatever, everything could just be a facade. It was interesting that he like waited to get the call from Dexter to throw the phone out. That was clearly for us as the audience to see him get rid of it, but going on the live stream, yeah, we've been streaming for a little bit. I planned on doing some more like guess the movie stuff at the end of the stream. We'll see how long we go for talking Dexter, but appreciate you hanging, Eli. Also for season 2, I wonder if they're gonna have Batista and Deb appear to Dexter like Harry does maybe Batista's angel on his shoulder. I don't know. Part of me, like, I don't think if we had Batista come back in some flashback or some ghost moments, Batista's gonna be like New Blood Deb. Like, Batista's last words to Dexter were not thankful ones. He hated Dexter, and Dexter understood that. There was a chance where he's like, Dexter Morgan? And he's like kind of going in and out, being there on the floor, and Dexter's like, oh, he's gonna say something nice, and then he just drops like the F you, and it's like, oh. So I think if we see flashback Batista is different, but if we see ghost Batista, he's gonna be mad at Dexter. Like, Dexter's gonna be kicking himself when he envisions Batista. He's gonna be doing the New Blood Deb thing where he's just gonna be like, you suck, you should go down for what you did, and be super angry, I think. But I think doing the Brian and Harry thing could work. Or even, I mean, Angel's not going to be a kind character to Dexter. There's no shot of that. I know his name is Angel, but if there's somebody and Angel is playing the demon. Like, you could have Harry and Angel, but Angel's not going to be the happy one. You better have a reason for being here. I was looking for my sister in a Roblox. Miss Stokes. Yeah. There's no need for Aster and Cody. Dexter was their stepdad. Yeah, definitely towards the end, like, after Rita passed, we kind of sparingly got the kids. I think a reason for Aster and Cody could be Harrison, though. Like, Dexter doesn't make sense to really need them. But Harrison probably needs that family in his life. And I could see him wanting to connect with them. And I think that would work. I don't know if we would do the book stuff. So if anyone's familiar with the books, Aster and Cody are they're almost like mini Dexters. I don't think they're probably going to do that on the show. Appreciate you, Eli. Thank you. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, man. You are the best type, man, for sure. Appreciate you always hanging out and supporting the channel for sure. Yeah, it was conveniently like he threw the phone out. Like he was expecting to talk to Dexter almost. Like he had it ready to answer his call, even though he acted so surprised. It was obviously meant for the scene, but if he was done as soon as he left New York, he would have chucked that thing immediately. Also, what do you guys think? Did Al know about Dexter? Did he know? My assumption is he probably just got weird vibes of people dying and just was like, you know what? This guy asked me to hang out. Don't trust it. I'm out of here. He did say he talked to Prater. Maybe Prater was like, hey, you should bounce. But I kind of think Al just by himself was much smarter than these other people who hung around Dexter a little bit too much. You've only seen the first season of Dexter. You gotta check him out, Eli. I talked about this earlier, but a lot of people just say normally, watch seasons 1 through 4 and you're good. I would keep going, watch them all. Even the bad ones there's story with. Also, Resurrection is pretty highly rated. I will once again show it being next up to Breaking Bad as far as results. So, problem is you got to watch 10 seasons to get to this point. It's a fun ride though. I would recommend it. I think there's more than meets the eye with Al. Yeah, I'm hoping Al has a lot more depth to him. Like I know a lot of people think he's potentially the first kill for season 2 because he's someone we know already, but I'm hoping. I know he was kind of just a sub boss for Resurrection. It would be nice if there's a lot more screen time. It would be nice. I mean, I think the New York Ripper is likely to be the big bad of season 2, but let's not just kill Al in like episode 1 is my hope. Thank you, Cope. I appreciate it. Didn't Batista say in episode 1 he resurrected Dexter, so maybe people know he's alive? Yeah, we never got a moment where Batista tells Quinn and Masuka that he's alive. And I would have thought if they knew, they would have shown up to New York as well and been there when he woke up. I guess they're still working, so it would have been hard to do that. But they were never deliberately told about Dexter, so my assumption is they don't know. But when Quinn starts, I don't know, we don't really know how the conversation with Quinn and Wallace ended. Part of me wondered if Wallace mentioned the Bear Butcher and Dexter, and then Quinn would have been like, what? But he didn't say anything like that in his voicemail to Batista, so I assume he still doesn't know about Dexter. I think Al had sense of bounce. Yeah, Al was like, you know what? I don't trust you. You want to hang out? Everyone's dying around me. Why would I do that? I can just go home. One common thing I hear a lot is the whole Dexter development. Saying I need to feel normal. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like at times Dexter's inner monologue is like an emo kid. Like going through like coming to like adulthood. He's constantly like, oh, I have no feelings. But now do I feel something? It's like you've done that since like season 1. Like, yes, Dexter, you have feelings, you care. I know you want to pretend you're this lifeless person who does bad things. Maybe that helps him justify doing bad things because he blames it on that. But he's done that since the beginning. I'm like, you've told Rita you loved her. You said like maybe Lumen, definitely Hannah too. Like he so much does the thing like, oh, can I care about people? Am I normal? Like even with this season, during the lecture with Wallace afterwards, he does acknowledge this time. He's like, tells Harrison, I don't know what love is, but I got strong feelings for you. Or like when he's chasing Red coming up from the subway, he talks about being like a justice person. So like we pitched him as being like not that, but then he does things and we're like, yes, you clearly represent that. I don't really know why you're questioning it. He just like keeps going back to it, it feels like. I like the Dexter Blu-ray that's at the look like his blood box. That's kind of fun. I don't think I've seen that. It looks like a blood slide box. Definitely would be solid. The problem with buying like I feel like complete sets of stuff is when they then put out a new season. It's like, oh, do I buy the new box or do I just buy then the one season to like throw on the end of it? You think Prater warned Al about Dexter? You could see it on Prater's face when Batista told Prater who Dexter was. I don't think Prater knew Dexter was Dexter. I think Prater knew that Dexter had secrets, but up until Batista shows up, I believe he still thought that Dexter was Red. Because, I mean, he even calls him Red when he approaches Harrison. So I think the Batista reveal was a reveal for Prater. And he was like, go on, tell me about this spare butcher. Al mentioned his wife and getting pregnant, but he was supposed to still be there in New York. He left early because of the murders. Yeah. He definitely gave excuses, and I'm assuming he felt a little bit sketched out. I feel a lot of mixed things about her. A lot of mixed things about Lila. I liked her. Where's she fallen? I am in the camp of not liking Lila. A lot of people do like her, but she is probably my least favorite part of season 2. I don't know if that's a hot take or not, but I don't really care for her character. She definitely doesn't do a whole lot for me. She just feels like a bit of a toxic relationship for Dexter. She also like threatens to take down Batista for like assaulting her. And that's when I feel like the Batista-Dexter bond really builds, because I think Dexter even says in that season, he's like, if I could be like anybody like you, or be like anybody, I'd be like you, Angel. You're like the best dude ever. When he's like defending him from Lila. But I don't know. I know you're not supposed to like her because she's like screwing over Dexter and Batista, but some people really enjoy her as an antagonist. I don't care for her. She's also, for people that really like Dokes, she's the person that takes out Dokes. So there's a lot of reasons I'm not a fan of her character. But she's kind of mixed anyway, so I don't know if you're supposed to, but I'm not a big fan. Yeah, Wody mentions his wife so many times before leaving. It's true. Quinn kind of knew Dexter was a killer when he... Yeah. I mean, I think since the whole, like, Liddy thing where he dies in the van and then the blood goes on Quinn's shoe, then Dexter, like, takes care of it in the lab. I think Quinn was like, all right, I'll back off because I appreciate you. I also really like your sister, so I'm a little bit jaded, I guess. But, yeah, he definitely... It felt like that last scene, it was a little bit sloppily done, but when he stabs the brain surgeon and there's like footage of it, and Quinn's like, oh yeah, classic case, self-defense, right? I think he knew there. I wonder if Batista fully knew. I feel like Quinn was like, I know, and I don't really care. This guy was a bad guy. He was a scumbag. I'm good with it. And Batista was kind of like, I'm still a cop. I don't know if I am good with it, but this is kind of weird. And then the show kind of wraps up, but I think Quinn knew that there was something up with Dexter for a while. He just didn't overly care or like choose to really dig further once the Liddy stuff happened. It's worth watching all the seasons. I do think the perfect ending, season 4. Yeah, that's kind of the stance most people have, where it's like peak Dexter 1 through 4, but keep watching. I mean, at this point, there is no ending yet, so I can't be too disappointed with how they end things. You hated Lila Cope? Yeah, I was not a fan. Hated watching her, like looking. That's the thing. Everyone thought she was like super attractive. I mean, she was okay, but like, I'm more like care about the person's like personality on screen, and I feel like she was not likable for me in every way because of that. I like the performance when I say this. I like your character. True, she did a good job at playing an unlikable character. So if I'm talking about like actor, how well the actor did, I thought she did well at being somebody I did not like. Lila was boring, and her being there was actually Rita's fault, because it was Rita who made Dexter go to rehab. If Rita didn't make Dexter go, Dokes wouldn't have been alive. Yeah, but in fairness, I feel like people really bash on Rita. Rita sent him to rehab because Dexter gave that excuse, and her ex-husband was like an alcoholic, right? So she, from her perspective, he needed this to get better. So I don't blame her character for making the choices she made. Even when she's like badgering Dexter, like she didn't know he was out there like killing people, and she probably wouldn't have approved of it. So she may be like a distraction and like a negative for Dexter's like what he does, but the character should be like that makes sense for how she acts. To quote Cody, Lila was Never heard that term. Not gonna go. You're good. That's a fair assessment of Lila. This season, Dexter Resurrection has been top 5 seasons of the entire franchise. Yeah, I will be eventually doing. Appreciate you hopping in here, System Pam, as well. I know you cover Dexter stuff on your channel too, so thanks for being here. I've debated it. I plan to rewatch all of the show from start to finish, but if I'm going right now, pre-watching it, Resurrection's probably 5th for me. For the longest time, I was like 5 through 8 because it's not better than 1 through 4, I don't think. But it's not worse than New Blood 6 or 8. So it's between 5 and 7 territory. An impulsive reaction says that probably 5th makes sense. Like, I think it's better than 5 and 7. But I don't think it's better than 1 through 4. But we'll see upon rewatch if I change my mind. I mean, I will do this all stream. As the results show, this should be the number 1 season of Dexter of all time in fans' eyes. I don't see that happening, but it's definitely it was a solid. Like, I'm pleasantly surprised with how much I liked the season. So I think on initial thoughts, 5th I would agree with. You did like Rita. Yeah, Rita was more solid than a lot of people give her credit for. What do you think of the Barrel Girls story? Would have been a good way for Deb to find out. Yeah, I was hit and miss on some of the development of that season. I liked the Jordan Chase was the big boss and he's got like sub bosses beneath him that Dexter had to focus on. But the ending to season 5 is a little bit, it kind of goes out a little bit weak. That would have been a much better point for Deb to figure things out. But instead she's like, you guys just go. I'll find out next season. And I'll actually not like you, Dexter, even though I pretended like I really liked this person helping Lumen. So I think it was a bit of a missed opportunity to have Deb find out at that point. She may not have spiraled as much as she did in the church scene that we did get. Eve Resurrection at 5th. It's debatable with 3, but the whole premise knocks it down a peg or 2. Yeah, I need to rewatch the original series, and I think I need to watch them in a semi-critical way because I did that with Resurrection, and I don't want to be unfairly judging Resurrection in comparison. I don't want to just be nostalgic for the original show and being like, oh, there's conveniences here, but I forgive them. But over here, I'm a little bit more pointing them out and saying they're not my favorite. But it's possible that Resurrection cracks the top 4. Right now, off of first gut feeling, says 5th place, but because I like season 3 a lot more than other people do, I think that's one that people could drop down, but it doesn't drop for me. But you said you had a 5th, debatable with 3, yeah. You put a number 3, J-Dev? I assume, I'm just gonna go off a gut assumption that you would go 4-2 Resurrection then. That's my assumption. Most people's, I guess maybe 4-1 Resurrection, because people love the Ice Truck Killer, but I feel like people like season 2 more than 1. Yep. Okay. I figured Faber, Butcher, and Trinity are iconic. You enjoyed season 5 better than 4. Interesting. The whole stuff with Lundy and Deb annoyed me. I mean, that ended pretty quick, right? I mean, we had to wait for Christine to pop up and stuff, but Dex was just messing around. Yeah, he did kind of play with his food a little bit too much. If I was giving an obnoxious Dragon Ball reference that nobody's gonna relate to, probably, it's almost like Gohan fighting Cell in that saga, where he's should just kill him, but he's just gonna mess around with him too long and then ultimately pay the price for having chosen to do so. But he did. I mean, in fairness, he was still wanting to learn from him, maybe. And he didn't expect Rita to die, but he probably should have acted a lot quicker than he did. I kind of wish they kept Brian around longer, like the books. Yeah, I would agree. I need to reread the books. It's been a while. I remember not liking them as much as the show, but one of the things I did like was how much more like extended time we got with Brian. He would just like pop in and be like the uncle, which was that may be a little bit harder to have done in a show, but it's fun how they do it in the books. It is kind of tough to say because seasons 1, 2, and 4 is peak. I also really enjoy season 5. Definitely enjoyed Resurrection more than 3 and 6. Okay, I think a lot of people will be in alignment with that. I don't know. I will have to give it a fair rewatch, but I like season 3 a lot more than like everyone else does, it seems. I mean, Miguel is so great, but I think that's a fair spot to put it. Season 6 is definitely low for me. I traditionally like 8 more than 6. It sucks the original thing got canceled. Would have loved to possibly see young Dokes. Yeah, that would have been a way to get Dokes back as a character. I am bummed. I know a lot of people are like, Resurrection's better. I don't need Original Sin, but why not give us both? And I get they wanted to like allocate budget to Resurrection, but you could have had them working on both. But I guess maybe that would have delayed when the Resurrection season 2 comes out. So they were like, nope, we're not going to delay things any further. We have to strike while the iron's hot. But maybe if you had 2 separate writing teams, but I guess if the same group is working on both, it's hard to justify that choice. Thanksgiving dinner was iconic. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit earlier when he's like dragging Trinity into the next room with his knife and scares the hell out of Trinity's family. That's a great moment. That's probably one of the stronger moments of season 4 for sure. You need to watch my season's ranking, Brad, when you get a chance. Yeah, I saw you posted that, I think late last night. I'll have to check it out. Okay. Lone Wolf, you get it. It's Goku, don't give a sensu bean. Yeah, but then Goku ultimately gets the short end of the stick when Gohan like plays around too much. But in fairness, to your point, they all do the arrogant thing. He gives him the sensu bean. Vegeta lets him transform. Krillin thinks with something else and decides to not kill 18. Honestly, it's kind of hard for me to choose between 1 and 2. I love the mystery of season 1 unraveling. Catch up with him in season 2 was also so good. Yeah, I think traditionally I like season 2 more than 1, but part of that is because, as I've talked about, introductions to new franchises, there's a bit of a like build up where you have to introduce the world and get attached to the characters. And in season 2, we already have that. Also, season 1, like with the pilot, the actors are still kind of figuring out their roles and stuff, so it is more of a like build up to who these people are. It's almost like kind of The Office is the traditional example I give, where season 1 of The Office it's fun, but it's not as good as the rest of the show because season 1, they're trying to act like the characters from the British Office. Like Michael Scott is kind of a dick. Like they're doing the very dry humor, kind of mean humor as well. Like Michael Scott's mean later on in the show, but he's like funny with it. Like he has a good time. So I feel like you have to like find your footing as a character, and they probably really hit their stride with 2, but I still really enjoy 1 as well. Compare the ratings of now versus then with social media. Yeah, that's the hard part. If ratings are inflated, honestly, a lot of New Blood episodes are rated higher than the original series. Like outside of the finale, I did like episode 9 of New Blood, I will say. Like they were setting up a lot of good things and then plummeted, but I think the series as a whole for New Blood is like in the 8 like ish range, which is higher than a lot of earlier Dexter seasons, I believe. So I think some of that is recency bias or just like, to your point, the social media era that we're in. Yeah, casting those big names is definitely a big factor. They want to bring in viewership. They want to bring everyone back, which I think worked. So I get it. They also try to cast big names in Original Sin. I mean, we got Dempsey, we got Sarah Michelle Gellar. So they, and Christian Slater, they definitely tried to do that a lot. So, which I'm imagining they'll do going forward. So, thought of a crazy coincidence. Episode 9, Batista was tied up on the table. Brian died, which is crazy considering Brian nearly killed Batista in season 1. That's a good comparison. I didn't consider that. As I said, I haven't watched season 1 in a while, so it may be kind of funny going back and being like, oh, did I miss something even in Resurrection that was a reference that I didn't get? But that's a good call out. You go 4-1 Resurrection 2-3. that's all. I mean, I think it's probably safe to say those 5 will wind up near the top. I think it's going to be hard for Resurrection to crack my top 4, but it's possible. It's pretty safely at least 5th, though. I was debating if it was better than season 5 or 7 in Original Sin, and I think pretty securely I would say it is at this point. You officially have your rough draft, your top 15 episodes. Nice. Looking forward to that one. As I said, I'm a little bit harder at, like, I don't do the whole episode in depth as much when it comes to like revisiting which ones I like the most. So you're much better than me at doing like the intense detail of it. What are your thoughts on the rumored Trinity prequel? I hate the idea personally. So I'm a little unsure because pre-existing Paramount was like, the executive in charge there decided, let's branch out on our existing IPs in a bunch of ways. We'll do Resurrection, we'll do Original Sin, we'll do Trinity spinoff. I mean, they may have even gone further at some point. And then they had the merger with, what is it, Sky Media, whatever they're called. New leadership comes in and they're like, you know what? That was a dumb idea. My idea, now we're taking over. Let's kill Original Sin, even though we already renewed it with the previous leadership. And we're focusing just on going forward with Resurrection. And they haven't said anything about the Trinity spinoff. So I'm not sure if we're just forgetting about that or we'll get some news on it. I'm assuming at some point somebody's going to have to say something. But my guess is they're probably not going to touch it for a while because Resurrection is like top of mind. Maybe when it ends, they'll then go back. But we'll see. Yeah, we haven't gotten any news there. Season 1 of The Office is tough to sit through. Yeah, I mean, even was it episode 2? I think is not. I think they took out that episode from like the history of the show because it was a little bit edgier than shows are today. I've never seen The Office. I would recommend it. It's one of my favorite shows. I'm not huge on comedies. That's fair. I mean, I don't mind some sitcoms though. Like we talked about How I Met Your Mother with Neil Patrick Harris earlier. F New Blood, F episode 2, Killing Off Hannah. Yeah, that alone was the bane of your existence. It was the like retconning with like M99 and ketamine and then like the death at the end that probably did it for me. I don't like how New Blood killed Molly the podcaster off. She would agree with you. Every time she does the post-episode videos on YouTube, they have like the running joke where they show her like dead and like wah, wah, with like the horn. I do feel like they probably could have done more with her character. Also, I guess we'll briefly go down this. Her finding out about Dexter from Molly would have made like Angela finding out about Dexter from Molly would have made a lot more sense than her happening to run into Batista and him doing the whole like, oh yeah, Harrison thing, and then that whole development. Like Molly showed up. Perfect example of being like, you know, because she's supposed to be an expert on Trinity. So she would know that Rita died and she could be like, Angela, do you know that's Rita's husband? He was part of the Trinity case. And like, that's Dexter Morgan. That's not Jim Lindsay. He's got so many names at this point, which that was kind of a fun one, reference to the author, but like Kyle Butler, so forth. I try. Hey, Sister Pam, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. By the way, great stream, Brad. Keep up the great work. Also, what are your thoughts on Original Sin? Oh, we talked about it a little bit. Thanks so much, Sister Pam. As I said, super appreciate that. Very kind of you. Original Sin, I was disappointed. I made a short on it, but I really enjoyed Original Sin. Was it as good as Resurrection? No, but it was better than season 6 and season 8, I would probably say. It was a little bit retconning stuff a little bit by having, I mean, spoilers here, but Aaron Spencer's involvement. I liked it more than I expected, though. I thought not having Michael C. Hall in the driver's seat would not have worked for me. But I thought Patty Gibson just like crushed that role. Also, we had Dexter or Michael C. Hall as the inner monologue anyway, so we still had that aspect of Dexter. So I was bummed we didn't get we're not getting more of it. I know there's like things out there for like trying to put petitions together. I doubt they wind up changing their mind, but it'd be awesome if they did. And yeah, I was bummed that they wound up canceling it. But thank you again. Yeah, Cope. Definitely appreciate you, Sister Pam. The first season of The Office is a bit closer to the OG. Yeah, it very much represents like the British Office. I would agree. They wanted to make it more likable, which it did work for me. I appreciate him being mean, but like in a funny way. He's endearing after that. I have to live with being Dexter next. I'll do whatever video can. I'll be going on a Dexter vacation. That's fair. That's fair. I like Clancy Brown character, but I felt like too many recycled ideas. Yeah, he very much... Kurt Caldwell in New Blood was so much like conglomeration of all the other characters. Like you had him being, to your point, Brian, Trinity. He also, I'm trying to think one of the other characters I felt like he really replicated. But his story and his arc very much was just like recycling the hits of Dexter, which wasn't overly innovative. I love Clancy Brown as an actor, and I liked the idea of Kurt Caldwell. He just didn't bring too much new to the table. The only reason Original Sin happened is because Dexter's... Yeah, that's true. It was a setup for Resurrection, but I think they could have just had like that not be tied to Dexter in the hospital anymore. They could have just been like continuing from where they left off as if it was like not tied to a flashback or not tied to Dexter in present time thinking about it, just being like, we're picking up from where things left off and having Deb go to like the police academy. I mean, I guess they could have done something being like Dexter thinking like, oh, remember that time when Deb joined? It reminds me of when Harrison's now doing it. So maybe they could have had some like modern tie-in, but I don't think they would have had to. JDX going forward. Don't tempt him. He may be interested in that. I totally get what you're saying, and I had the same thought at first, but at the same time, we saw scenes in Original Sin that Dexter wasn't there to witness. True. That made it like weird, where you're getting like backstory with Christian Slater as Harry. The like perspective of Original Sin. That's the one thing I was like, is this Dexter's like thinking back when he's in this coma, or are we now like just shifting? Because there's no way he would have known about certain things that Harry did without Dexter in the moment. Unless he's just like assuming those things. I don't know. The point of view definitely changed a lot in Original Sin. I'd say the Trinity spinoff is dead. I think you're probably right. I think it's dead for the immediate future. When the Resurrection ends in a few years, maybe they'll bring that idea back. Hey, Dexter Morgan Forensic. Appreciate you being here. I've considered changing your name to JDX. We shall see. It'd be fitting. I was thinking about coming up with like a different Discord name. And I was thinking it'd be like something punny, like Breaking Brad. But I'm like, I don't cover Breaking Bad that much. So it would be solely for the name. Hello, Dexter Morgan. First, I was skeptical about someone else playing him. Yeah, I was like, honestly, both Original Sin and Resurrection. Watching the trailer, or like Original Sin was more so like the idea of not having Michael, and then Resurrection was more the trailer. Going into both the shows, I was cautiously optimistic, but didn't expect to really like them as much as the original show. But part of that was probably like trauma from New Blood. But I enjoyed both of them, and I thought they both crushed it. Maybe, I guess the only parts, I didn't overly care for the flashbacks with Christian Slater and stuff. I'm like, we know the like Doc story so much. We've seen like various clips of the shipping container at this point. It took me out of it a little bit when we get the flashbacks, because we know we were like, things were going to wind up anyway. Hopefully they decide to have originals. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of fun them playing back and forth, like getting the Aaron Spencer like appearance in the research article that Wallace did was cool. A couple scenes here and there. So having them like Easter egg each other kind of would have been nice. It would have been, I think it would have worked. You kind of help, like, that's self-promotion. Like, you have Original Sin Season 2, and then you get hyped for Resurrection Season 2. So it's a little bit of the ability to like play off each other. I'm glad we didn't get a Harrison spinoff. Yeah. When they originally ended New Blood and they talked about that, I'm like, nobody wants that. Everybody hated his character. Dexter's dead. which Dexter the show feels dead when you do that. But having him back and then having Harrison, at this point I'd be okay with the Harrison spinoff, as long as you have Dexter like go out on a good note. Curious what's your thoughts on the theory that Mia's still alive? Did you catch the resurrection? Yeah, we talked about that a little bit, where he's going through the files and we see that, to your point, it says active on the top tab. I personally think that that's just Leon being lazy and like not being like up to date with this stuff and putting very current information in there. But I mean, even Christian Ritter commented in her like post interview with the like Final Cut Dexter stuff that she pointed out, she's like, hey, maybe she's not dead. I think if they do that, it would have been better done if they showed us in this season that she was still alive. Like waiting until next season and then doing that, I don't know if it works as well for me. It's kind of like when Dexter died or went into the hurricane, went to like being an outcast at the end of the original show when he went to do like the lumberjack thing. I think that only worked because we saw him at the end of season 8. If you had him just drive off into the hurricane and then wait 10 years later, or whatever the time period was, and say the hurricane didn't kill him, I think that would have been a harder pill to swallow coming back from season 8 being like, there's no way he survived. But because like right after that scene we saw him survive, I still think it was unrealistic, but like my expectation was that he's alive at that point. So I think waiting to the next season is a bit of a risky choice to bring her character back, but I'd be all for it. I mean, Mia was an awesome character, honestly. The second season will be released soon. I think best case scenario next summer, like a 1-year turnaround would be nice. They're probably ready getting rolling on writing and casting at this point, I would guess. They want to strike where the iron's hot, as I mentioned. Gemini spinoff, I think that's one that people have talked about too, but as I said, the new leadership feels like for now they're focusing on Resurrection. But hearing more about the backstory of these characters, or like these other serial killers, could be fun. Yeah, Jadev, I know you and I both kind of do some variety on our channels, so JDEX is a little bit honed in, but I mean, it's still fun. I'm the only one who gets a hello Dexter Morgan vibe. And yeah, that was a good one. I think also we had that moment a little bit too when they get to the vault and Dexter thinks he's gonna have the upper hand on Prater, and then he turns around like Dexter Morgan. So he kind of does that there too, but they had a few moments where there's throwbacks to Arthur Mitchell in Miami Metro, giving him the old roll up on you to surprise you. I was for sure reminiscent of Trinity discovering Dexter, yeah. If they decided to do stuff in New York Ripper in season 2, maybe the cast, Jeffrey Dean Morgan. Yeah, we were talking a little bit about what like prominent actor could work for the New York Ripper, and we threw a few names out there. That'd be a decent one too. Cope is you're hoping for the Mia survival. I would be okay with it. They just have to give me a good like, where did she go? What was she doing this whole time? Why wasn't she? I don't know. They need a good story for her to like be alive, presumably not in jail. Like, did Prater bail her out, but she's just not around him for the last few episodes of the season? Like, why was she absent? Is she hiding because she snuck out? I don't know. She has to like dye her hair or something. She has to be like the anti-Hannah and actually like not look like herself if she goes to the hospital with Harrison. Gemini was a challenge for you, although I knew how to defeat him. That's fair, Dexter. You know, to defeat them is actually technically... Yeah, actually, Cope's got it. You know, to defeat them. Yeah, Chris, they haven't announced anything officially, but I know like they're starting to gather things. It's inevitable. We're getting a season 2 for Resurrection. If they came out and said no, I think that would mean Paramount's like going bankrupt if they decide not to. Hey, Rusty, thank you so much. Thanks for putting this on, Brad. Have a good one. Signing off. Hey, thank you, Rusty. As I said with Sister Pam, like super appreciate the supports, appreciate the super chats, and appreciate you just hanging here and being here and hanging out. So thank you so much for that. The fact that Christopher is Yeah, she did tease it, but I'm like, would you have teased it if it was true? Unless you're trying to like soften the blow for like the surprise, maybe. Yeah, I mentioned this earlier. Both her and Gemini could have used another episode. Like, if we had 12 episodes, give each of them one more. We had too many prominent actors to like slam into 10 episodes. That's kind of why Prater didn't really pop off until episode 9, because we didn't introduce you to these characters until episode 4. Neil Patrick Harris gets taken out that episode. And then next episode's like Kristen Ritter's. And then we have Gemini. And then we have Gemini 2. And then we have like Batista. And then we have Prater. So like they were not wasting time with moving on from characters really quickly. Yeah, Crazy Coffin. They've shown that you got the shipping container down. Sounds like so many versions of that scene. Some of them with the old characters from the original series. Some are from the recasted versions in Original Sin. Yeah, they definitely had. I mean, they could have staged stuff potentially. It wouldn't be the first time that Dexter did that kind of like a little bit of retconning or a little bit of like subverting expectations. So I think it's possible Mia's alive, but I would lean towards it being no for now. I think season 2 Resurrection will start with Angel's funeral. That's what I'm thinking. You can do like a first episode like in Miami. We got the fan service. We'll see Quinn, Jamie, maybe Tanya. I guess she did have some overlap with Batista, so we never really got the... Tanya Martin falls under the same category of like the billionaire in New Blood. And unfortunately, since Original Sin's canceled, she's probably going to wind up that way where it's like, you had this prominent actor. I guess the billionaire wasn't, but you have Sarah Michelle Gellar in this role. Didn't wind up doing much in it. Like you could have had probably anybody else in that role, unfortunately, because the character just didn't do much. But they could have, I guess they could have a funeral without Dexter even being there. They can just show us the Miami Metro crew without him too. Doesn't have to have Dexter included. Curious what your thoughts on New York Ripper reveal being Don Fremp. Do you think it was going to be someone we knew already? So I was a little bit mixed on if it was going to be somebody we knew already. If it was going to be, I thought it would have been Prater, because similar to Original Sin, I thought they would pick the like prominent characters, the big bad of the season. So I thought if it was somebody, I was a little bit back and forth if it was going to be somebody this season. I probably leaned towards, yeah, it being Prater. And if it wasn't, it would be somebody affiliated with him since he had the weapon. So I don't know. I thought it was a little bit of a missed opportunity to like really emphasize that. But I kind of also wonder if they expected fans to really like grasp to this New York Ripper stuff so much. I talked about this earlier. It felt like kind of like Pit Girl from Yellow Jackets, where did you expect this to blow up as much as it did for fans, or did you expect it to be kind of a small subplot? But yeah, I personally think that season 2 will be the New York Ripper. I feel like it'd be a big miss not to have that role be explored further. Claudette does have info on them, so it's going to be tough for them to get away unless they have a fake maybe that's a pen name. But I think it'd be a smart opportunity for them to pick like a big name actor. You're the New York Ripper. You're the big bad of season 2. And then we have these other side stories that Dexter's exploring with these like Jaw Splitter or Al. No spoilers, please don't make purpose. Okay. I still wonder how they got Batista's table. I mean, Charlie was in the military. She could have some strength. I don't think they probably would have picked anyone else to do it, but yeah, but I would expect probably a season 2 like prominent actor is the safe route, I would say. Well, so the guy there checking her purse. Do you think we'll go only season 2? I think they'll continue. I think at least 3 seasons. It depends really what like the direction they go with, and if fans are happy. I think fans are going to probably watch anyway, so ratings are pretty much always going to be solid. Obviously, a better story makes for better TV, but I would assume at least 3. I would guess no more than like 5. Like 4 feels like a good number for me for some reason. Oh, you're talking the fights. Got it. Got it. Mia hides in the getaway. Dexter may find her. She just pops up. That'd be funny. She's been there the whole time. Speaking to Morgan, I wouldn't mind having Anthony Starr or Carl Urban. Yeah, I don't know if it'd be interesting picks. They're kind of more like action-y, I tend to view them as. Although Anthony Starr kind of does in whatchamacallit, Banshee, kind of plays like a Dexter-y type of role. Al was another one. I would say Al was a bit underutilized, but I expect him to be back. Now that we saw his file, that feels like it's almost like sure at this point. I took the most important files. You took the active files, Dexter. You're trying to stop the ongoing people. You're a good guy. You're taking out the active killers. I do think Oliva, I thought that for a while maybe, because he tried to be a distraction for Wallace a bunch. He's like, hey, it's not a big deal. Don't worry about that case. But I think over the last couple episodes, especially the last one, Oliva seems like he's a good guy to me. Like, why would he like call over Wallace at the end to like point out the Ripper stuff on the floor? If you said the NYPD commissioner may be part of Prater's stuff, I would say that's a possibility. But I feel like everything we've been shown, Oliva is seeming more and more like a good guy. He's honestly somebody I could see maybe getting more like connected with Detective Wallace in season 2. He could be a casualty in season 2. They have a plan for 3 seasons right now. That could go. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I get. Like Michael C. Hall is like the quarterback of this, and he's like, as long as he's on board, we'll keep doing Dexter. I think you're right, System. Though, like 3 is like the sweet spot, and then maybe they'll go more. Yeah, Oliva early on, I was like, you're a little bit suspicious, but I feel like his character over the last little bit felt less sinister. True, we don't know much about him yet for sure. I know somebody thought that he was one of the guys at the poker table when Charlie was recruiting the guy to kill Mia, but I rewatched that moment. I'm like, he just kind of looks like a similar Italian guy. It's not the same actor, but I could see the similarities. I have not, Chris. I haven't seen the teaser for Scream 7, but that's cool. It was awesome. We're supposed to get more info, I think, this month. Beyond that, I think the Ripper's a copycat. Could be. I would have been on board with 2 or 3 seasons without those fucking other killers and no Dex at all. So you thought maybe no Dexter would have made sense. So just like Harrison, who would be, I guess, the focal point of the story. If you have to get a percentage chance, how likely is we see Hen again? Banshee is good. I enjoyed Banshee. Banshee, I feel like similar to Breaking Bad, realized when the show was like dragging, or like it didn't wind up dragging, but they got out at the right time. They chose to be like, you know what? We've done all we need to do. Show's over with. Because I think it's only like, what, 4 or 5 seasons? But percentage chance we see Hannah again? Are we saying like a Hannah appearance or Hannah like being alive? Because obviously higher chance there's like ghost Hannah, at least for maybe Harrison. But Hannah alive is a different percentage. So curious which one you're referring to. What's your thoughts on Batista's death? Did you like how they handled it? Would you? So we can jump into that a little bit. I don't like that Batista died this early. And I think Batista catching Dexter was something they definitely hinted towards at the beginning of the season. And I think would have been a satisfying end. So I didn't like that Batista died. I don't like he died this early. I thought given if they decided Batista's dying episode 9, no matter what, given that information, I liked how they handled him being in the vault and that whole situation with Dexter. If I could change something, I would have it make more sense how Batista wound up in that situation though, because other than blind rage and just being just honing missile on Dexter, it didn't make any sense for him to go see Prater and be like, hey, you got to watch out for Dexter. He's a bad guy. Like, everything we know about the Beaver Butcher is he kills serial killers. So Dexter's around this guy. Maybe he thought because he was like a billionaire that there's no way this guy's bad, but my antenna would have been going off. Although you did have him set up, like the scene prior, pretty much everything was stripped from him by Claudette, taking his badge, pretty much wearing him down, telling him to get out of here. So it makes kind of some sense for him to be in that mindset of just like defeated, and he can't. This is only thing he's like focused on at this point going forward. But I would have preferred a little bit of a smarter Batista. We had to make him a little bit blinded to everything else. And then also when he's on the table and Dexter, I also don't know, like, what was Dexter's plan when he cut Batista free? Like, cuts him free, and let's say Batista gets up. Well, Prater's still there with a gun. I feel like Dexter probably should have done something more methodical than just letting him free. Unless he really didn't think that Prater was going to shoot a cop. But I think both of them kind of screwed up there. He sets him free, then he goes straight for Dexter. I'm like, there's a guy with a gun in the room. Like, prioritize your problems. Take him out, and then after we can take care of Dexter afterwards. You have all the evidence now. He's pretty much spilled everything, so you can take him down instead of trying to. He tried to like kill him before Prater like did anything. Felt like he got a little careless. I get in some ways it made sense for his character, but I would have preferred him going out a little bit better because Batista was one of my favorite characters from the original series. I wasn't enjoying him as much, probably intentionally, in Resurrection until he wound up having that kind of defeated moment. So I thought they probably could have done it a little better. Granted, if you're going to say he has to die and you're setting up that room, I thought it played out okay. I know that's probably a long answer for that. Yeah, you guys are talking Sweet Pea. I have not watched it. I need to maybe check it out at some point. I know it's like a similar vibe to Dexter. Although that's not a very much like guarantee because I've already talked plenty about you being similar to Dexter, but I did not like you. So a similar plot's not always a slam dunk. Ghost Hannah? Chances of Ghost Hannah. I would say maybe like 40% for Ghost Hannah. I think it's less likely than likely, but I think there's still a decent shot. I think if you do it, it'd probably make more sense, as I said, with Harrison than Dexter, because he's already talked about her and like her funeral and stuff. So if you have some scene where Harrison's like traumatized, he could have like her showing up for him and like lifting him up maybe. But I'll say for now, I'm not going to say it's likely. So I'll go slightly less and say like 40%. I'm going to grab some more water real quick, guys. I appreciate you being here and hanging out. I will just be 30 seconds. And I will catch up on the chat. All right, 1 second. All right, appreciate everyone. Throwing a long sleeve too. It's nice. It's finally getting a little bit colder around here, so have the windows open in other parts of the house. All right, let's catch up on the conversation. I'm surprised Dexter didn't kill the landlord. Yeah, I felt like though, I get he wanted to like scare him in a way that he knew how, but it was weird that we did like the let's put you on the bed thing and like the pantyhose instead of like he should have been wearing a mask, let's be honest. It was kind of a weird visual with him wearing that. But I feel like there could have been a more effective way that's less risky to scare him. I guess if you want to say he already had the table set up for Al. But interesting choice having him do that. I feel like it was kind of supposed to make us as fans think that he could have killed him, but I don't know. I feel like the whole Vinny stuff, it could have done that a little bit better. Leave as the counterpoint to Claudette. He's doing a job. That's her life. True. He's just kind of doing what he should be doing, and she's like emotionally invested. She gets a little bit more like obsessive about it. Batista did the same thing in season 6 for the OG series. He gets captured by Travis Marshall. True, he is a little careless. I mean, he had the whole thing with Lila, let's be honest, so he makes mistakes for sure. How do you envision Dexter's story to end? Getting away with it, getting caught, death penalty. Let's jump on that. So I have a few things I wanted to cover. Let me see. We'll jump to that question. So, how do we think the show is going to end? How would we like to end? And kind of with that, are the writers going to regret killing Batista in season 1 of Resurrection instead of having Batista? Like, episode 1 of Resurrection, they very much set up Batista's going to be the guy to bring Dexter down. I thought it would have been a satisfying ending. He's gone now, though, so what do we do? We've done the isolation thing. We've done the Dexter dying by Harrison, at least, thing. I mean, the one they haven't chosen yet is incarceration. Do I feel good about that choice? I don't know. I mean, the original show was like the big thing back in the day where it's like, oh, him on death row envisioning all of the serial killers and stuff like that was like the discussion back then. We kind of did that with the coming back in the resurrection thing, seeing the Trinity, Miguel, and Dokes. So they could do it again, I guess, being on death row. How would I want to choose to end things? That's a fair question. Because, I mean, there's a few camps. There's people that think Dexter should get away with it and have a happy ending. And there's people that think Dexter's a killer. This show's about killers. He should have a not happy ending. Like, he should be punished, essentially. I don't know which direction. I mean, as I said, I would have liked for Batista to catch him. So do we now default from that and say Quinn catch him? Is that satisfying? Masuka catch him? So, I don't know. Curious, how would you guys want it to end at this point? I know we talked about if it ended just after season 1, if that would have been satisfying. I think it would have been decent, but I don't think I want Dexter just to get away with it, probably. I don't know if I want him, like, I talked about how you ended earlier. I don't think I want something like that. I'm not going to spoil how that show ends, but for folks that do know, I don't think I would prefer that route. But I don't know. That's a tough one. Would I be happy if Dexter died in some way too? If they did it better, sure. If you don't have like Harrison shooting him, I think it could work. But as I said, Batista could have been that person, and now he's not. So you don't have Deb catching him. You don't have Lundy catching him. You don't have Batista catching him. Are you gonna have Quinn catch him? Or are you gonna have like a new character like Wallace or Angela catch him? I don't know. I guess at this point, having Quinn catch him and like put him in jail, maybe. It's a tough answer, honestly, because someone's gonna be mad. Either the people that want him alive, or the people that want him dead, or the people like no one's going to be perfectly happy with him. But I guess if you have him die in a way that's like redeeming, that may be my answer actually. Like, I won't spoil. I mean, people probably mostly know Breaking Bad at this point, but if we do something similar to Breaking Bad where Dexter maybe goes out on a way that's like a positive, not like a negative, that may be my choice, because going to jail is kind of a lame answer unless you have him, I guess, get lethal injection or something. So maybe Quinn getting involved, then maybe Dexter I think Dexter sacrificing himself would be a good way to go out. Like, some big bad is going to kill Quinn. Some big bad's going to kill Harrison. Actually, could be a good one because it's his son. So he sacrifices himself for Harrison to live. Like, jump in front of a bullet. I don't know. Something where he's like being selfless and he's finally learned to like not like put himself first. Probably something like that. Yeah, Angel's badge being taken away, that was rough. As I said, I kind of disliked Angel most of the season, but then you can't help but feel bad for him. Like, oh, dude, you were as low as possible. They need to go to a happier ending this time. I don't mind the sad ending, but as I said, if you have him like die doing something noble, it's kind of both sad and happy. Help the Batista team. They should have the moment of Dexter free himself. Yeah, I heard him talk about that. Have him like stab him in the shoulder and something like that. I don't know if that would have changed it too much for me because it's still Batista being focused on Dexter. Granted, maybe for a second we get some hope that he's going to be a good guy or he's going to team up with Dexter. But we also kind of already got that when Dexter like says it to himself. He's like, we were partners once. Maybe we can be partners again. It was a little quicker, but 100% we see Ghost Hannah. I don't know about 100. I think it's less than 100. It may not be as bad as 40, but it's definitely less than 100. Similarities to Dexter and you, but I never found myself rooting for. Yeah, exactly. Joe was not a likable character. That's why it's hard for me to like that show. I'm like, we like Dexter. Like, he does bad stuff, but he has like a good moral compass or like a good reason for it. Not always, but mostly. Whereas Joe was just like a creepy guy. I'm like, how am I supposed to like this guy? And I feel like a lot of people are like, well, you're not supposed to like him. I'm like, well, why am I watching the show then? Like, why? If I don't like the character, why am I supposed to be watching this? But I don't know. A lot of people like those like real life serial killer documentaries too, and I prefer the fake. Let me enjoy the like not true story. Appreciate it, JDev. Yeah, taking a quick break. I assume happy ending would be for Dexter. I never want to hear staying alive again. I do like how they made Harrison similar. Yeah, they kind of backed off it. Like, originally, I wasn't sure if Harrison was going to go like totally crazy this season. Like, he starts seeing stuff. He murders Ryan Foster. Maybe we want to say Dexter coming back into his life like regathered him. Dexter literally carried the weight when he took the watch. Sister Pam, thank you. Appreciate the super chat. As I said, I can't say how much I appreciate that. Thank you so much. What are your thoughts on how they handled Angela? I thought it was kind of funny. So I'm very much a not Angela from New Blood fan. I thought that we have Miami Metro, we have Lundy, we have all these super smart people not catch Dexter, and then we have Angela like Google searching being like, Bear Butcher? We also did the ketamine M99 swap out that didn't thematically work for me. So New Blood, I gotta be honest, I didn't like her character. I thought she could have been a lot like better done. A lot of conveniences with her character too. How they handled it, I thought it was kind of funny. I thought it was a big stretch, but it worked eventually because we kind of just moved past it. We didn't dwell on it too long. The whole scene where Teddy's like, "You're not gonna sue us, right?" Like, I had the same reaction Dexter. I mean, his inner monologue does that. He's like, "Uh-oh, this can't be good." And he's like, "Are you serious? You're worried about me suing you?" Like, it was absurd. It was unbelievable, but I thought it was ultimately, I was fine with how they did it because the rest of the show worked with it. But they kind of just wrote her character out. I'm curious if she'll come back at some point, but for now, they wrote her character out. The writers were very self-aware when choosing how to handle her character. Yeah, I don't know. Even when Joe was doing like things that I agreed with, I'm like, I just don't like to use the character Joe. I mentioned it earlier, but Will, the guy he impersonates in season 2, that's the real hero for the show You. You're sure she'll pop up again if you like Claudia or Quinn will contact her? Honestly, I'm not against Angela returning. I'm against that same version of Angela returning. Harrison has proven we can have a character that's like nobody really enjoys, but then we present them in a way that people do enjoy. So I'd be cool with Angela coming back. Just make some tweaks to her character, I'll say. Dancing to smooth jazzy music. Brad's gonna make his music now. I will not. I will be afraid of the copyright for sure. Yeah, it is. I mean, you can probably hear my voice dropping a little bit here and there, JDev, but it is a bit of a lengthy conversation. But I'm enjoying it. What do you think? How she just let Dexter go? Angela, I thought it was a bit of a cop-out, her letting her, like, she should have done that when she first found out Kurt Caldwell was this person that she was hunting this whole time, but we chose to not do that at the end of New Blood, and then we kind of retroactively been like, you know what, we are going to do that, so I don't think it made sense, but where she wound up, kind of, it worked, but why was she not like that, like, just earlier, so... The inconsistencies were in New Blood, and Resurrection just kind of fixed them. Because even in New Blood, I'm not going to go down the whole trail of it, but she's like very adamant Dexter needs to pay for his crimes. And then even if it was doing good things, like bad things for good reasons, but then Harrison shoots Dexter and she's like, hey, here's $20, get out of here, kid. Like, you shouldn't arrest him too? Like, I don't know. She was a little bit inconsistent as a character. Forensic business. I still think she hated him after New Blood. Yeah, we didn't really get much of her, actually. It was just like a relayed message being like, I'm done, pretty much. Yeah, I was... It's tough to say, because at the original beginning of Resurrection, I was like, Batista is like the White Knight. They're not going to kill him. No chance. Even though they did that with like Rita before, Batista's different. Then the show began, and I was like, Batista's gonna be the one to catch Dexter. And then we progressed. We got to a point where he has like so much information so quickly that they kind of had to kill him, unfortunately. It was either gonna be that, or what they started to do, which I thought they may do, is make him look crazy. Like, you're in too deep, dudes. You got these attachments to Dokes and Maria. Chill out, take a break. Like, you're a loose cannon. You kind of lost your mind. They did that, but then they decided to keep slamming on the pedal there and have him get killed. I do think they'll regret killing him off. You can replace him with Wallace or Quinn, but like, why? They're not going to be better versions of him, I wouldn't think. You think Quinn will take down Dexter? Yeah, he will be. We talked about this earlier too. He will be less emotional, I would expect, than Batista. He has some ties to Batista and Deb, but I don't expect him to be as like personally traumatized by the Baber Butcher. I did kind of expect. I know people have wondered, like, why hasn't Dexter told Batista that he didn't kill all these people he keeps mentioning? But I was like, I don't think Batista cares. He cares that they died, and Dexter was a reason. He wasn't the one who did it, but he was still a reason, which turned out to be true when at the end he was like, I don't care. I still hate you. Dexter ends, he's committed to... Yeah, they could do that, where he's like gone crazy at that point. Some kind of insane asylum. I don't know if I'd be satisfied with that, though. I think thinking about it more... I think having him sacrifice himself at the end is a good way. You have him die, so you make those fans happy. And you also make the fans happy who like him as a character and think that he does like good things. So I think that would be currently my answer, probably. Have him die doing a noble thing. Yeah, that's fair. Took some time after Iris. Jada, do you think that Quinn will be killed by Dexter, or he'll? That's a weird thing they've kind of done too much. If they keep doing that, I don't know how I'm going to feel about it. But you have Dexter get off the hook with like being the one who's the bad guy. It's why we still root for him. He didn't kill Dokes. He didn't kill Deb. He didn't kill Rita. He didn't kill Hannah. He didn't kill Batista. Which I'm glad he didn't, because we would like him less, but he kind of gets off the hook with that person being gone, but it's not his fault. I mean, it is his fault, but it's like not directly him. So we still like him. If you lose him, Masuka. People have talked about Masuka being the one to catch Dexter too. Like, that'd be interesting. Harrison turns to Mayor Gigi. I think if Gigi's the one, that would make a lot of fans mad. I think if you have anybody who wasn't from the original series take down Dexter, you're gonna have people be upset. Problem is, the only people you have at this point are like Masuka, Quinn, and like elderly Matthews. Claudette will catch Dexter. They're already setting it up. While people wouldn't like it, I grew to like Claudette as a character throughout the season. If they keep up her character and we don't, like if she catches him next season, maybe it's a little different. But if we have 5 seasons and she's the one to take him down, we already have like gotten to the point of her being kind of almost a main character now. I laugh way too hard and walk away. Yeah, Quinn is like the worst version of Batista catching him. It feels like if we were going to do that, why didn't we just do it with Batista? Yeah, Sister Pam, you're kind of saying the same thing. Like, to satisfy fans, you have to have somebody that they really support being the one behind it. If you lose to Masuka of all people. I mean, in fairness, as I said, I think it would work if you don't have him necessarily get caught, but he dies doing a noble thing. Or he gets found out and then he dies like shortly around when he gets found out. We know in New Blood they had Dexter behind bars. That's true. He found a way out of that. Self-defense, right? That was the most absurd part where they're like, oh, Logan actually was a bad guy. He was this white knight in New Blood, but he actually tried to kill you. He's the bad guy. Don't sue us. That was a wild heel turn, if I've ever seen one. Yeah, it's just a Pam. At that point about the lethal injection, seeing everything within his life. I think I like the idea. That the problem is that idea has been like thrown out there so much. So does it still work if it's been discussed so much by fans? Probably. I mean, people seem to like it, so maybe you'll be making people happy, but it won't be a surprise. I'll definitely give you a shout out, J-Dev, if Ghost Hannah comes back. I certainly thought of you when she got referenced a couple times. She got referenced with the funeral, and she got referenced with Hannah Morgan being Harrison's mom during the interrogation with Charlie. Which was weird, having her name be said as Morgan was the last name. I was like, oh, I guess that could have been at some point. Having a few some real world ideas, creative types, coming back to the same old stuff. Lots of funny. Yeah. I mean, honestly, money drives a lot of the decisions. I think that's partially why we came back with the resurrection, if I'm being honest. Like, I don't know why this is the case. Maybe Michael was just done. But it felt like they were surprised that New Blood was, like, watched by a lot of people. Like, the fact that they didn't make that more than one season was surprising. They're like, oh, wow, we didn't expect people to really enjoy this. But as I said, it may have just been because Michael wanted to come back for one season and be done, so. But I feel like they had the realization, like, oh, maybe we should do more Dexter. People seem to like this. Teddy's such an idiot. Yeah, he wasn't the smartest, but now he's in charge in Iron Lake. It was kind of weird they just had like Angela leave Iron Lake even. Like she not only wasn't there with Dexter, but she just like moved on. Maybe she felt closure because of the whole case finally got resolved. Captain Matthews is an option, but he's getting up there in age. I don't know. I kind of wondered watching the original series if Captain Matthews kind of knew Harry's code. There's times where it hints at like he may know what's up, but then nothing really comes of it, so I'm not too sure. Yeah, if you bring Angela back, it can work. Just do it a little bit better. Worst written episode of TV I've ever watched. I don't know about that, but with the personal investment I had in the show, it was probably the biggest gut punch. Like, I watched all of seasons 1 through 8 before New Blood. I have not watched them since New Blood. Because when New Blood ended, I was like, I had the same feeling a lot of people probably have with Game of Thrones, where it's like, I know where this ends. I don't want to go on this journey if I know where this is going to end. But then we retcon things, and here we are, and I'll go back to watching them. Yeah, killing off Batista. I mean, we did get the episode titles early on of Touched by an Angel, but I was like, he's going to be involved in that episode, but I don't think they'll kill him, right? Until he got a little bit too close to the fire. I felt like, especially when we got the episode, what was it, the end of 7, Course Correction, where they have their like Breaking Bad car scene. At that moment, I was like, maybe Batista's in trouble. It feels like he's getting pretty close to the fire here. I never thought Dexter was gonna be the one to do it, though. I thought Prater would have made sense. Maybe Harrison, maybe, but I don't know. What if you got a prison arc? Honestly, before we had the whole like retcon of episode 1 of Resurrection, I assumed we either have Dexter on the run, like hiding, or like on trial for all this stuff. But then we saw the trailer and he's like running around New York City. I'm like, wait a minute, how is he freely doing this? And they gave us a reason. I don't know if it was a strong reason, but it worked. Maybe interested in some Dexter trivia. We kind of did that the other day with the Sporkle stuff. It was kind of stupid. Batista blamed Dexter for Batista dying when it was Batista who put himself. Yeah, I feel like, as I said, I don't necessarily justify it, but Batista was like seeing red. He was like, he couldn't think of anything else. I feel like unless you're in that moment, you don't understand the perspective of just being like, I can't imagine like anything else mattering to me in this moment. So I didn't really like it, but unless you're actually Batista, you don't understand what they're going through. Like, it's kind of like if your spouse died, you would like, if somebody murdered your spouse, I imagine a lot of people would be like, I am adamant. I mean, it's the same thing when you have like somebody's kid get killed and there's like a trial for the murderer and you have like the parent jump over the thing to like strangle the person that did it. Like, you don't know how that's going to make you feel. So while I don't really love it, it's a realistic reaction for somebody to have in that moment. Dexter won't kill Quinn. Yeah, I would be surprised if Dexter kills anybody who's good at this point going forward. Like, he's very much, we've abandoned that he's a bad guy New Blood thing, and we made him this hero of justice approach, which I think works better. But I don't think he's going to wind up killing Quinn, Masu. Like, he would rather go down. I mean, we had that in episode 9. Dexter, when he's fighting off Batista at first, he puts his hands up. He's like, he says the line like, how like poetic this would be, killed by my best friend. So in that aspect, he would rather die than kill somebody he really cares about. Until Prater stepped in, obviously. I could see Harrison dying, Dexter feeling the guilt, turning himself in. Yeah, if Harrison died, all like ideas are on the table for what Dexter does in his reaction. Kind of what I just talked about with Batista. Harrison is all who Dexter has at this point. Do you guys think Harrison is a potential to be killed off? I don't know. I mean, everybody's up for grabs if Batista's up for grabs, I guess, but Angie Miller, if she's still around. I'm trying to recall who that is. Batista was from, okay, yeah. I got the reference. What about your boy Soderquist, J-Dev? Maybe he'll be the one to catch Dexter. Be crazy if Masuka also turns out to be a serial killer. There's a newspaper with someone. That was a funny, I think that was just a funny scene. We can't have any more, especially Miami Metro killers. That has been milked out the wazoo. I don't even know if we should have any more law enforcement killers. I'm sure that they could do that, but nothing more with Miami Metro. If we have any more bad guys at Miami Metro, I think we've already exhausted that beyond belief. Appreciate that, Jadev. The only reason Dexter happens because, yeah, I mean, Michael C. Hall runs this ship. If he wants Dexter, they're going to do Dexter. It's for good reason. He's kind of like, I don't know, my wife mentioned he's like the LeBron James of the team, where if he wants this thing, they're going to do it because he is Dexter at this point. Even though I thought Patty Gibson did a good job, he is Dexter. Yeah, definitely subscribe to Sister Pam. Same with JDev. Anybody in the chat who has a channel, they even if it's not Dexter stuff, if you do anything on YouTube, definitely feel free to share that information. I can't believe someone debated. Oh yeah, you don't want to throw down with JDev on Hannah. That's his that's his version of Batista protecting Maria. It's probably gonna hurt Dexter more if Masuka dies. I don't know. I think Batista was Dexter's best friend at Miami Metro. He hung out with Masuka maybe more within like the lab, but Batista was, I mean, as I said, he said it in season 2, something along the lines of like, if I could be anybody, I would be like you, but Batista. So I think that Harrison is the only higher gut punch, I think, to Dexter at this point, other than having what happened with Batista. I mean, he did like the scream in the vault for the first time. Like, it very much made me think of season 5, episode 1, where he's like screaming in the bathroom after like everything that happened with Rita. So that like animalistic reaction very much only happens with somebody like Rita, Batista, Harrison. He may react pretty strongly if it's Quinn or Masuka, but I think it's in order of like priority for Dexter. It's like Batista, Quinn, or Batista, Masuka, Quinn. Quinn's probably lowest because he showed up later, but I'll be furious if Masuka dies. It doesn't really make sense for Masuka to die. Honestly, Masuka does the lab stuff, so why would he even... Like, Quinn kind of makes sense. He's a detective. He could get involved. Why would Masuka be in the line of fire? So, other than being like an acquaintance of Dexter and somebody leveraging that, Masuka dying wouldn't really fit any storyline that I can think of. Soderquist returning would be great. He's always in the background. Yeah, he is. He is kind of the next level of character behind the main cast. The one bummer is we only got to see Al resting anything. I think we'll get more Al though. I think Al is going to be a season 2 factor for sure. Seeing the file was a big thought, or a big reason for him probably coming back in season 2. I thought Charlie was okay. I preferred her character early on though, when she was like a scary character. She kind of got Maybe for good reason, a little bit soft towards the end. I think they gave her character a good like write-off though. I mean, they could bring her back because like we've talked about, there's going to be some fallout for Prater, so she should get questioned, but she kind of had a good like write-off in the sunset moment. Soderquist just happens to be in New York. Everybody's in New York. It's a small world, right? Jonah, Soderquist, Aster, Cody. Like, I want Dexter at 45 now. I don't know. After Resurrection, do you think we keep going? We could do the spin-off. I think at most we'll do like the spin-off stuff. And Masuka dies at turning to Game of Thrones. Everyone dies. Yeah. We kind of have done that a little bit already. Although Masuka, as I said, doesn't really make sense plot-wise, so you'd have to have a reason for him to get thrown back in. New Blood ruined the laugh for me until I heard that real Masuka again. I assume you mean Original Sin. The laugh from the, I forgot what his name is. Alex, I think is the actor, and played young Masuka. I thought he did okay, but they definitely leaned on that too much. Like, Masuka's more than just the laugh. They very much were like, hey, remember, this is the Masuka thing. We're doing the laugh. A little too much, so I can agree with that. I wonder if we get Deb back in Resurrection Season 2 as a ghost. I'd be for it, but I would prefer not to be how we had her in New Blood. Give her, I don't know, give her something more than her and Harrison were the two things that just like constantly criticized Dexter, and we like him as a character, so it's like, stop. He's like, I don't know. Having her be a more likable character, I think I'd be all for bringing her back. I'm bummed that she got killed off in Season 8, honestly. You think Deb will come back, J-Dev? I could see that. I mean, it makes sense. Dexter seeing like all these ghosts. Why not have Deb? UFC and Dexter's 90%. Yeah. I don't have a channel, but there was once a video on my profile that got thousands of views. It was my son playing 5 Nights at Freddy's plushies. Got killed for the music. Yeah, they don't mess around with copyright on YouTube these days. Also, 5 Nights at Freddy's, super popular. The sequel's coming out soon, isn't it? She will for a cameo. I could see that. Maybe like ghost Deb at Batista's funeral. Deb was great in the first episodes before Harrison showed up. Yeah, she got a little crazy. Like I talked about the wood chipper scene. It was a little wild. I am very much Team Harry as Ghost, and less Team Deb. Like that, James Remar kills that role. Ghost Deb and Ghost LaGuerta. Maybe. I've seen I forgot her name, the actress who plays Maria. She looks like the exact same, so you could bring her back very easily. I want more Brian Ghost. I'm okay with doing the ghost stuff, just have it make sense. Like they did just the right amount in this season. You had him coming out of his coma, you get him seeing all these like life flash before my eyes characters. And then you get Brian when he's with the Ice Truck Killer bed in the vault. If we go too crazy with the ghost, I'm not going to be as big a fan. So if it makes sense with the plot, that's kind of where it needs to be at for me. Harry was awesome. I already talked about it. He was my top, if we're not counting Dexter, top 3 character for me. He may have been honestly my top. It was him, then probably Leon, then Al, but I mean Harry makes Dexter. Okay, Lauren is Maria. Nice. Yeah, from what I've seen, she looks the exact same, which is always tough. I mean, Saw 10 had that problem where it's like, man, you can't really help 20 years pass between now and then. Like, what do you expect? You don't expect them to look the same, but it's like, well, how do you have them in the show then? It would have been awesome to see Dokes be a ghost at Dexter Season the Vault. They could have maybe done that. I mean, we had the Bay Harbor Butcher slides, so you could have had some tie in there with him like joking and being like, it's my blood slides, right, Dex? Like kind of taunting him a little bit. That could have maybe worked. She's the twin that looks just like her. That's kind of cool. She could be the new Gemini. Brian just needs to show up on Dexter Dark Side showing. Maybe. If we had it like every episode, though, I don't know if I would like that. That's kind of how I felt about Original Sin 2, where it's like we did Brian's backstory, which was cool in some ways, but he needs to go off and like get his like MD and like go to school and stuff like that. So I don't mind these characters that we love just in moments that make sense. Gain 5 subs in stream so far. Nice. Yeah, that's awesome to see. Appreciate you guys hanging out, subbing, talking Dexter. We need more Dokes. Yeah, he was solid in the scene that we got for him. In your top 50 characters, he's your second favorite. Nice. I'm wondering, are we counting Dexter as a character because he's probably number 1? But if we're not, somebody like Arthur Mitchell would come to mind. It'd be cool to see Rita in Dream Sequence in season 2. I know technically her grave is shown in episode 1 in season 1. Feels like, yeah, we haven't done any of we didn't do any of Dexter's previous love interests in Resurrection, other than just like references. I assume they would probably all be willing to come back and do something. I think I've heard what's her name, Julie Benz, Rita's actor, say that she was bummed to be killed off, which I don't blame her. All right, what else did I have written down to cover with Future? Let's see. We may have nailed a lot of these already. One I wrote down. Do you guys think we're going to get something with like NYPD going after these killers that are in these files? Like obviously Dexter took the active people, but are we getting some development of the people that were left behind that were maybe not active anymore? Like the finished people are now going to get like arrested at this point for previous crimes. Maybe potentially the Ripper, but I think that they're probably going to still be on the loose. If Gigi dies next season, you see Harrison going dark. Yeah. It would maybe, he would probably be disappointed no matter how she died, but it may depend on like how. Like if she got killed because of Dexter's involvement, I think he would hopefully not go back to being old Harrison, but he may. Or it'll be like a montage scene. I could see that. Them like catching, you see like on the news, like some clip of like 50 people getting arrested. We talked about this earlier, but expecting whether it'll be a time jump or not from how season 1 ended. Harrison's part of the NYPD. King Matthew, I think it depends how, like, the time gap. Because if we pick up right when the Resurrection ended, there's no way that Harrison's a cop already. Like, he has to go to school. So unless we make some, like, time jump of, like, 5 years or however long, Harrison's not going to have much of a tie into anything police force for a while. I don't see Harrison going dark if that was going to happen. Yeah, we kind of did the dark Harrison thing, and I think the writers realized we didn't really like it. It didn't work super well. So it'd be nice to not do that. I think him being in a good spot with Dexter is where the show thrived. That was one of the things. I've seen a lot of people talk about Dexter either going back and joining Miami Metro, which feels like wild, or joining NYPD since he gave Claudette the clue about the weapon. I don't see that happening. I feel like that's some... Pandora's box has been opened. Dexter has left law enforcement. For him to go back to that, even in some other precinct or whatever, I don't think it works for me. I think it's a little bit too unbelievable. I don't know. I mean, I think he could help from afar like he did in Resurrection, like give some tips if he happens to run into someone like Claudette, but for him to like go back and having that same job again, I think is a stretch. As much as I liked it in the original series and how much I would like it going forward, it would be a little bit hard to believe that we're now back doing that again. Oh, appreciate that, Troy. Oh, I'm fine with honestly anybody in stream getting subs. Try to make it a pretty welcoming, inclusive community. So everybody subscribe to everybody. You think it is happening, Jada? You think he is going back to being with law enforcement? I mean, they somehow made him not like they pitched it as he may sue Iron Lake, so they could do anything, but it would take like a few episodes for me to adjust to being like, oh yeah, that makes sense. I can't believe people thought Quinn. Yeah, I think that was wishful thinking because he's like from New York previously, right? So I don't know. I don't know how much fans really like thought that would happen versus like wanted that to happen. Thank you guys. I appreciate that, Cope and JDev. My stuff is weird. I mean, I've talked about this earlier. I obviously cover Dexter, which presumably most of you are here to talk about, but I can see in the background. I talk about Dragon Ball collectibles. I talk like other horror movies. So bounce around a little bit. Talk music. So do some gaming stuff. We talked Resident Evil earlier a little bit. So I bounce around a little bit. So I appreciate anybody subbing and being like, you know what? I may not like all the stuff you do, but I'm cool with hanging out with you and talking stuff, even if it's not like my go-to. Which I do that. Honestly, there's a lot of channels that like I watch that I don't necessarily enjoy the thing they talk about. Like for a long time, I was watching people talk about like, I mean, the company kind of has plummeted since then, but talk about like Funko Pops, but I think they're kind of dumb. But if somebody else is like passionate about it, it's kind of fun seeing their enjoyment with it. I feel like season 2 is going to take place in more places. Yeah, I talked about that earlier. That's the thing. I think I would want that in a season 2, like Dexter road trip killing spree. He has these list of files of characters. They don't all live in New York unless they're going to travel to New York to see Prater or whatever. I mean, I guess he could like do like a fake call to summon them and actually have it be him when they show up. I don't know if I like that idea. I think the road trip to go to different places works. Like, let's go to Wisconsin, go see Al. Let's go down to, you know, wherever the Jaw Splitter lives to see them. It may not be great if we're doing it for the entire season. So maybe we should have like New York be the hub and then travel a few places here and there. I kind of like the idea. I like we're looking forward to it. Yeah, definitely check. As I said, I enjoy engaging with all you guys, so definitely each other's channels, definitely indulge in. I doubt he's going to be saying, yeah, I don't know if we need to do the your car driver thing. I mean, it's a good like cover, I guess. And it may be weird that he just stops. But it's also like, actually, it's pretty good cover for him to be like traveling. If he's trying to like stalk somebody, it helped him learn the city too. So doing the your car thing, it may not work beyond season 1, but I could still see it being like a cover for him driving around a lot. Brad, I mentioned I don't like cartoons lately. You have not. Honestly, you and Cope both are not a big anime fan. Although when Rusty was in here earlier, we were talking about Demon Slayer, so we can go back to that if you prefer. Yeah, I'm the same way, Cope. I prefer to bounce around. It prevents you from being like burnt out on one topic. Honestly, that's the thing with Dexter too. Like, there's only so much Dexter. The show just ended, so I can't just cover it forever because there's an end to it. So, I'm newer here. What's your favorite horror movie or series and music genre? Okay. Horror movie favorite. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. Yeah, to Jadev's point, if we're talking franchise, Saw is pretty high on the list. Scream's pretty high on the list. But if we're talking independent like movies, I reviewed this last year, but The Faculty's a big one for me. I'm gonna be reviewing it this year, but Cabin in the Woods is a solid one. Evil Dead 2013 is great. I'd have to think about that a little longer. I haven't thought about individual horror movie like favorites. I did the top 10 franchises, which I feel like is a different question because solo movies a lot of times are a little bit stronger than like slasher franchises. But I enjoy them all. So like Saw, Scream. Some of the older ones I don't have as much like nostalgia for, if I'm being honest. Like Halloween, A Nightmare, Friday. I appreciate them, but I don't have the personal connection. Like Saw was my like go-to. Like that's when I was going to movies growing up. I would go see like every Halloween, go see a new Saw movie. So, but favorite horror movie, I'd have to think about that longer. I gave some kind of examples, but I don't know if I have a definitive answer yet. Music genre, mostly metalcore. So kind of more modern metal music is my go-to. I mean, I enjoy like 90s rock stuff or like 2000s and later metal stuff. So that's kind of the lane I mostly stick in. I'm willing to bounce around because my big thing is part of why I like metalcore as a genre is like the lyrics are like a big aspect. Like you can tell there's a story or some emotion that's being relayed. I don't really enjoy songs as much. Songs that sound good are cool. Like I'm playing just music right now, for example. It's fun music that you can like vibe to, but when you get that perfect blend of like sounds good and also like has some purpose behind it, that's kind of my sweet spot. I mostly watch film critics and music reactors. That's fair. I would do honestly more music reactor stuff if it wasn't like a nightmare copyright wise. Like whenever I include like even this last episode 10 review, I had like a couple seconds of Smash Mouth playing and I was like mindful. I'm like, all right, don't go too long because copyrights, people that do reactions for like music videos, I commend them because that sounds like a total headache. I wish it wasn't a problem, but that is the world we live in. I guess that's kind of the positive of something like Discord, or I don't have like a Patreon, but maybe at some point where you can dive into some of that copyright stuff a little bit more freely. But yeah, I also watch film and music reactor stuff. Dived into the abyss of horror movies. Go to Wisconsin and see Jada. Yeah, maybe Dexter will take a visit. Saw, enjoyable schlock from 4 on. It did a season or a Saw movie ranking. So if you're interested, check that out. Once again, I will caveat that with it was prior to me having a microphone or even like a PC setup. So I will say it's probably not the best audio quality and stuff like that, but that covers my thoughts on the Saw franchise. Honestly, I'm kind of the weirdo where I like Saw for the plot. I'm not a big gore person, if I'm being honest. Like, I like horror, but part of like, I really enjoyed Saw 10. Like the plot was solid. The kills and like the traps were fun. I don't know if I needed like, let's focus on this girl's leg being cut off for like 10 minutes with the wire and stuff like that. So I watch Saw stuff kind of in spite of the gore almost. Like when the opening to like Saw 6 where we're just like chopping body parts off, I'm like, there's no more plot at this point. We're kind of just so I don't need like crazy traps. Like give me some like convoluted, like almost like sitcom or like what's the word I'm looking for? Like kind of schlocky story, cop stuff to go with some mystery. Big fan of twists in horror movies, I'm being honest, so that's partially why Saw really hit for me. Yeah, Scream is up there too. Also why I like Scream, because you get twists. If one of the killers on the list lives in Nebraska, maybe that's foreshadowing. I mean, that would be a good... So, I talked about like convenience versus like I can understand like Lumen and Dexter. For them to cross paths again, one of them has to contact the other one. If it's a coincidence, I'm not going to be a big fan. Same with Jonah. If you have Dexter go somewhere in the Midwest, and then while he's there, he's like, let me hit up Jonah. Then it's okay. I can tolerate that. My taste of music isn't everyone's cup of tea when it comes to... That's fair. I mean, everyone's got their own favorite music. I'll sound like a broken record, but if everyone liked the same thing, we wouldn't need menus at restaurants. Appreciate that, Cope. I mean, that's kind of how we cross paths with Robert's Resident Evil plan. Complain about stuff noise people. So try to, you're fine, JDev. I know you're kind of just messing around. Even if I cover anime stuff or animated movies like Pixar stuff, which I do think if you indulged in, you would appreciate them a little more. Yeah, the faculty, I kind of viewed, I'm going to mention this probably, we're getting a little bit behind the curtain. I assume like Event Horizon in some ways is how I view the faculty, where I didn't watch it growing up like I did the faculty. So like a lot of, like the CGI in Event Horizon was a little bit hit and miss for me. CGI in the faculty is awful, but I don't really care. I kind of overlook it because I love the plot. It's kind of a little mystery too. Ton of famous actors. I love Elijah Wood and so forth. So that movie hits for me, despite me acknowledging if I watched it today without much attachment to it, it probably wouldn't be as strongly like thought of. So Scream's your favorite? Okay. I know what you did last summer. As I said, I watched the original before the remake. I'm not a big fan of it, if I'm being honest. But once again, I don't have like the big attachment. I probably like Urban Legend more than I Know What You Did Last Summer. I don't know if that's like a hot take or not, but JDex, if you had to take it all in stride. Crazy Coffin, honestly, I think you need to have Dexter in your name. You're always nailing it with the full in-text reviews on JDev stuff too. Metalcore is my thing and why I was nervous to say. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's kind of, I feel like a little bit cringy when I say that because that is the name of the like music genre, but it sounds a little bit cringy, like metalcore. It's like, why don't you just say metal? It's like, well, technically it's a little different. But that's awesome. Yeah, it's definitely my go-to for sure. I've done some videos on the channel talking about like, I did one talking top 30 songs from first half of this year, which you'll get a solid amount of that genre there. Haven't watched the faculty since it came out. Okay, so it's been a while for you. I did a review on it last year. Once again, I probably overly inflated my thoughts on it because I love it, regardless of its flaws. Can you use some bands in metalcore? I mean, if I'm going with like well-known popular ones, like Parkway Drive, Killswitch Engage, August Burns Red, that kind of stuff. Those are like recognizable names, I would say. The ones I do really enjoy. It's not JDex TV yet. Yeah, it is hard once you get like more established to like make a change, because people, even if you change like your profile picture, when somebody changes it, I'm like, wait, who are you? So I understand branding is a thing for a reason. Sometimes you use Patreon. Yeah. A lot of people do that stuff. I'm thinking of, I don't know if we watched similar stuff or not, but Riker Road is one that I got into pretty early. They've kind of blown up though with the reactions, so kudos for them. But I'm the same way with watching those, and I think a lot of people use those alternate routes. That's why you didn't. I don't know if, and as I said, once again, I didn't dislike Event Horizon. I know we talked about it a little bit. You'll find out that I liked a lot of parts to it. But, I mean, I would say the gore didn't increase my score. It didn't take away from it. I know there's a lot more that they took out, but it wasn't a negative for me. Honestly, it was kind of cool seeing Sam Neill with like the eyes and stuff like that. Saw in my opinion fell off after Saw 4 until Jigsaw reignited the series again. Really? That King Matthew, I think that's a hot take for a lot of people. Everybody, I feel like honestly, I don't mind it as much, but Jigsaw, a ton of people just absolutely dislike. It wasn't great when I saw it in theaters, but over time, I'm like, yeah, it's fine. I don't really love the whole Logan thing they did, or even how they handled that other detective at the end. Halloran, I think was his name. It was predictable too. Like in typical Saw fashion, if you don't show me something, I expect, like, if you don't show me somebody dying, they didn't die. It's like classic 101 for especially Saw. Fell off after 4. I mean, people were like 6. I mostly enjoy it. The health insurance one. The only ones I actively like dislike, like I would say I do not like, are 5, which ironically has Rita from Dexter in it, and Spiral. I wasn't a fan of Spiral. I feel like they just kind of took the Saw name and didn't make it a Saw movie. And the voice was absurd, so they also didn't really, I mean, I don't want to spoil it if people haven't seen it, but the traps I feel like didn't do a whole lot for me either. But 5 and Spiral are probably the only 2 that I say I don't like. Jigsaw is not very good, in my opinion. And 7, I kind of view the same way where I view Dexter season 8, where it's like, this is pretty bad, but I have fun with it. I've talked about this before. They both have Sean Patrick Flannery in them, which is kind of ironic, but they're very similar to me, where it's like, this is the original ending that a lot of people hate on. I can appreciate it, but I recognize it's not good. Saw 4 I used to like a lot more than I do now. I feel like upon rewatch over and over, I continue to drop it. Like I used to like Saw 4 more than 3. That's no longer the case. Saw 4 is kind of depressing, honestly. Like Rig had no reason to be tested, and they kind of did Donnie Wahlberg, Eric Matthews dirty, and it's kind of dark when he goes to like the guy in the hotel who's kind of a creep, and then they do like the eyes thing and like rip his, I don't know. I feel like it gets a little grimy in Saw 4. The twist was okay, I guess, but it's getting hard to run many channels. Starting another channel might be too much. Yeah, having multiple, I know a lot of people do that, and that may be the recommendation for me, because a lot of people are like, oh, if I talk music, shouldn't do it on the main channel, should do it on some other channel. But it's like, well, I think only one is fine for now. Hopefully it works out. I didn't watch Event Horizon when it first came out. I watched it when I was 19 or something. Okay. That's fair. Crazy Coffin loves his Dexter series, the legendary episode summaries. Yeah, he nails it with the breakdowns for sure. You've never seen The Faculty? I would check it out. Once again, I have a strong nostalgic tie to it, but there's a lot of people that's kind of fun to like see in the movie. I don't want to spoil them too much, but there's like people you're like, you're not even an actor. Why are you in this movie? And yeah, I like the whole like invasion of the body snatchers idea. So it works for me. Sci-fi and horror, when you blend them, it's kind of hard sometimes, but I think they do a good job. It is classic 90s horror. It very much is the vibe. Even the soundtrack. I really like the soundtrack to The Faculty, but it's also 90s. That's just something to pick on you with. No worries. Band I want to shout out to whose new album dropped yesterday. Check out Via Nova debut called Hit Favorite Song. Okay, I'll write that down. Definitely for checking it out. Mellow Chronic. It's amazing for a late night drive. Okay. We don't need eyes to see. Yeah. Actually, I was going to make I'm going to spoil my entire review at this point, but that very much made me think of like Back to the Future, where it's like, well, we're going, we don't need roads. Like, he's like, we're going, we don't need eyes. Or the other one that made it similar was they, as I said, this is all going to be my review, but they had a line that's very similar to Hellraiser, where it's like such sights to show you. So it felt like they had some pretty good nods to other movies. OG Scream is great, even if it's not my cup of tea. From the 70s, as long as it's not your favorite. Got more into foreign stuff. But Saw brought your background. Nice. Appreciate that, JDev. Yeah, it's a fun journey trying to get to the 1,000-point mark, but I'm enjoying the journey either way. Least favorite American horror at that point. People don't realize I'm a Saw fanatic. Yeah, I don't talk about it too much. I mean, early on, I reviewed the first Saw. Once again, didn't use a current mic, so probably not going to sound the greatest. And then I ranked the franchise. I thought about watching them all, but I was like, you know what? I'm just going to rank them. I hate Saw 5. Yeah, Saw 5 is bad. You can't convince me otherwise. Ending I wasn't happy with. Just the whole... I mean, both plots are bad. Normally you have like plot A, plot B with cops and traps. Both are bad. For them not to realize that you were supposed to like... Especially when they got to the manhole spots. Or like those little gates to like hide in and not be killed. There was so much room in those. I'm like, why do you guys feel like you have to each only have one? Like, the logic by the people on the traps did not work. And also, I was a big fan of Strom. I kind of think they did him dirty. I've grown to like Hoffman more than I did. At first, I was not a Hoffman fan. Orange FA. You know, a bunch of bands I have nostalgia for back in my high school days. Yeah. I feel like I have a nice blend of like stuff I listened to in high school and like modern stuff as far as what I listen to today. I thought about doing like a top 20 bands, which doing that's kind of hard because you have to take into account what you did like back in the day and what you like today and like try to find a mix of that. But I also saw The Ghost Inside lately. It was like the first concert I went to since pre-pandemic. I would highly recommend them, honestly. Like, not only are they amazing as a band, their story is incredible, and their lead singer, he actually streams sometimes. I've talked to him quite a bit. He's a solid guy, so that blend of like music I like, a genre I like subject matter and the lyrics I like, and also a good dude. Like, The Ghost Inside is probably, I mean, spoilers here, they're probably my favorite band at this point in time. Like, that's a good group of dudes. Maybe I'll post in the Discord, but Aftermath, I fully recommend. If you don't like metalcore, totally fine. But my side rant on music, you have to listen to Aftermath by The Ghost Inside. They have like the story of what happened with their band in that, and I can spoil it potentially, but pretty much they had a traumatic bus crash, and their drummer lost his leg, and he still plays drums for them. Like, if that's like the example of a story of like never say never, like you can overcome anything, which honestly that's my favorite part of like typically metalcore music, because it is like an uplifting. It sounds like angry to a lot of people, so they assume it's like not uplifting, but most of it ultimately is. I think even August Burns Red had a shirt that was like angry music for happy people or something like that, which was kind of funny. You liked Jigsaw? Yeah, I don't want to say liked. I didn't dislike Jigsaw. Like, a lot of people think it's their least favorite. It's not for me, but it's also not for me. If that makes sense. It's not one of my favorites, but it's not the bottom either. It's like second half, but not all the way down. Yeah, Jacob Elway, Sean Patrick Flannery. Appreciate that, Cope. Yeah, anyone who subs, thank you so much for doing so. I loved Saw 4 when it came out, but as I said, on rewatch, I'm losing a little bit. Yeah, it also gets convoluted. We talked about retconning a little bit with New Blood. Saw as a franchise retcons so much. I don't know how many apprentices we have at this point. So, yeah, you can join the Discord, Lone Wolf. Let me share the invite if I can do that successfully here. Sorry if I'm a little behind on chat too here. Let me grab invite people. We'll have that not expire, I guess. Generate a new link, copy. It's in my channel information if you need it, but this should be an invite if you would like to join. All right. I like the Saw films. I like the Final Destination films. I can enjoy it. Yeah, that's kind of how my wife is. She she's not as big into horror, although I feel like that's changed over the last few years because I watch it, but it's kind of like can watch anything and will enjoy it. Final Destination, I did have on my top franchise rankings, although I do not have it nearly as high as Saw. Because there's not much of a plot. It's kind of just like turned into a bit of a Rube Goldberg thing, which is still fun. I was sure in the faculty, yeah, he was the example I was thinking of. Like, you're not an actor. Why are you in this movie? But they have a ton of like fun cameos. There's like Jon Stewart in that. I mean, Josh Hartnett's awesome. As I said, Elijah Wood's awesome. Robert Patrick's awesome. It's a fun movie. Once again, it's similar to like we talked about Until Dawn earlier. Don't take it too seriously, but it's a good time. Why do you think I call you legendary? Yeah, that was a hell resurrection. It felt like. My latest resurrection review is bringing more. Nice. I mean, I can definitely feel the Dexter love with channel growth. Appreciate that, Lone Wolf. Whether it's you or JDev stuff, like, thanks for being here, hanging out, and yeah, just chilling. Yeah, you mentioned that director the other day, Cope. Yeah, Lone Wolf, I'd be up for any suggestions if you want to share it in the. I have a music server. I have a music channel in the server on Discord. So feel free to throw any bands in there. I may know some of the ones that you mentioned because I do listen to some less prominent ones, but I did talk about President when we started. They were kind of blowing up. They're kind of the new Sleep Token, it feels like. Is my favorite, but I do like his stuff. Have you heard the band named Unprocessed? I have not. Is that one you probably recommend, I would assume? They have no one dropping on Halloween. Nice. Saw them live a few months ago. They asked us to get on stage. So that sounds awesome. You should just pin that Discord message. That is true. I should probably. I'm doing all the things that are... Good call. There we go. I did not forget to close the poll this time, thankfully. All right. Cool. Great to have you there, Lone Wolf. It's just kind of getting started. Honestly, I feel like I should probably add bots or apps or whatever because it feels like that's a thing, but it's still kind of small enough that's probably okay without it. I don't think I'll break my longest stream. I mean, we have been going for a while, but what was it? I had like a 10 or 11 hour Slay the Spire stream a few months ago. Like we've talked about JDev if they were like bots, but we had like 50 people supposedly in chat. So I was like, all right, we'll just keep going, and kept playing Slay the Spire, which is an easy thing for me to get sucked into for endless hours. I may wind up losing my voice doing this, honestly. Just joined the Discord. Nice. Welcome in, King Matthew. And I'm super chill on Discord stuff. Like, if you want to talk about anything you're interested in, like, hey, movie coming up, what do you guys think? Or I obviously have the different channels listed on there, so I'm open. I mean, I'm not like a country fan, but on the music one, if you want to talk about country music, totally fine. Or if there's a channel you think I should make, feel free to share that input and I can add anything. I just kind of made generic ones that felt like stuff that covered channel stuff already. Let's see. I realized I'm in 23 servers. Yeah, I did realize that's kind of the thing with Discord, where you have like your growing friend group and then everybody has their own Discords, and then now you're like Cope, even with you, me, and Robert, I'm like in all of yours, and then I have a separate group with like horror fans as well. Like JDev, I know you know Ken Sledge, but I'm in his one too, and then a few other people in that group as well. Dogtooth's your favorite? Okay. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. The New York Ripper like theory stuff was like a big thing for a lot of people. I kind of made that video not thinking much about it, so it wound up being a fun way to grow the community. But I did that kind of with Original Sin when I was talking about the killer in that video. So I was like, oh, let me do something similar here. And since they're setting up this kind of like a unknown character, let's do some speculation. The favorite's your second favorite? Okay. The favorite is your second favorite? Your name's Papa Wolf. Okay. Oh, congrats, man. That's awesome. Yeah, that's the hard part when you're like, I don't know if I'm talking like Steam or like PlayStation or whatever else. I have like not the same name on those, but I'm not going to change them. So it's like, okay, anything I create going forward, I can make this name, but the old stuff's going to stay the old stuff. Right. I did, as I said, I think I drank the rest of the coffee though, so I'd have to make some more, which that would be on a long break, but honestly, water is probably what I need a refill of at this point. I have to, okay, you talking that guy's movie catalog? Yeah, I kind of thought the same thing. Discord is something there, but it's just kind of like an extra way to connect, so it doesn't need to be fully fleshed out yet. Lone Wolf, I'm good either way. If you post, honestly, if you post in the music, you don't have to tag me. I'll see it. There's not enough commenting going on at this point, so I think whatever you type, I'll wind up checking it out. You don't have to tag me. Is that how long it's been? I started at 7 Central. Oh, that's the record one you're saying? Because if I started 7 this time, we're at 6 hours. So yeah, I'm about to leave for the night because it's late. Yeah, that's the other thing. People are gonna start dipping because it is late for everybody. So honestly, I'm thankful you guys hung out for 6 hours or even popping in, jumping out, whatever. You have to work in the morning. That is totally reasonable. Appreciate having you in the stream, King Matthew, and it sounds like glad to have you in the Discord too, and hope chat more in the future. Dabble in metal, all genres. Apparently, I'm in a small minority of horror and hip hop being your favorite things. Interesting. It does feel like while they're separate topics entirely, people that probably love horror movies are also probably people that love metal. It feels like if I was seeing the appearance of somebody who would attend like a metal concert, I'd be like, you're probably a horror fan. You're like decked out in black and whatever else. So it feels like there's kind of an overlap there, even though they're pretty different subjects to like view content of. Yeah, there's tons of Discord stuff, which as I said, I'm new to that whole space because I just joined the PC squad this year. Actually, when I started the channel last, I think April, I was using my phone for everything until I got this computer in February. So the first almost year was strictly on my phone making videos. Hopefully there's an increase in quality over time. I'm in 13 Discords, not too shabby. I need to do a live stream with Ken and Rob, that horror couple. That'd be a good one. I've thought about asking Ken to like talk about. I feel like he's really into music, but I think he's pretty intentional with the channel being horror stuff. So I'm like, I don't care my stuff. We can talk music or whatever. So he's definitely somebody I feel like that's good to pull to talk about things he's interested in that he may choose not to cover on the channel. Yeah, that's fair. I may not love their films. We'll see. 6+ hours, yeah. Yeah, that's the record one. As I said, we had Slay the Spire. I did plan to do Guess the Movie again today. That was on the docket. I didn't fully expect Dexter to be this. I mean, we kind of bounce around topics. We're not even talking Dexter right now necessarily. So, some people has a rule. What part of the world do you live in? Okay, yeah, I am pretty chill on the Discord side. If it got to a point, I would let you know. Hopefully, I would let you know pretty politely, but there's not really any major rules on Discord. Don't be like mean to somebody else. That's for the most part my policy in general. Like when it comes to YouTube comments, I guess we did have the whole spoiler stuff with the leaks from episode 10, so I was mindful of comments there, but I am somebody who will delete a comment if it feels like it's an attack on somebody. I know there's some people that think like, oh, it's engagement, don't delete it, whatever. But if there's like a hate comment, I'm like, I don't need to see that. So, but that's for the most part the only thing that I'll care about. You can pretty much talk about whatever, and I'm not gonna care. I'm sticking around. I'm a night owl. All right. Well, I mean, if you and Jade ever hang out and everyone else in chat, Troy or whoever else hops in, may go a little longer. I'm not like super tired. I could maybe get some more caffeine, but I did in theory also plan to have my season review out before next Alien episode, so we'll see how much sleep I get tonight. But to answer your question, I'm the same area as you. I'm a Texan, so I don't know if I would say that proudly these days, but I live in West Virginia, essentially the woods. Okay, I mean you're the Mountaineers. I don't know if I've been to most states in the US. I've probably driven through West Virginia because I've been in Virginia and gone west. So it's possible. It's kind of like above it though at the same time, right? It's not directly west entirely unless you're going also north. Ice Nine Kill makes the music based on... Yeah, I love Ice Nine Kills. I haven't listened to a lot of their new stuff. The Silver Scream was an awesome album though. Definitely a good blend. They definitely hit their like niche too. Kind of surprised they never got like sued or something, because to your point, they're popular songs. Although I like A Grave Mistake, which is not based on a movie, but their popular songs are based on like all of the horror movies. They've kind of blown up though. They're pretty popular at this point. Like their t-shirts are in like Spencer's and Hot Topic and stuff. Them and Sleep Token are like the most popular like band t-shirts in like a Spencer's. Since you mentioned Sledges, you part of an unofficial fan club. The unofficial fan club? I can send you a card. You mean like a card in the mail? What kind of card are we talking? I don't think I'm in their Discord, and I also sub to them. I don't know what the unofficial fan club is. Yeah, tonight was the first time I think Sister Pam had popped in for a stream. It was awesome to see her come in, and once again, super thankful. I appreciate anyone coming in and just talking, so a super chat is extremely generous to do. Yeah, it was nice to have her in. To your point, I think you said you watched her stuff a lot, and I've checked out a few of her Dexter things as well. I'll have to... I don't know, the hard part is like sometimes, especially when it comes to something that I cover, you're probably aware of this, JDev, that whenever I'm making a video also on like episode 10, I wait to finish mine, post it, and then I'll watch yours and comment on it, because I don't want to be like influenced by something like somebody else said and be like, oh, I'm going to make this part of my discussion now. So maybe that makes me miss out on some information that other people have sometimes, but I think it makes it more of an authentic experience. Maybe we cross over topics. It makes sense that we would, but try to make it so I do mine first and then watch others. But you have to check out more of her stuff beyond Dexter. I think she covered Yellow Jackets too, I thought I remember. Guess the movie thing is fun as hell. Yeah, I enjoy it. I mean, it's a way to interact. Like, it's kind of like playing a game, but it's a way to get participation as well. Rule, don't be a dick. Yeah, that's kind of my philosophy. Is like, I don't know. There's some comments that people commented on my latest episode review. I'm like, that's borderline me deleting. Like somebody was like talking about like insulting someone else. I'm like, you didn't say anything directly mean, but you were kind of. So I'm like, I don't know. There's some gray areas at times. You're Madison waiting for Dexter. Yeah, that's where the university was. I used to be way into sports, as I've mentioned before. You can see the hockey stick behind me. But for quite a variety of reasons, pretty much since the pandemic, I've dipped on my interest in sports. But I know it's a big college football day today, so I have no idea who played or who won. Your night on the weekends. Yeah, it seemed like that was your schedule that worked, which that works with Dexter being on Thursdays, but doesn't work as well for Alien being on Tuesdays, which I know you're not covering that now. Although the thing that's nice about Alien, that drops at like 7, so you don't have to stay up until like 3 or 4 in the morning to do a review, unlike Dexter, where it's like, all right, this thing drops at midnight Eastern, so Good luck on sleeping. Hand you some coffee. I'm in Florida, so Dexter's coming back. That would, I mean, once again, Dexter going to Florida, back to Miami. In the right reasons, I could buy it. Him going back for Batista's funeral, an example for a reason to go back. Him being summoned for trial, good reason to go back. Him going back to work for Miami Metro, doesn't really work for me. Unless you find some way to make it make sense, but they can do anything, just make it logical. Don't just do it for the sake of like, hey guys, remember this was a fun thing we did. I'm not mad at him to come to work for you. Okay, nice. Has DB Cooper been caught yet? Yeah, he died, right? Wait, you're talking about you're not talking about Cooper like when I saw you say that, I was thinking of Cooper of Prater's Cooper, but that's not that was Cooper Morris, right? Who is? Why does that sound like a real person's name? Fun fact: Jadev doesn't drive. That is a fun fact, especially in the Midwest. I feel like that's a place that'd be more challenging. Although it depends on like your setup, obviously. I feel like people not having like transportation works for like, speaking of Dexter, works for New York, LA, someplace that has like mass transit. DC probably. Silver Scream 2 is amazing. I haven't listened to as much on that album. I've listened to a few of them, like the Terrifier song, which was pretty solid. But I'll need to deep dive into it a little bit more. Oh, I don't know if I knew that. Grave Mistake is based on The Crow. Well, all their stuff. That's not on the Silver Scream, though, is it? I thought that was one of their earlier songs. I hate it in Madison. It's like San Francisco. I'm assuming that's a bad thing for you. Honestly, if I could like choose to live anywhere, like just disregarding everything, I would pick like San Diego. I was out there for Comic-Con 6 years ago now. Dang, it's been that long. And weather was amazing. Food was pretty good. Obviously, I was like a tourist at the time, so that could get maybe annoying, but it's like perfect weather. Although I guess you don't get as many seasons, so you miss out there. I'm from Florida, spent like 20 years of my life there, never went to Miami though. I've been to Miami a few times. They're kind of a major like airport. It is like on the, I mean, unless you're flying or like doing something in Miami, it doesn't really make sense to go there because isn't it like literally right on like the far right bottom of the coast? You kind of be going out of your way unless you're going to Miami. If she popped in my stream, I'd be thrown off. Hopefully people have had a good time with the stream today. I was in Broward County for 33 years. She also talks Scream a lot. Nice. I'll definitely have to. I'm looking forward to Scream 7. We'll see how that winds up panning out. I debated showing some of the Black Phone 2 trailer stuff today too. I was also going to cover upcoming movies. Maybe we'll wind up doing that a little bit. It was a running joke. Can I hire the official co-founder? Oh, got it. I see what you're saying. I may need to watch the Friday the 13th movies this year, although there's a lot of other stuff I'm reviewing already, so maybe. I feel like I mentioned this earlier. I don't have the nostalgia for Halloween, Nightmare, F-13. Love the F-13 game. Love Jason as an icon. From my recollection, the movies are kind of mid. I feel like I'm a Gen Z saying that, but like, would you ever have one of the Friday movies in your top 10 horror movies of all time? I don't know. I did watch the Nightmare movies last year, though, like from start to finish. And of the three, that may be the one I like the most. I don't know if I like Freddy as a character because he's kind of a creep, but without having rewatched Halloween and Friday recently, my thought is the Nightmare stuff probably worked a little better. Good old Chasing goes to hell. Yeah, people are pretty polarizing on some of the F-13 movies for sure. You're a few episodes behind Failing Earth. I assume a lot of people's favorite episode is episode 5, the one we just got. I think I liked episode 4 more though. Episode 5 is like the action, like you're getting carnage, which was pretty predictable based off of the episode title. Similar to like the Batista thing. It was like, all right, you're kind of hinting at what's going to happen here. Okay, Gravy Snake was on Silver Screen 1. Okay. That's an example of, this is like a first world problem, but when you have like a song that the music video is like 10 minutes long, but the song is only like 3 minutes of it, you can obviously just listen to like the audio version of the song, but that one comes to mind because there's like actually like a story in their music video. Okay, you listen to them since the beginning. Nice. I feel like a great mistake. So Silver Scream is kind of when I jumped in. So I'm semi poser phase for for Ice Nine Kills. Although I do appreciate their band name too, because isn't that a reference to Cat's Cradle? Is it? Right, that's the book with Ice Nine. Orlando's the Florida airport I've only been to. Okay, I think I've been to both of those. Orlando's like a big convention location too, I feel like. Shadow doesn't drive me to stash. That's true. He is becoming a baller. I can tell you every song based on Silver Screen 1 and 2 if you were wondering which songs. I think I know for the most part the first album. So by default, everything else would be on the second one. Like Terrifier's on the second one. Isn't there an Evil Dead one on the second one? Trying to think of The Shining maybe on the second one. This may be weird, but I think the Ice Nine Kills songs I like more are probably the acoustic versions. Like the Friday the 13th and the Halloween thematic songs and acoustics are really well done. You have what's his name? Ari Lehman. The kid, right, from the original Friday the 13th. He's featured singing in the Friday the 13th song in the acoustic one at least. I think maybe in the original one too. And then they put out a Halloween acoustic version that had Matt Heafy from Trivium, which I also enjoyed. So most of the stuff I do like the acoustic versions of. Since me and T Parker will be doing many Scream 7 related streams, it's going to be fitting. People are going to be wanting to talk about it. I'm nostalgic for Scream and Saw. I'm probably right up there with you. Although if I'm being honest, I didn't watch most of the Scream stuff until a few years ago. Like kind of when Scream 5 popped off is when I got back into the franchise, whereas Saw, I can say confidently I was there for the journey. The first one I watched on DVD, loved it. And then same with the second one. And then from 3 on, I saw in theaters. I think I was sneaking into a few, or I was sneaking friends into some of those because it was like that weird time where it's like, I feel like back in the day, they used to care a lot more about people under 17 or under 18 or whatever getting into theaters. They would have like a guard almost person in front of each individual like theater, not just like the ticket spot, but like the theater. They'd be like watching you, like checking your IDs there. I don't think they do it anymore. I don't think they care, which is probably good because nobody would go to. They need people at the movies, but back then they really cared. And I remember having to sneak people in because I was like, "Oh, here's my driver's permit, or here's my like other ID." I remember actually, I think it was Saw 4. I went with 3 friends, and I was the oldest one. I was the only one I think old enough to buy the tickets. So I like individually at the little machine bought 4 separate tickets. And then we went in, and then I remember us like getting about to sit down, and some usher comes like up to us. I'm like, oh God, he's gonna card us. We're screwed. But all he did was ask for our tickets, and we had them obviously because I bought them. We didn't like sneak in, so we lucked out there. But yeah, I saw as the franchise. That was my annual thing. So it was always awesome to do that. Hopefully the whatever Blumhouse does. They're the ones that picked it up from Twisted Pictures, right? I think so. But hopefully whatever they do wants to be good. I'm afraid of a reboot because we have James Wan and Lee Winnell doing it, and they did the early stuff. So we'll see. But it's hard to not have Tobin Bell in it. That's why Saw 10 did so well. You brought, big surprise, you brought the main character of Saw back and you made him prominent in the movie. Shocker. You wonder why 1 through 3 did so well. I get he's not really in 1 per se. But you wonder why 2 and 3 did so well. Tobin Bell. I don't know if anyone else could do Jigsaw for me and be like effective. Then again, I didn't think anyone else could do Dexter other than Michael C. Hall. And they pulled it off, so you never know. You have nostalgia for films, not for my time. Script and old stuff. That's fair. There's definitely stuff like I mentioned my favorite Christmas movies being It's a Wonderful Life and Jingle All the Way, but obviously I wasn't born when It's a Wonderful Life came out. That's one of the few like black and white movies I could still watch. If I haven't seen like a black and white movie that comes out today, it's hard for me to be like, oh yeah, this is gonna be good. Not that I don't think it's good, it's just hard for me to like want to watch it, essentially. Born in the 80s, raised in the 50s. Okay, you guys got some history then. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, it is based off of Cat's Cradle. Yeah, and I imagine most people, I mean, that's the reason they popped off was they did the horror movie stuff. I remember sneaking to Freddy vs. Jason showing. That'd be a fitting one too. The kills were added to sell the idea of them going horror. Spencer, it's into horror and literature. Oh yeah, Spencer Charnas, the lead singer. He seems like a solid dude. I think I watched some like Dead Meat interview with him, which they were actually at. I went to a horror convention a couple months ago, which they went to. I did a video on it. I debated I had some clips of like the actors and stuff, but it always feels weird because they obviously want to get paid for you taking pictures and stuff. So I'm like, oh, I'll do like a drive-by, but I didn't even really share any of that stuff. Movie-wise, more era. Why are you watching horror since? Yeah, that's probably why I was a little bit late to the party. My family's not like a big horror movie squad, so it was like my own interest. Same with my music taste, if I'm being honest. Like a lot of the things I enjoy I had to go like seek them out myself, as opposed to being like shown these things. If anything, feel like I was probably told like that's not good to watch or listen to. So yeah. I really enjoyed that one. That's a solid. Obviously, it's fun too having like the tie-ins like lyrically to the movies. It's like, oh, okay. And that's why you didn't like The Lighthouse. That is one of the reasons. It was a little bit too artsy for me. That's the guy that did The Witch, right? I'm blanking on their name, but I feel like I can appreciate what they're going for, but that doesn't mean I like it. Like that falls in the category of when I talk best and favorite. I can assume that it's in the highly thought of, and I can appreciate and acknowledge that, but it's not a favorite for me. Artsy, yeah. I don't know. I mean, like the point of that is they're just like going insane. Honestly, I feel like in some ways it's like funny, where they're just like, like they're like losing their minds, which I get is the point. They're like isolated. They start to like turn on each other, whatever. Yeah, like I can appreciate them, but it's not my thing. It's kind of like where I talked about Until Dawn. Not a good movie, but more at my alley. I enjoyed it. Let's see if there's any more Dexter stuff I had written down. I may need if we are still hanging for a bit, I may wind up grabbing some more water and maybe I'll find some caffeine. I don't want to leave the stream like too long without me being here though. Here's one I probably should have mentioned earlier, but it's to be lost probably some of the Dexter crowd. But do you guys think that Dexter pulled the Charlie Brown file or left it there with the others? So obviously he pulled the active killers. Did he spare Charlie and say, you know what, I'm going to pull you out of here? Or did he leave it there, in which Charlie's kind of screwed? Grab some old chips. He pulled it. Do you think he, like, did we see that? Or are you just saying your guess is that he did? Are you guys saying, did he actually? I don't remember seeing where he took it. Because at the end in the bag, we just see the active killers. But maybe it's like at the bottom. Because obviously he grabbed the dark passenger too. And that was not shown at the end. Oh, what's your guess? Yeah, I would assume so. It's the same thing I thought with Batista's phone. Like, take everything incriminating and just get out of there with all of it. Robert Eggers, yeah, I can appreciate his stuff, but it's not necessarily my thing. What else? Any old cast appearances you expect us to get that we haven't gotten already? Obviously, we've been shown Masuka and Quinn. Do you think we'll get more? Do you think Jamie Batista's coming out with the next season with Angel being dead? Cody Astor. I know we talked about Lumen earlier. Hannah. Any of these people you expect we're going to get that we haven't gotten already? We already talked about how the show will end in comparison to you, so probably don't need to dive into that. I feel like it's funny sometimes you review stuff and you're like, I didn't really like this. Why did I review this? People are just going to be super angry that I just didn't like it. Like you, I reviewed that whole show pretty much, and if you like you're probably not super pumped at me about me just like ripping on it. What else? Do we think Claudette's going to be impressed that Dexter was right about the New York Ripper weapon? Or do we think she'll be suspicious that he was so accurate after seeing it? That's a question. We talked about Dexter back in law enforcement. I don't think I'm a fan of it, but I know a lot of people want to see it. Do you guys think we'll get more Angel? I think we kind of talked about that, but do you think we'll get Ghost Angel or like flashback with like Quinn seeing Angel maybe? Then we already talked about the Batista death and how if that'll be a choice that the writers regret or not. I think they will. I kind of like in the moment came up with the idea of Dexter sacrificing himself, but I think that's the only other currently satisfactory ending for me other than Batista having caught him. I think doing something noble and having that be how he goes out. Maybe for his son, just like him being the one to die this time and not having Angel get shot, having him the one that gets shot or however he gets killed. I think could make sense. He finally says, you know what? I'm not letting these people around me die. It's me. Kind of what they did in New Blood, but they did it a lot worse. All right, I'm gonna grab some water. We'll see. Is it too late to make coffee? Also, that's gonna take some while to make. So, either way, I'm gonna step away and grab some water, and we'll hop back in and answer your guys' thoughts on some of those things I posed. Yeah, we'll wait to do the upcoming movie stuff too. All right, I'm gonna take a step away real quick. All right, we back. I did make some coffee, which is potentially going to be a regrettable choice. But if making coffee is my bad decision on the weekend, that probably going to be doing worse stuff. All right, let's catch up a little bit. If he left it there, St. Clair will be hunting Charlie. Wasn't staying alive. Jamie, 100%. I think it could make sense. I mean, you said she's in like Lucifer, right? So she's still acting. That's the Cody Nasser problem. I feel like I don't know if I haven't followed their like background if they're still doing TV. But if the character is still like the actor's still acting today, then it seems reasonable to include them. Yeah, to be fair, Cope, that list is probably all movies that like I understand are good, but not ones I like. The Witch, The Northman, The Lighthouse. I haven't seen The Northman. Lighthouse. I also haven't seen Nosferatu, but I'm getting a similar vibe to like The Witch. Lumen's 50-50. Okay. Werewolf. Okay. Hopefully it's better. I also heard the what was it? Lee Winnell did his werewolf movie that apparently was not good. Never saw it, but heard kind of rough things. Okay. Outside of brief cameos, I don't expect or want any more past characters. Interesting. Okay. I mean, I think for the most part, they would just be cameos. Unless we're counting Quinn in that group, I think Quinn could become a prominent character. Is this better analyst, so she should be impressed? Yeah, I think it depends if she's like what way she's thinking. I don't think Dexter's gonna be like her like go-to genius person per se, but it depends how like blinded she is by like being, to your point, impressed that he was right. Angry Angel Ghost. Yeah, I think if Angel comes back, he as a ghost, he's not gonna be friendly. Like, it doesn't make sense. Him being how Deb acted makes sense. So I would expect that. The American Nightmare. Yeah, those are the Einstein Kill songs. I pretty much enjoy all those. He's still 100% Ghost Angel. Take a wee break, yeah. I obviously don't stream a ton, so going for like 7 hours it's quite a bit of time. Okay, a few more there. The Shining. Yeah, those are, I mean, it's fun to bring like music and combine it with something that fans know. It's an easy like slam dunk as far as getting people interested. I'm not about to bring any coffee. I'm just toss my wings. Munchies are setting in. I don't blame you for not making coffee. I will see how long I stay awake for at this point, but munchies, it does feel like it's that time too. Oh, there's a Devil Reject song. I don't think I knew that. I saw that in theaters probably when I was way too young. My friend's mom bought me and a bunch of people in our class tickets to go see it, and she just like left and then picked us up afterwards. I do not think I should have seen that movie, but I remember mostly enjoying it. Okay, there's a few others you listed there. Nice. Didn't have any wings, but I have chicken. Nice. That's also works. Lucifer ended a few years ago. She's in something else now. Okay, so yeah, if she's active, it's an easier sell to bring her back, at least for an episode or so. I never watched Lucifer, but I think JW, you said you really liked it. Wolfman wasn't great, but I did enjoy it a little more than most reviewers. Fair. That's kind of what I thought about Until Dawn, where it's like, you're not really a good movie, but people were a little bit too harsh. One thing I did plan to do was looking at movies for the rest of the year. Let's see if I can do this without screwing everything up. Oh, that's still on the, let me switch over to the other tab. That was the billionaire, Edward Olson. Get rid of you. I guess we didn't really do a deep dive in all the cast members, but we kind of did that last time. Doesn't feel like there's enough changed. All right, let me pull you up. All right, so I just went to a website to see like what's upcoming for the rest of the year. And wanted to see what you guys' thoughts were as far as what is the most anticipated movie for you or movies for you. What do you think is going to be a flop? Curious in your thoughts. We'll just kind of scroll down because obviously most of the year has happened at this point. I thought about talking about like my ranking my movies, but I figured let's just wait for the end of the year for that. All right, we are in September now, actually. All right, is this pulling up where it should be? Yeah. So obviously we have The Conjuring out now. I'm probably not going to see it, but I've heard people are not big fans of it. I guess we can see Hamilton back in theaters. They're probably super happy that Dexter gave them a shout out. And let's see. Crazy Kaufman loves Lucifer. Nice. I said I've never watched it, so I couldn't even tell you what the plot is. I assume there's something with the devil probably involved. Any YouTuber you watch that you can name? There's these great YouTubers named Cope and Madness and JDev TV that I highly recommend. I mean, I do, but I don't know if you're looking for... There's kind of a variety. It depends what you're... And maybe you're asking me what I watch. But I have a kind of a good variety of things that I watch. I watch some music stuff. I mean, most of what I make, I watch to some extent. Other people do similar stuff. At least I historically have. But is there a type of content that you're asking about, or are you just asking in general? I do want to watch Hamilton. It is on... It sounds like it's on Hulu. I've listed my friends and streamers on my channel at the bottom page. Oh, appreciate that, Cope. In general, I mean, are we talking? Because I think there's a balance. I watch a lot of like the famous people or like popular YouTube people, but I also watch people that are not as grown. I typically would want to promote them over somebody famous. I mean, I watch like, it may not be like cool to say anymore, but I still watch like Markiplier and stuff like that. Or like if we're talking gaming and stuff, I watch like Angry Joe periodically. Speaking of, I think, did you say you were from Austin? Somebody said they were from Austin earlier. That would be a similar overlap. Sorry, I don't do Conjuring movies. I don't want my money going to. Is there some heat with the Conjuring people? When you say the family, you mean like the real people that were the Conjuring characters, or like the creators of the movie? I don't know if I know about the drama with them. Small time streamers. Yeah, I mean, I'd rather, if I'm gonna give a shout out, I would give it to like smaller creators. Can I even pull up my YouTube right now while I'm doing this? I mean, I gave my two colleagues in chat a reference here. Let's see if I'm picking like, I don't think that's also a big name. I mean, speaking of Robert, he's almost at 100 subs. Ranzelmo. Our Life in Horror, they seem like good people. Sam and Brendan. I don't know if they count as small at this point because they've built a large community, but Sledgehammer Horror, obviously, we've talked about. I watched like a lot of, as I said, like collectibles or toy stuff. Not small, but like Mad Hatter Reviews is a fun one that I enjoy. He's been in chat a few times, but Dad's Expensive Hobby I sub to. Atomic Cult Media I've connected with. I feel like we have very differing opinions on what we like, but that makes it kind of fun. What else? Jacula's Castle is kind of a fun one. It's like this kid and his dad that go like shopping at like places for horror stuff. Yeah, that's kind of a good blend of stuff that I mentioned Vigil earlier, so the Ghost Inside lead singer. He plays like Valorant and Hearthstone, which I'm not big into either of those games, but once again, if I'm enjoying like being around the person, I don't overly care. Snook Collects is also one on the collecting side. So some good variety. Yeah, of course. I mean, you guys are hanging out with me, so I should be thanking you, honestly. I've thought about doing stuff like that, given like, I know some people put posts like giving shout outs, but then the problem is, unless you do everybody at once, you gotta like periodically do it. I don't want to have anyone feel like left out. Yeah, him looks interesting. I mentioned earlier, I am less into sports than I used to be, but I am intrigued by the concept of him. I'm curious your guys' thoughts on, I guess we'll look at the list here. We can talk about him here. Do you guys think that, for folks that are familiar with the plot, so pretty much the plot is you have this quarterback or aspiring quarterback, I assume go to the NFL or whatever league they're going to have, and he's trying to be the best, and he's being mentored by, so it's the guy from I Know What You Did Last Summer, the recent one. He's being mentored by Marlon Wayans, who is presumably like a experienced quarterback that, or football player at least, that is trying to train him to being the best. And it gets like very creepy with like a lot of unique, speaking of artsy, it feels like some parts of that are pretty artsy with like the stuff he's seeing, like these creatures and like this just being like coated in blood and stuff. Do you guys think it's actually stuff that he's experiencing? Is he actually being haunted by these demons and like sold his soul to the devil? Because I mean, that's also, it's kind of a fun double meaning. I mentioned this when I did the trailer reaction originally, but him is like a sports term where it's like he is him, which is pretty much saying like he's the man, he's like the GOAT, he's the best. But also it's an acronym for potentially His Infernal Majesty, which is like the devil. So kind of a fun name choice there, if I'm assuming they intended that. But do you think he's actually possessed, or do you think he is so concussed that he starts seeing stuff? My assumption going into it is that he is possessed. Like whatever he signed up for, he sold his soul to the devil to be good at football. But I think the general public is going to think he's crazy because he has concussions. and they're not going to believe him. So he's going to be like, they give a common example for people that like are familiar with football. Antonio Brown is kind of like the prime example of somebody who was great at football, but they've kind of gone a little bit wild in their takes since football. And I think most people just be like, he's had so many concussions, he's lost his mind. I'm getting that vibe from this movie. Like, he's actually possessed, but nobody believes him because they all just think he's had concussions and he's just like brain dead at this point. That's my guess. I don't know if that's a plot I would love or not, but that's my just first assumption. Yeah, Jordan Peele produced it. I like sports movies sometimes, so her version, yeah. Like, I remember, I mentioned Remember the Titans as an awesome one. We also talked Never Back Down earlier, which I'll repeatedly do. This goes in the favorite, not best category. You watch Sean, okay, you're giving some shout outs. Sean Chandler, Cody Leach, Angry Joe. Okay. I'm familiar with most of those people. Of the list, the people that I probably more actively watch would be Cody and Joe from that. I've watched stuff from pretty much everyone you named, but of them, those are the two that I mostly connect with. Yeah, I mean, the trailer definitely left it up for us to figure it out, and probably won't get an answer until we watch the movie. Marlon would have sold his soul to be believable as a great football player. You don't think he looks like an athlete? That makes me think of Any Given Sunday with Jamie Foxx. I thought it was an okay movie. Honestly, I kind of feel like Any Given Sunday is a little overrated. I feel like if it didn't have like the Al Pacino inches speech towards the end of it, it wouldn't be nearly as good. Like, the plot is kind of meh, whatever. Shout out though, if we're talking sports movie, that'd be kind of a fun thing, maybe like favorite sports movie. Obviously, I mentioned Remember the Titans, but The Replacements, awesome sports movie with Keanu Reeves as Shane Falco. Definitely worthwhile. There's other stuff, different sports, obviously too. Like Moneyball is a good one. Okay, so you listen to a few more there. Nice. Yeah, Remember the Titans for the longest time was my favorite movie of all time. I think Lord of the Rings franchise has surpassed it. But there's just such a good story there. It's such a feel-good thing. They have great acting. It was top-notch. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised the guy who played Gary Bertier in that movie isn't in more stuff. But that's just an incredible movie overall. So, also a Disney movie, surprisingly. I feel like I don't think of like non-animated stuff typically, but yeah, I know Chris Stuckman has switched up to being like, if he reviews a movie, it means he liked it. I don't blame him. I mean, he's in the industry now. He's got Shelby Oaks, which is probably gonna be on this list coming out, so kudos to him. I guess the positive, that's the thing that kind of sucks about reviewing something though. Like, if you made a review on it and somebody clicked on it, it maybe means that's a movie they liked. But then you're like, oh, 3 out of 10, this sucked. And then people are mad at you. And it's like, well, I just didn't like it. I'm sorry. A horror sports movie, The Fan. I don't know if I've seen that. I mean, De Niro and Snipes is a good combo. At least it used to be. I like his critic side. Yeah, I mean, he definitely made the switch to doing more positive praise, which is fine. Iron Claw, or we just named sports movie. Nice. That's also a good one. That's sad. I can't watch. Like, Remember the Titans, I haven't watched it in a while, but I used to just like, I mean, you know, it's like, but it would just be on TV. And then, you know, like back in the day when you'd be watching TNT or whatever, and like, they would just have the same movie playing like 5 times back to back. I would turn on the TV and be like, oh, we're halfway through Remember the Titans. And then, I mean, this kind of happens with Lord of the Rings too, but then it would end, and then it would just start over again. I'm like, I guess I'm gonna watch more Remember the Titans. So it's great. Yeah, The Replacements. It's a good one. Also, kind of a fair like story, because I feel like holdouts are a thing. We kind of had that a few years ago with like the replacement refs. Yeah, it's a solid list for Dexter stuff, JDev. You forgot to list JDev. He's a good one to watch. Maybe not fave, but super good. Yeah, Iron Claw was solid. It's a good, like, at least one-time watch. It's hard to consume it repeatedly. Marlin basketball, maybe you could fold in half on the field. Yeah. I mean, a lot of times athletes, when you like see them in person, they're not fully what you expect. Like, I'm thinking of hockey players. A lot of them are like pretty thin. Like, you don't realize it until you see someone in person. But I mean, football is probably fair to be, especially if, well, quarterback, you could be pretty, I mean, I wouldn't call like Tom Brady or Peyton Manning like the best athletes in the world either. So yeah, Moneyball's solid. Another, that's the thing I liked. I don't know if, I feel like he's questionable in his personal life, but I don't fully know. But Jonah Hill is an example of somebody who does like a wide range of stuff really well. Also in something like Superbad, or we talked about Accepted earlier. But he also could be serious. I mean, he's kind of funny too, but in Moneyball or like War Dogs. So pretty good range. Watch Dexter reactions from Nikki. I've watched like other Blind Wave stuff. I don't know if I've watched too much of the Dexter stuff, but I've seen like them promoted on my my feed. Racing sports films. I think if you have a good story, I could like pretty much anything, but racing was never really a thing for me, so I don't have that big of an attachment to it, but I could see it still being good. Probably good visuals. Cody loves the van, which I still haven't seen. That's different than the Fanatic, right? Thinking of Fanatic with, isn't that the one with that was like directed by Limp Bizkit? That's the one I'm thinking of. With what's his name as the main character? John Travolta. I think that was the Fanatic, but probably completely different movie. Ford v Ferrari, F1, and Gran Turismo. Yeah. I feel like they're all solid, but I don't love the racing stuff as much. It still can hit you impactfully. What about The Art of Racing in the Rain? That's a racing movie, kind of. Not really. It's more of like a pet movie, but still. We're Marshall. Yeah. That's a decent one. I don't know if I mean, McConaughey is the coach, right? I feel like he was like, okay. Coach Carter, not based on a true story. Kind of a good one. He caught the guy that caught the ball. It's not a classic. Just overlooked for movie. Yeah, Iron Claw was great. Yeah, I would watch it. I mean, weirdly enough, with the Iron Claw, I don't know if you guys are talking about it further, but the true story is sadder than the movie, which is like normally the movies like play up the dramatization of everything, but the real story is sadder than the movie, and the movie's sad. So yeah, you have to prepare yourself for sure. Oh yeah, Lex, you just mentioned it. Yeah, it's definitely a sad story. Wild that it's like pretty true. That's fair, Lone Wolf. Just be a huge wrestling fan to live on the. I'm not a UFC fan. I don't know. Just not my cup of tea. Just like people beating each other. Like, no interest there. But I understand the sport's popular. Yeah, it is more sad. Less sad than Iron Claw, I would agree there. Also, less true because, yeah, obviously. Yeah, that, actually I was going to go to a screening that I think Travolta was at it, but I didn't want him going because I'm like, this movie looks bad. Yeah, I know Sean and Joe are both down in Austin. You're not fond of pet films? That's fair. I mean, as I said, people know what they like and what works for them and what doesn't, so Weapons, Sinners, and Together. So I planned on actually, little spoiler. I planned on doing Weapons as one of my 13 movies this October because I never reviewed it, even though I went to go see it. Sinners and Together I did review. So if you want details, definitely you can check them out. But I liked all three of those. If I was stack ranking them, probably Sinners, Weapons, Together in that order. But they were all good. They were all above average. You've got some wrestling experiences where everyone's involved in the show. Nice. I used to watch wrestling in like the late 90s, like when the WWF would like really popped off with like The Rock and Stone Cold and Undertaker and Kane and like Booker T and Kurt Angle, all those people. But I kind of fell off with it, and I'm like aware of it these days, but don't really watch any of it. Sinners is amazing. Yeah. I wonder, how did you... It sounds like you still enjoyed the rewatch. I wondered if the first hour would drag a little bit because it's very much setting up plot and doesn't... I thought about on a rewatch if that would get kind of stale and you just want to jump to the action. Yeah, definitely check out the Sinners review if you want. Actually, funnily enough, I mentioned the lead singer of The Ghost Inside, Jonathan Vigil. I think he's my only comment on that video, which is wild because I have like 20 views on it, but he was one of them. I was like, oh, awesome. Thank you for watching. I'm here for the romance horror. Together was kind of romance horror. Oh, I guess so was, in fairness, Sinners. Weapons wasn't really. Undertaker and Kane as mask still. Yeah, that's when I watched. When they were like brothers or whatever. The Undertaker and Kane were my two favorites for sure. My brother really liked The Rock, but Undertaker and Kane were my two. I mean, like the choke slams. I mean, Undertaker coming out with like, speaking of Limp Bizkit, coming out with Roland playing on his bike. Kane was awesome with like the flames coming out and just looking super scary. I forgot the one time. One of them, I can't remember which one. One of them choke slammed the other one like through the ring. Like the ring like self like deflated in the middle, which is definitely like a prop setup, but I think I used the Undertaker coming out of the coffin as one of my memes in one of my reviews. I can't remember which one, but him just doing like the... what else? I saw Cody put together... Yeah, I think F1's probably good. I haven't seen F1. I've heard a lot of great things though, so it probably is a strong movie. It's not slow for you all. Okay. I mean, I didn't think it was slow when I watched it in theaters, but I wondered if the first half would be like, let's get the payoff. We don't need to set up the world because you know the world at that point, but it sounds like it could be good on rewatch still. Watch Bones and all. Wasn't Bones like a Snoop Dogg movie? I'm trying to think. Bones and all, is that those movies? Or is Bones and All one movie? That sounds like a one movie title. Yeah, definitely. If that's the thing I've thought about with like channel stuff. I know I can do like memberships now, which was kind of a cool ability, but I'm like, if I did them, I'd want it to make sense because I don't typically put out videos ahead of time. So if I ever did member stuff, I feel like the perks would have to make sense, or at least pretty blatantly acknowledge like, hey, you're not getting a whole lot here. This is more for support. So for now, I haven't really done them, but maybe at some point in the future. Oh, you have it on your read list. Nice. Yeah, you liked Hard Eyes a little bit more than I did. It was a little bit more I guess, is there a word for romance and horror? It was a little more rom and less horror. But like the opening to Hard Eyes, amazing. The rest of the movie was decent. It was not as good. Family me. Oh, nice. That's awesome. And also Fair Lone Wolf. Look it up. You're talking about Bones and all? I will source Lexi for that. There's a Bones TV show. Horror romance movie from 2022. Sounds like it's based off a book as well, maybe. Yeah, it's definitely tough to like recap stuff that you watched in like January when you watched like 200 things. Timothy Chalamet, he's kind of like the prominent actor nowadays. Which is funny because I don't actually feel like I've watched a lot that he's in, but I feel like he's just like, if you name who is the most popular actor today, I think he would be my answer. Probably because of stuff like Dune. Interesting. Almost sounds like a Warm Bodies type of movie where it's like, we're going to defy what we're meant to be doing. All right, what else do we have on the list here? So, I don't think there's much. I've seen Splitsville stuff. In September, I don't think, at least September 5th, not really much there for me. 12th, let's see. The Long Walk, I'm intrigued by. I've seen that trailer like 50 times from going to other movies. I feel like it's semi-spoil. I mean, I don't think the point is to like necessarily know who lives at the end. It's kind of just the journey and how the feeling you get. But I think I've seen so many scenes where there's only like 5 people left. So I'm like, okay, I know who else dies. Toy Story is coming back in theaters, really? I'm intrigued by The Long Walk, but I'm doubting I'll see it in theaters. All right, let's go through the rest of September real quick here. Oh, this is the movie about the like doors, right? Colin Farrell. Yeah, of this first list, him is the most intriguing. We'll see if I wind up going to see it, but that's definitely the one that sticks out from there. Let's see about the rest of September. Strangers Chapter 2. I did a trailer reaction actually last year when I did my 13 horrors of Halloween. Strangers Chapter 1 was one of them that I did. And I did not like Strangers Chapter 1. It can't be any worse than that, so we'll see. But I am super cautious if that movie's going to be good or not. In September, though, if I'd see anything, it'll be probably him or Strangers Chapter 2. Soul Development. Am I excited for the new Spider-Man? Was it Brave New World? I don't think we know enough, right? Like, we don't know the villain yet. I'm a little not Spider-Man, because Spider-Man's one of my favorite superheroes, but I'm a little superheroed out, if I'm being honest. Which is why I mentioned that I'm surprised how much I like my Hero Academia, because that's a bunch of superheroes, but the Marvel stuff, it's just, they put out too many. They like diluted things way too much that it's hard for me to care. Spider-Man's a little bit unique where he's doing his own thing, so I probably won't see it in theaters. I'll probably see it when it comes out on streaming. But maybe I'll see it in theaters. Who knows? I never saw Superman, which I do want to watch. I've heard great things. Long Walk, Stephen King. Oh, I didn't know Philip Seymour Hoffman's son does acting. Is he in anything else, or is he probably still pretty fresh? I want to see the one about doors. That feels like more up your alley, I will say. Okay. Yeah, I don't know about The Long Walk. I'm sure it's like tense, so I'm sure it accomplishes what it wants. Yeah, I agree. It's hard to care about it. I mean, they do the same thing. Like, bad guy. Okay, defeat bad guy. Also, I'm glad at least the new Spider-Man franchise didn't rehash the whole, like, Uncle Ben story, really. Because we've heard it so many times. It's like, let's just skip that. Let's just get right to the point of this movie. He's been in other things. I never saw the Saturday Night Live movie. Was it good? It sounds like you think yes. I did see the trailer the other day for the John Candy movie, which I'm intrigued by. All right, what about October? What do we got? Oh, I was going to say the Avatar, I thought, comes out in December. It's the second one. I never saw the second Avatar. I remember seeing the first one in theaters. I went with a few friends, and they were all like giving me grief that I wanted to go see this. And then afterwards, they were all like, that's the best movie ever. I'm like, I hate you guys. You were all giving me so much crap. But I never saw the sequel. I feel like I intended to watch it, and then every time I see it's like 3 hours, I'm like, nope. Give me half that time. Licorice pizza? That sounds disgusting. I like those things separately, but... Alright, I didn't really like the SNL trailer. It didn't really pull me in, if I'm being honest, but maybe it sounds like it's a little bit better. Alright, so apparently the beginning of October is just like re-releases. That's been a big thing. I don't normally... Unless it's like an old school movie, like I know they just had Jaws back in theaters, that makes sense. I have only done it one time, which I just did recently. I saw Shin Godzilla when it was just in theaters. Partially because I never saw it originally. And that movie's kind of hard to find places. But too many re-releases, I'm like, just watch it at home. I don't know. I am probably more Team Rita than Hannah. I'm not really team either of them, though. Like, I don't hate either one. But if I'm ranking, like, Dexter love interests, Rita's probably above Hannah for me. What do we actually have coming out in October? What is this? Jennifer Lopez. Okay. Never heard of any of these. Okay, Tron Ares, I've heard of, obviously. I don't know. I feel like Tron, we kind of missed the boat on that, didn't we? I guess we're going back to it. This one's got Jared Leto, right? I think. I did like the prior one. That's one of the few movies I saw in 3D back when that was like a big craze. All right, what else do we have in October here? Black Phone 2. That is my... Okay, I'm going to spoil my entire list at this point, but I'm planning for Black Phone 2 to be one of my 13 movies as well. I debated having a separate review for it, but it's like during that same window. So I was like, why don't I just pick it for one of the 13? So that is planning to be something I do watch in theaters. What else we have? Okay, we have JDev's favorite cartoons movies. I feel like people were really mad about this, that Mortal Kombat 2 moved. Because the rumor is, it moved because it wanted to be a summer blockbuster or whatever. It moved to like May of next year to try to make more money. It sounds like the movie's pretty much done, but they just wanted a more popular slot to put their movie. But at the same time, though, unless you're saying people aren't going to movies in October, like there's not much competition, so kind of missed opportunity. Like we just have a bunch of re-releases for the most part. Black Phone 2 is really the only threat I feel like I see here. Is that Keanu Reeves? And Seth Rogen? I've never heard of it, but it looks interesting. All right, let's catch up a little bit. Yeah, the John Candy thing looks interesting. I was a big John Candy fan growing up, like Planes, Trains, Automobiles, Uncle Buck. I mean, even his Home Alone cameo, which I've heard he like did for pretty much no money. He was funny. I feel like both him and Chris Farley cut way too short on their careers. Yeah, Jared Leto. That's what I thought. He's kind of a polarizing actor for me. Like, I don't know. Do you guys like Jared Leto, like, when it comes to acting? I know he's also in, like, 30 Seconds to Mars. But I'm just thinking of stuff that he's in. I know he got so much crap for Morbius. I'm blanking on the name of the movie that he's in, where he's actually, him and the Marlon Wayans are in that, right? How can I not remember? Super sad movie. Yeah, Requiem. That's what it is. Requiem for a Dream. That's probably the only thing I could think of that, like, he's okay in, but that's another movie that you can't just, like, rewatch a bunch. Licorice Pizza sounds disgusting. I don't like black licorice at all, so it'd be an easy choice for red because I would just pick it off and eat it separately. Begonia? Is that one you said you like? I don't know if I know about that one. I feel like I did more so focus on the bolded ones. I don't know if they're, like, more popular. Frankenstein sounds interesting. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything I may have missed that was not bolded. Another VHS movie. Do you guys like that franchise? I have not really jumped into it. I mean, October for me is Black Phone 2. Outside of Weapons, this was my most anticipated of the year, so. Which I'm not super high on Black Phone. I think it's a little overrated, but the trailer to 2 makes it look pretty insane. The Long Walk stands. Okay. I imagine Long Walk, it's got to be, like, as I said, pretty tense. J-Dev loves cartoons. I feel like there's cartoons, then there's animated films, and then there's anime, which are technically 3 different things, but you lump them. they're all cartoons in your eyes. John Candy was great. Yeah, I don't think I'm a big fan of Jared Leto's acting. Like, I did see him in Suicide Squad as Joker, which he's probably one of the weaker Jokers, right? He had some bad press recently too, I thought. I saw 30 Seconds to Mars. Actually, it's been a while now. It was probably like 8 years ago at this point. Which I liked them growing up. Like The Kill and Attack. Those are all good songs. Yeah, Requiem is crazy. It's a sad movie. I never seen Dallas Buyers Club. He probably is good in that, I'm assuming, because that's a pretty well-received movie. The Little Things? I don't think I've seen that either. Oh, you're good, Lone Wolf. No worries. Yeah, I've not seen Is Little Things the one with Emma Stone, or am I thinking something else? VHS is a hit or miss overall. Some pretty good stuff. That's kind of the vibe I get. It feels like it probably either works for you or doesn't. Is it found footage? I feel like from the title I assume that, but I don't fully remember. Didn't get an Oscar for that one film. I'm assuming Dallas Buyers Club is the one probably you're thinking of. Yeah, you think that's 21. Poor Things is Emma Stone. Nice. Yeah, 30 Seconds to Mars back in the day were solid. Some of their later stuff is okay. It kind of became more a little bit like Anthem-y and less edgy, I would say. They try to go a little bit more mainstream with their sound, which honestly most bands do when they get more popular. They turned more into pop and less rock. I've never even heard of that. It's a cartoon movie for J-Dev. Another cartoon movie for J-Dev. Predator Badlands. Okay. I need to watch. I mentioned this at the very beginning of the stream like 7 hours ago, but I want to see Killer of Killers. And Badlands looks like it could be good too. Is this a different... There's a different picture, but we already had Frankenstein on Netflix up here somewhere. Yeah, I thought I saw that one twice. But yeah, Predator sticks out. Is this the third one of this franchise? I feel like, okay. Running Man is interesting. I'm not a big fan of like purely action films. There is some comedy though, so that could be good. Yeah, November, it's probably Predator for me, if I'm being honest. Okay, the second Wicked movie. It's Utopia 2. I like the first one. It was a little preachy, but it was pretty well done. I have a Poor Things movie poster for my house. Nice. Now you see me, now you don't. You like, I mean, those are ones I could watch. I'm never going to say they're my favorite, but if you throw it on, yeah, third one, okay. Number one film of the year right now. I'm assuming you mean that, yeah, it came out in 2025. I haven't seen every movie, so keeping that in mind, it's probably Sinners. I think I gave Sinners my highest score, and I think that's fair. Mine's out of Sinners, Weapons. I honestly, I liked Weapons. When I do a review for that, you'll see that I liked it. But people are saying it's like best movie of the year, best horror movie of the year, whatever else. I think I had the opposite effect of when I saw Until Dawn, where I went to that with like low expectations. I wanted Weapons to be like the most blow my mind thing. And the reveal, I was kind of like, oh, that's it. Like, I probably like Barbarian more than Weapons. It wasn't bad, but I was expecting like 10 out of 10. And I'll tell you, it was not a 10 out of 10 for me. It was good, but not that good. Locked. I heard about that one. I did not see it though. I also, what was Strange Harvest? I need to see. I heard great things about that one, but I never went up seeing it. Watch Killer Killers. Okay, I do dig animation, so I think I've seen like super high scores, so I'll probably dig it. Some of those magic movies. Yeah, I mean, they're kind of just a fun time. Yeah, I'm surprised they even make like straight up normal, just DVDs, not Blu-rays these days. Yeah, that's how I felt about The Monkey too. I was like, there's no plot to The Monkey. People die. But once we like moved past the kid story, I was like, okay, what is the point? Yeah, Sinners, I think it was a solid, deserves high score. I need to see Bring Her Back. I wanted to watch that one, but did not wind up going to see it. Talk to Me was decent, so I'm imagining it's probably more or less decent. Sinners, Weapons, Bring Her Back. That's a solid list, I feel like. It definitely feels like a good year for horror movies. And especially, what is it? I guess Warner owns Sinners and Weapons and Superman. So they had a solid year too. All right, what about December? FNAF 2. I never saw the first one. I debated watching that this year. We will see. I'm not the biggest like FNAF game fan. I feel like I missed that era a little bit. And these days it's probably targeted more towards like a younger, like intro to horror audience. It looked like, I will say the trailer for the second one, I didn't watch the first one, but the trailer for the second one looked more interesting than what I thought the first one seemed like. All right, what else do we have here? Did this already come out previously? Silent Night, Deadly Night? Is this like a sequel? It doesn't say like a redo for a movie. It doesn't say like a re-release. Here's the Avatar movie, which maybe I'll see. I probably should watch the second one first though. Anaconda is actually coming out on Christmas. The one with is it Paul Rudd and Seth Rogen are the two? Something like that. It's like comedians that are doing it. Which I guess the first one kind of had to with like Owen Wilson and Ice Cube. So yeah, if I'm like judging the remainder of the year, stuff I have an interest in, probably not much in December. Honestly, it's about what I expected with Black Phone 2, Predator Badlands, and then maybe him. That's probably my list of interest. What do you guys think? I know you talked about a few of them already. I never watched Bloodlines. Part of me, for separate reasons, like paused on seeing that one in theaters, but I will probably watch it at some point. I do dig the Final Destination franchise, so. Bringing Back freaked you out. It did feel like it definitely gave that vibe like it would. The body horror was yucky. Did you see Together then? Because I have not seen Bring Her Back, but the body horror for Together was pretty gnarly. Yeah, Bloodlines in the review scores did like amazing. It's definitely highly. Yeah, the MRI machine. That was partially why I paused on it, honestly, because I was like, that's a topic I'm good to pause on until I can watch it at home, stream it. They're making sound. Okay, I guess that's what that was. It's a remake potentially. I guess I can click on it. I don't know what will happen. The first time I ever used this website, so I can see what it says. Yeah, it's a remake. Okay, well. You found Bloodlines to be overrated. That's fair. You haven't watched Together yet? I mean, if you're not a body horror fan, there's no reason to like rush out and see it. It'll probably be on streaming at some point soon too, anyway. I've heard that like the guy with like the nose piercing is like the best character. Oh, you are a body horror fan. I would say check it out then. It definitely is right up that alley. Horror fan in general. Okay. There's definitely some that like hit more for me. I'm a fan of like whodunit or like genre crossovers with sci-fi or mystery. Supernatural doesn't really do much for me. But within horror, I feel like there's hit or miss ones for me. The brothers seemed like, yeah, that's what it sounded like. That character had a lot of growth, which I haven't seen it, but generally Final Destination movies don't have like the strongest characters. They're kind of just like dummies that you want to see be killed off. Okay, he was also on the show 100. I don't mind Insidious. I don't mind it. Like, actually, one of the movies I reviewed last year, Ouija Origins of Evil, I pointed out in that review that while I don't really care for that kind of stuff, that was a strong movie. So my score, while not as high as it could have been, indicates that because it's not a genre I like, if you do, you probably like it. We'll really enjoy it. Oh, your top 25 villain in tech is nice. I'll have to, we'll see when we wind up ending stream today, but I will have to check it out. I may wind up passing out for sleep. We'll see. Yeah, I think you mentioned the 100 was one of the shows you were going to talk about potentially. I don't know. You guys want to do a little bit of Guess the Movie? I probably won't go too much longer. I know we have been for a while, but I also thought about doing like other gaming stuff. Like I think Jada, you're probably the only one who was here for those, but I did like the bracket stuff or like bracket challenges. If we have enough people like in chat in the future, I may like allow votes to decide instead of me just giving my opinion. You have to suffer with who I'd choose as being the favorites. But other game stuff like that I debated too. And there's like I don't know, other fun things where it's like interactive, like one that comes to mind that he streams, he doesn't really do videos, but there's a thing called Scrandle where there's like two pictures of like two foods and you have to pick which one is the most highly rated. And yeah. Which I'm down to try that if you guys are interested, but it's kind of a unique thing where you're like picking what looks the best to you. But that and like, as I said, Guess the Movie stuff I'm down to do. A while, yeah, 7.5 hours. I've given my full day's work. I got my overly long response to the season's ranking. Sounds like Troy's giving you a lecture. 33 minutes, that's a good amount of time. I always debate like how long to go in reviews. I'm like, is this one going to be a lengthy? Japan sounds cool. Let me switch over. Just for fun, we'll do like one round of the Scrandle stuff, and then we'll do some guess the movie, then probably call it there. All right, let me see. I guess I can go full screen here. This is not remotely related to anything streaming, so if somebody watches this VOD back, they're gonna be like, this was not listed as a topic for today. But it's kind of a fun game. All right, we'll do the daily. I'm hoping this isn't going to be like ad infested. I did finally download a separate browser. I was debating either Brave or Firefox, and I went with Firefox because I've used it before. So I'm like, let's roll with that. All right, so let me share. Oh, thank you, Cope. Really appreciate that. I guess those are called super stickers, right? Thank you. I super appreciate anyone coming in, hanging out, and any super chat, super stickers, whatever you want to call them. Like, that really means a lot, honestly. Like, getting any like contribution to the channel, I feel like I can't really describe how like grateful I am. So thank you for that. You have a stream about 5. I mean, I could just stream till then. I could just go for like a morning walk, right? Yeah, stickers. Thank you, Cope. I really appreciate that. Is it weird that I up the play speed to 1.5? Oh, no, I do that a lot of times too. Honestly, that is the biggest critique I will give a bunch of streaming services. Netflix has it right. I will give them credit here. Unless I'm mistaken, they're like the only streaming service that lets you go like 1.5 times speed. Because sometimes I'd rather watch something that way. It's funny though when I go to 1.5 on YouTube and then I'll turn on a song and then I'll be like, oh, I gotta switch it back. But everything else, like all these other streaming services, like Max, I checked out Hulu, doesn't have it either. Paramount, none of these places have 1.5 speed, which that is a kind of wild that in this day and age they don't have that as an option. So my understanding, Netflix is one of the few people that do it. So credit there, because honestly, when it comes to like Dexter, I thought about rewatching it on faster speed because I know the point. So I was like, I'll just do this a little faster. But I don't think I can, because I don't think any of the services that Dexter's on, because I think it came off Netflix, have 1.5. So I'm like, all right, I guess we're gonna just slow roll this. So no, it is not weird. 2 is pretty fast. Like you have to have a slow talker to make it 2, but I understand 1.5. Sometimes like to fast forward, I'll temporarily hold down the thing to make it go 2, but only for like a few seconds. To answer your question, so it does. I've somewhat tested it before, but if you watch a video on 2 times speed, it only gives the content creator. This is obviously, watch something how you want to watch it. Don't let it impact you, but it only gives half the view time. So if a movie or a video is 10 minutes and you watch it on 2 times speed, the creator sees that you watched 5 minutes of their video. Is my understanding. You guys can tell me if I'm wrong, but that's my understanding of how it works. So technically, it's a negative impact from what I believe, but I think you should watch something however you want to watch it. You watch everything 2 times speed? Yeah, I mean, I definitely understand speeding up. Crazy Coffin goes pretty crazy with their word count. Wish I talked everything 2 times the speed. It would make it a lot faster. Yeah, I understand watching something faster because it keeps your attention. You get to the point a lot quicker. That is true. If they're watching this far, I'm impressed that you watched the VOD 8 hours deep, but it's kind of gotten completely off topic by this point. Let's do one. If I do 2 times on an hour, yeah. When you have like a small change, like 1.25 it's marginally noticeable. So those are a little easier. Anything faster than 1.5, you definitely. It's funny. A lot of times I'll watch something on 1.5, and then I'll like not have heard the full sentence, so then I'll like rewind, and I'm like, you kind of just defeat the point of watching it faster. Yeah, while working makes sense too. All right, well, let's do some Scrandle stuff. That you guys are gonna be like, why is this a thing that you're doing? But it's interactive, so. Let's go back over here. I don't know what's gonna pop up here, so it's gonna be a surprise for us all. Okay, actually that is not the worst. Can I make this? As I said, this is on Firefox and I did not prepare too much. So let's make it smaller, but then it may not take up the full screen, which may look dumb. So sorry if that's the case, but I want you to be able to see. Also, should I move my face? The corner probably is fine. I'll just make it smaller, I guess. Real-time adjusting here. All right, that should be fine. Let me know if not. But pretty much the point of this game is you have 2 pictures, and we'll have. I mean, we could play it again, but I'm probably just going to do it for these 10. We have 10 iterations of these 2 pictures, and we're picking which one we think got higher rated by somebody who ate this. So I went to this restaurant or this ballpark. You see the details on top here. Actually, this one was, I don't know how to pronounce it, Luton Town, 2022 in England. They got the curry goat and rice for $6.50. Meanwhile, in Moss FK, which is probably a soccer or football, whatever you want to call them, stadium in Norway, sausage and a waffle, $3, and you get the pictures, obviously. Sometimes you have to factor in price. Like if it's like $30 for like a sausage and a waffle, you're like, there's no way they gave that a good review. Or there's like metagaming where like the picture looks like they hate this thing. So, he's always writing. Yeah, he is writing a lot. Don't speed watch my art shorts. That'd be pretty quick. If you speed watch shorts, that'd be like, why even watch them at that point? I don't know. Yeah, take care, Lone Wolf. I know I've streamed for long, so anybody that wants to dip out, I do not blame you. But appreciate you hanging out. I think it sounds like you joined the Discord too, so look forward to connecting with you in the future too. And it sounds like you like similar music too, which is awesome. But yeah, take it easy. All right. So, left side, or I guess I have to go opposite. I'm not even in the full screen. Doesn't matter. Curry goat and rice on the left, $6.50. There is like the also metagaming of like what type of dish it's in. Like this is in styrofoam. Also, this is in like a napkin though. Curry goat and rice has to be better than sausage and waffle, right? I'm going to go with what you guys think for these so I can blame you for when we're wrong. I could put a poll, but that's probably not needed. I'll just look at chat. So what would you rate higher? What do you think people rated higher? Sausage and a waffle, which is a hot dog on like a grilled waffle on a napkin at presumably a soccer stadium. Or I'm thinking curry goat and rice, but I will default. If you guys don't answer, I'm gonna have to pick, but how dare they? You think the hot dog and a waffle? You can make me challenge your opinion here. You also have to have the mindset of like, if I ordered said thing, is this what I expected? Like, I would never probably order curry goat and rice. It's not something I'm overly interested in. But if I order that, is this what I would expect to get? I think yes. I'm swaying you guys a direction. Also, if you hate this game, this may be the last time we play it, but yeah, okay, fair. Sausage and waffle does feel like a very easy, like, let's just throw that together. I don't know. I will pick it for the sake of committing to choosing chat, but I personally think curry goat and rice wins here. You pick it. You want me to pick? I'm so bad at this game. If you guys want, I can pick and I can take the blame. I agree, Troy. While I wouldn't, as I said, I wouldn't order that necessarily, but I'd rather not be playing. All right, I'll take ownership. You guys can yell at me when I'm wrong. I do think curry, goat, and rice is the answer. Troy, it sounds like you agreed, so let's roll with it. All right, 71% to 55. So that's like the approval rating. So we were right. All right, chorizo rolls with onion. That looks good. These are like the same thing. Normally there's like variety. There's like ice cream or pizza, but these are like literally both like hot dogs. Hot dogs in Australia for $5.20 or $7.50. I mean, that's a pretty good view of the stadium. I'm not sure that counts. If we're playing like the surrounding environment here, the one on the right feels like it's better placed in this like container. The one on the left feels like it's once again in a napkin. And I can't tell from this photo if somebody really liked this or not. It looks good, but the photo almost looks like they're like pissed and they're showing a picture of how much they don't like it. I mean, the setting does matter. Although I don't know where Prospect United is. I'm assuming that may be also a stadium. But the fact that they have this view, they're having the time of their lives on the right, I feel like. It's more expensive. That's my only pause. Also, what is this on top? The Brooklyn Big Dog. What is this like green thing on top? Is that like a pickle, maybe? I mean, they're at West Ham. Come on. I agree with you this one. I think despite the price variance, but I'm now realizing the left one comes with 2 rolls. It's really zoomed in though, so I don't know how big that is. I think I lean towards the right. I think we rock with the right. We were wrong. We were so wrong. The price and the double overcame things. Tier for less money. Yeah, I should have considered that. Perfect record is gone. Honestly, these both look good. So we have like a pulled pork roll on the right. Dairy milk donut. I think I'm going to go with the donut, though. I feel like the donut looks pretty... I don't know if I ever would order something that looked like that, but it looks pretty solid. Yeah, I think I'm going to rock left side here. Barely made it. What is happening? We have this turkey schnitzel that's like barely in this bun. I think that's pretty common overseas though. I think only Americans really love like insane amounts of bread. Sausage, bread, and a pint. So other metagame, you gave me a pint. That's huge. Yeah, you include the beer for $7.60. Oh, we were wrong. We were wrong. It was... I'm probably gonna fly through these so we can do some guess the movie before we close out. All right, left side. Are you gonna fool me with the pint again? Because the plate looks pretty hideous. The one on the right looks much better. It's in a self-contained package. Food looks good. One left comes with the pint and it's cheaper, but that looks like hideous on the plate. Yeah, I think the pint logic, yeah, struck out twice in a row. Curry cheese chips. It's the one on the right. I'm not even going to think about this one. Although USA people probably aren't as generous in their reviews. Also, ooh, $17. $17. This one looks way better though. Okay, price didn't matter. These always are on here. These steak pies. I'm like, what? I would never order that in my life. Yeah, the pineapple chicken. It's kind of a blurry photo, but I think I like the left one here more, if I'm being honest. Yeah. I'm gonna go left, but people, part of it is I would never order like a steak pie. Okay, well I should apparently. Okay, this isn't even like a debate. Like it's not even. What is this hot dog? It's like chopped off. Yeah, that was never gonna win. Speed running some of these. These both look good. Chicken gyros and the bull pit beast. Both in England. Around the same price. I think I like the one on the left more, but it looks less like presented. So there's that. All right. I like the left one more, but I will take your pick on this one. Both amazing scores. Pork in a bun. Okay, what is this on the right? This, I don't even want to say what I think that looks like. It's only 85 cents, but that is already too much. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you got that one. We did okay. We got 70%. So yeah, that's the scrandle. We may never do that again, but we did it today. Who orders that? Yeah, that thing on the right. That was completely hideous. All right, we will do some guess the movie. I don't know how much longer we'll go, but we'll do a little bit and then close out of that. Let me take a quick 30-second step away, and I will be right back. All right, let's do some guess the movie and probably head out afterwards. There's also, I mean, Cope you probably would be good at. There's guess the game too, which typically this crowd probably would not love as much, but let me drop that and that. I guess for this one we can do full screen. That's kind of what I did last time. Let's close some stuff out here. Yeah, I feel like this is on Firefox. It's weirdly not the full screen. Like I normally had it like all the way. Hopefully this works enough. All right, so we got this picture. I could do actually full screen if you guys prefer that, where I'm like, my picture's tiny. Either way. Troy, chicken gyros are okay, but without lamb is like... True. That is probably like the default meat choice in those. Can you guys see this all right? Or would you prefer me being like tiny and having the picture be ginormous? All right, cool. All right, we will... Let me hop over the browser. Okay, this looks... What is this? Almost looked like a school setting, but I think it's just outside like a home or something. I don't know if I know enough from this first picture. It seems like a slightly older... I guess, preface this, if somebody in chat has not played this, this game is called Guess the Movie. We get 6 pictures with subsequent more helpful clues, and we try to guess it as early as possible. So that's kind of the high level point of the game. I'm getting that vibe too. It looks like maybe an older home, because these buildings are like connected. What about like Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, when he's in like the insane asylum or whatever he goes to? Not sure if that's an awful starting point, but it is the first one where he does that, right? Probably need more details either way here. Probably we'll just roll with this. Yeah, I don't think it's that either. It's just hard sometimes if you have no idea from the get-go. So we may just need like more clues. Oh. Is this like Little Giants or something? Wait, how old do these kids look? These look older than Little Giants. Oh, what was that really like average sports movie where they're doing drills and one of the kids does like is forced to be like blindfolded and do like an exercise, and then it's like so challenging, and at the end they realize how far they went. This gives vibes of that movie. Forgot what it was called though. Could be High School Musical. Is there football in that? Is there? I don't even know if there's football in that movie. This does scream like high school football, though, which is why the one I named came to mind. 66%, 6.9. You talked We Are Marshall earlier. I don't know if this would be that or not. Yeah, I guess those are purplish, right? Oh, you know what comes to mind maybe? I thought maybe it was basketball. I was thinking Zac Efron is in 17 again, which has basketball, but I think he does that in both. What about like Gridiron Gang? This is kind of a higher score than I would expect for that movie, but that's like high school aged kids. Although, these kids don't look like they're in prison. That one that I mentioned comes to mind, but I've never seen that. I've only ever seen that clip where the kid's like doing the exercises across the entire field. I know it's not this, but since we did talk We Were Marshall earlier, I'm going to send you on something like that. Because the score is decent. Okay, football is not even part of the story. Action, adventure, fantasy. Fair enough. I can't even see what's happening here. Is this somebody with an umbrella? Action, adventure, fantasy. Oh my is right. So first picture, this is like most generic thing I've ever seen. Football practice, and then not even a sports movie. Twilight. Did they play baseball in that? But it's not a sports movie. Okay. What fantasy movie has football in it? I don't have much here, honestly. I might just click skip unless you guys want to throw a guess out there. I'm down to try that because honestly, I have no clue. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was baseball, and we can try Beautiful Creatures. If it's that, I'm not going to have any idea because I've not seen that. 2012. Who are that looks like kind of like Mark Ruffalo, but I don't think he'd be that gray. Okay, we have some kid here. Yes, you have. Okay, apparently I've seen Beautiful Creatures. Oh, I think I'm familiar. I vaguely remember. I love when they show us back of heads. Obviously, that's intentional, but this is the closest we get to seeing a face. 2012, so it should be attainable. This looked older than 2012, but apparently not. Action, adventure, fantasy. That was the, yeah. I don't get anything. What's he holding? This guy right here? I can't really tell, honestly, even if I'm zoomed in. Man, is he holding like a purse? Like, I know, I can't really tell what that is. Some bag. Yeah, I knew who you were asking. I think she more so meant, do you read in general, I guess. Not to butt in the conversation. I'm probably just click skip unless you guys have like a Hail Mary you want me to throw. Speaking of a football reference. Maybe the actor on the next page will help us. I think we probably skip here. Yeah, I'm gonna skip. Ooh. This isn't Spider-Man, is it? This is Spider-Man. Yeah. Honestly, none of the clues ahead of time made that clear until this one. Okay, what is this last picture? These pictures beforehand were just garbage. Like, I can kind of get the references now, but I don't really even remember. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen The Amazing Spider-Man, but I don't know if high school football was overly helpful, being honest. All right. Never watched that one. It was decent. The second one, not worth watching. Generic city scene. Is this like the day after tomorrow? It looks like there's a lot of rain or chaos that's about to ensue. Like rampage almost even. Downtown urban environment. I don't know what license plate that is. Yeah, I'm trying to see. It's not recognizable. I can't make out the name. Signs, we have Griswold. We have Jimmy John's, obviously. It looks like it's like downpouring, or there's just like chaos in front of this. Like there's either that's like smoke or rain, one of the two. Like there's just rubble of some kind. I mean, it's kind of just like looks like a generic downtown anywhere. Is this too modern? This looks like newer than maybe the day after tomorrow. For some reason, I want to say like Rampage. It could be like a Transformers. There's that too. Like what's the one that takes place in Chicago? One of the later ones. I don't know if this car should be helpful. I'm gonna send it on Rampage and see where we go from there. Nope. Not the best score. Decent score. It's not day after tomorrow. What is this even? Like a chain? I don't know what I'm looking at, if I'm being honest. Yeah, I have no idea. This is not helpful at all. A bridge? I mean, this could be like the suspension cables, you're saying? Could be, yeah, necklace. The score is too low for Uncut Gems. I didn't like that movie, but it's got a high score. Yeah, the score doesn't make sense. It's fair. It's fair. This picture is like the most helpful between the two at this point. I'm probably just gonna pick another city related. I mean, the score is not great. I don't remember the Transformers one that takes place in Chicago. Maybe it was Revenge of the Fallen. I'm gonna get a better clue, hopefully, with picture 3. Action, adventure, fantasy. I see what we're doing here. So is this another Marvel movie we're saying? Actually, I mean, this could be... The score is super low, though, so it's got to be like a bad Marvel movie. Once again, what am I looking at? Is this like a camera? Batman? I think the score's too bad. I feel like bad DC or Marvel movie. Like, what are some of the bad ones? That's a Batwing thingy. You're saying... I'm not fully seeing it, but I'm assuming you're saying here. Justice League, maybe? How did that... I don't know what the score of that was, ultimately. Could be Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice. I think we tried Justice League if you're seeing a bat somewhere in here. No. This does look like Gotham, though. Is it Batman v Superman? When did that come out? Was that around when that came out? I'll pause on sending it, but this looks like Metropolis also. Yeah, I agree. All right, we nailed it. Some of these later ones, I'm like, yes, that would have been obvious. Thank you. Thank you for that. All right, maybe we go, since we have had a pretty long stream, we'll do, I mean, it's probably a while, but 10 more correct answers. The Martian? I don't know. Look at what, how is this helpful? That's not Dune. Yeah, it looks too like the sand looks a little too white. That's why I'm thinking like a different planet, maybe. So what's this? This could be a Superman. Is that a ship or is that a person? Like Man of Steel, maybe? You ever saw The Martian? It was all right. I can't tell if this is a person, though. I think it is. There's not a scene with Arrival that has like a person coming down, is it? Maybe I'll send it on Man of Steel. I don't remember an open thing like this. Also, we just had Batman v Superman. That's kind of a weird back-to-back. No. 55%, 6.8. Okay. I think that score is a little too low for something like The Martian anyway. I thought maybe Interstellar. I think the score, though, once again, at 55%, it would probably be higher. Like, I expect this to at least be 80%. You know, probably right away. What am I looking at even in this photo? This does look like maybe... Like, this looks almost like a Middle Earth, honestly. Or like Annihilation sci-fi. Oh, I can drop this down a little more too. So it's not like awkwardly on the screen. I would. So we have actually, I guessed Annihilation on the first photo previously, luckily. So that makes me believe it's not, I don't think they've had duplicates. So that's my only pause. I don't remember every movie we've ever gotten right, but I know that one. We got it on the first guess. I mean, this is kind of screaming sci-fi though, right? Could be like one of the, I would say, bad alien movies. I still think it could be something superhero with somebody flying though. I don't know, maybe one of the Iron Mans? That's still the score though. Probably need more details. You guys have a guess you want me to throw out, or you want me just to like randomly pick one? It could be one of the later because the score is so low. So if it is, it's got to be a bad one. I mean, we mentioned Justice League last time. Maybe we just try it here. No. Adventure drama family. This isn't like a... This is giving like Jurassic Park, but I don't think that is correct. Drama family, yeah. It's kind of a weird blend. Are these birds actually a factor, or are we just like showing the scenery here? It's not sci-fi though, so... No idea what's going on here. We kind of getting a little bit unlucky with these first pictures. You think it's actually that would... I never saw the live action, but I think you could be right. Although what is happening here is Simba like taking off to Mars? Is he going Hakuna Matata all the way home? I'm down to try that. Or like we'll try Lion King, but it could be like what, Mufasa as well. Okay, we have so many options. Also, if I pick this isn't like the animated one it's picking, is it? Or is it like, it may double up? I don't know. Yeah, I've never watched any of the Disney live actions. I kind of feel like the animated don't need remade, but obviously they make billions of dollars by doing it. Troy crushed it. See, you're time watching this crap ass movie too many times. Came in clutch. Is this Rafiki holding a pear? 2019 I may have gotten a clue from. Okay, this would have been obvious then. I don't know if I knew that Donald Glover was one of the voice actors. And Jon Favreau. Nice, you crushed it, Troy. All right, so 9 left correct answers. Ooh. Is this like a Rogue One or something? This looks more military than Star Wars, I guess. Where are we flying into, too? This is giving a little sci-fi background because it doesn't feel like realistic military. It feels like almost like I just described with like Rampage or something where they're... This could be like Avatar, maybe? I don't know, the blue is kind of throwing me off, or like the green teal color we got going on here. So modern-ish or futuristic-ish ships were taken. we're in the sky, right? Like this isn't underwater, because I'm now wondering if... Yeah, I don't know. It does look kind of mountains, maybe. I've not seen Rogue One. No, the only other thing that comes to mind is like an Avatar, but I don't think the sky would be this color. I think just more like the rest of the environment would be. I'll try something like Rogue One. Why not? No. Rough score. So once again, not Avatar. Okay. I can't even really tell. Is this? I think this is live action. It doesn't look animated, I don't think. This kind of reminds me of... Is that a James Bond movie where he's like jumping off rooftops? I'm trying to think which one that is. The one that's in like Mexico. It's giving that kind of vibe. Like the opening, it's like during the Dia de los Muertos. Which one is that? Skyfall? No, I'm not a big James Bond fan, but yeah, it's the Mission Impossible vibes too. What's the name of the one? What's the name of that James Bond movie where he is? I saw it in theaters actually. When it came out. I just think showing us the roofs is making me think of that, though it may not be remotely that. Was it Spectre? Was that one of them? I feel like there's more to the title than just that, though. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's try it. No. This is giving Annihilation 2. Sci-fi action. Okay, so we're in some kind of jungle terrain now. Backpack. I can't really read much on that. Jumanji. I don't know. Sci-fi action. It does kind of look like a kid. No, not Jumanji. Sci-fi action. I don't know. Spy Kids. I don't know if this logo should be helpful or not, but it looks post like 2010. It fits the genre. I do think it's a newer movie though. Like I haven't seen Prey. I probably should, but I think that'd be the only time frame one that would fit this. Maybe I'm wrong though. Maybe it's an older movie. Yeah, these first few. I mean, Troy nailed Lion King, but I'm getting kind of cooked on some of these early ones. I know you said it's not this, but I think to get some more information. Okay. 2019, so it is newer. Just before pandemic. I have to keep in mind this does include like Netflix movies. Like Don't Look Up or something like that. Got some council, some people presenting to them. What was the score? 40% 6. Oh, you. Okay, so maybe this is you kind of nailed this, Cope. This is probably Millie Bobby Brown, we're saying. Oh, you're right. This is the opening. This is when they're in like the ice continent or whatever they're at, where Ghidorah is. I think you're right. I feel ashamed that I didn't get that right, but honestly, the MonsterVerse I'm a little bit mixed on. Yeah, this would have been the giveaway. Step 5 has been the slam dunk. Okay, or that. Two big kaijus fighting. Nice job, Troy. You crushed that one. Yeah, I'm a big Godzilla fan. I'm also a fan of like other kaiju like Ghidorah or Rodan or Mothra. But MonsterVerse is not my cup of tea. I don't know. I like the older like Toho stuff more. Or -1, which is also like Japanese. All right, 8 more correct. Ooh, very asymmetrical. Can everything be annihilation? This is kind of giving like the ritual. Is there water in that though? Or like Evil Dead 2013 Doc or something like that. You like the 98 Godzilla? I don't know if you're trolling or not based off the hee, but with Matthew Broderick. It was not the most well received. Yeah, I mean, the trees look very the ritual. I don't remember there being so much water, though. Maybe at the end when he gets out of the forest. I don't mind sending on that. No. Okay, we have left the forest, and we are back in more urbanized areas. I don't hate it like everyone else, but I would not call it a good movie. It's definitely like separate from Godzilla. Like they technically call him like Zilla. Okay, what do we have here? Somebody's walking away, probably main character. We have clock, courtyard looking spot with a bench, playground, 55%, 6.7. First picture is throwing me off because we're at a school here for sure. Like I'm thinking like prisoners or something, but first picture I'm not really getting. It does feel drama. What's the movie? I feel like this is gonna be a generic description, but they go speak to like the teacher, and like the parents are fighting, but then the teacher or whoever the principal is like yelling at them, and then they team up and like defend each other. Can't remember what I'm thinking of. Yeah, it gives a little bit of abduction. I can't tell if it could be comedy though, honestly. But then this first picture doesn't really make sense. Doesn't ring a bell. What was that movie? I don't think it's that, but the first picture made me think of it. It's a Stephen King book. It had Sam Jackson in it. It came out in like the early 2000s. And there's like a monster that they're dealing with, and like it winds up eating one of the people. I don't know if it's that, but it's kind of giving that impression. With like the remote location. Not 1408. It's more sci-fi. Not The Fog. It wasn't really a popular movie, but I thought it was okay. It was very weird. At the end, Sam Jackson, yeah, Dreamcatcher. That's what it was. I may send on that because it's all I got. Dreamcatcher's the one I was thinking of. I don't think the second picture shows me Dreamcatcher, but Try it. Ooh, adventure sci-fi. Oh, my bad. I don't know if I would have gotten it anyway from that. Okay, girls playing a video game. This is making me think of that Black Mirror episode, honestly. What are we playing? This is like a Star Fox. Like we're in a ship setup almost. Health at the top. This is like the most generic made game here. You know what this could be? Have we gotten a score yet? 5567. This is giving me like the beginning of Zombieland vibes, where he has like his girlfriend that turns into a zombie. I don't remember if she's playing a game, but I thought I remember her being on like the couch, and when he's like doing the rules and stuff. It fits adventure sci-fi. It may be action too, but I don't know if these other pictures really work for that though. Not Zombieland. All right. This feels like this should be a clue, but it's probably a minor scene, just a very obvious one. This strikes me as not the main character playing this, but like one of the main cast, like a secondary character. What about, ooh. This wouldn't be like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, right? I'm just thinking of like weird things. Like these pictures are so diverse. We have beautiful nature, school playground, person indoors playing video games. That's like as diverse as you can get. Like I'm thinking this is like Kirsten Dunst playing this, but I don't think there's games in that. That's true. The genre doesn't really match. Adventure. This isn't like a Ready Player One, is it? I mean, they're like actually VR. They're not watching a TV, so I don't think it would be. Also, we guessed it the other day. I don't remember if it actually was one of the answers. Yeah. Didn't think so either. Yeah, I agree. Like, this is like, I mean, honestly, it is adventure sci-fi, so it could be a little bit spooky, but it's not horror. I don't have much. I may just have to send in on like a bad guess because I think we need a little bit more details. Picture 4 and 5 seem to be our sweet spots. At least today. It's kind of giving me indie movie vibe. I'll probably send down one of the dumb answers I gave unless you guys got something. Zoom in underneath the right side of the TV again. We're talking about over here. Looks like it's like mounted, maybe. That looks like an Xbox 360. Maybe. Can't really tell. Unless you meant this side. I'm assuming you meant this side, but it just looks like some generic technology under there, I feel like. Oh, there's what is, it's like a red light. Oh, it could, yeah, that does look like an NES. I think you could be right. It could be an NES there. Yeah, I think you're correct. Okay. I mean, retro e-gaming, but this looks kind of more of like a later era. I thought Looper for a second, not the game wouldn't be there. You know what? You mentioned the name. I think we need more details, so I'll just send it on that and see what we get. Ooh, 2022. Pretty recent. Person with bat and flashlight. this isn't that like very questionable Ryan Reynolds movie that came out on Netflix, is it? What was that one called? Yeah, it seemed like the TV and the console didn't match. What was that one called? I don't know if this is that, but it reminds me of that Ryan Reynolds movie where he like goes back in time and sees like younger him. Yeah, the Adam Project. I'm kind of getting the Adam Project vibes. I don't know who this would be though. You think that's it? I mean, the school makes sense where he's like fighting the bully. And this is like, oh, I didn't even notice this over here. Is this the ship like crashing maybe? Yeah, I'll send it on that. Nailed it. Good team effort. A lot of times, at least when I'm streaming, I'm like, oh, I know the plot of this movie. I can't remember the name. Yeah, Ryan Reynolds would have been obvious. This is the person who, she winds up dying, right? She gets like shot at the end, I thought. Yep, there's him and little him. Go team. Yeah, well done. All right, 7 left. We haven't gotten any like bangers on the first picture, but we've gotten them all at least. The Nintendo didn't give me a whole lot of clues, but that makes sense, him like going back when he was younger. Honestly, the picture of him like going out and trying to find something in the dark is what gave it away for me. Fair enough. It sounds like that probably helped you figure that one out. Okay, staircase with, what do we have here? HAUSKU. What's that say? Just something? Okay, so home with a stair. I mean, this is obviously a lot of houses, but staircase come down right. In some ways, this looks like both a front and a back door. It being clear is a little, but I think it's probably a front door. You think maybe from the picture, you think we're in Europe? Or like the home decor. Stained glass window up top, looks like. So are we religious or do we just like stained glass stuff? It is true. It is kind of like on top of itself almost. So it feels like it's a more compact location. It has like a lot of height, but not much space, it feels like. If the stairs were different, I would think something like Harry Potter, maybe. But I think the stairs are on the left, unless I mean, this could be like a reverse view. I don't know if I should be getting more clues from this painting, but I'm really not. Yeah, I feel like there would be more like fantasy stuff than there is here. I'm trying to determine if this is like a location detail or not. I may have to just send it on like anything here. I'm just like thinking of random movies. I'm like, Mr. Mom, Mrs. Doubtfire. I don't know. You guys have a wild guess you want me to throw out there? I'm getting like 90s vibes from this photo. Never heard of it, so I'm down to throw it out there. If it was that, I'd be no help in figuring it out, so. Unless anyone else has a guess they want to pick. All right, I think we rock with this. Tis not hunky dory. Everything Spielberg? I mean, 55% is not that high, though. Would it still be Spielberg? He has some rough ones. Hunky dory vintage. So some like old school looking vibes with the vintage dresses. Yeah, I think you're probably right. Yeah, the car looks a little European. Also, what do we have here? Are these just like little... I don't know what that is. Parking meter? I don't know. Like a trash can? Something. Fire extinguisher? Or fire hydrant, maybe? I don't know. Just a random pole in the ground there. 55% 7.8. I don't know. Mary Poppins. I have no guesses for these. These early pictures have been pretty challenging. I can't tell if this is setting up a little bit like spooky or if it's just like it's night and we just happen to be outside. I'm down to try it. I have not seen Last Night in Soho, so... Honestly, part of me was like thinking maybe like New England vibes, but to your point, it probably is Europe. We'll try it. We'll try that. I think we need more details, honestly. Drama, romance, fantasy. That seemed pretty... I mean, the fantasy part I didn't fully expect, I guess. Same director who did Shaun of the Dead. Oh, who did Last Night in Soho. Two elderly people. Do you know this based off that reaction? We're just walking through the street here. About time. Troy, if this is right, you are crushing it tonight. You did dominate with JDev's games stuff too, so I'm not surprised. Yeah, you nailed it. You were rocking the MVP tonight. Yeah, I'm not romanticism my go-to either. I honestly, actually, I have seen this, right? Because they're on like the train. This is like, it's very similar. This guy's in that Black Mirror episode, I believe. I have actually seen this movie. Yeah. The redheaded guy. Yeah, I have. Yeah, you nailed it, Troy. I wouldn't have guessed it here. Wouldn't have guessed it here. When I saw his face, there would have been potential, but I don't think I would have remembered the name of the movie. Yeah, there's him again. Oh, that is her. You're right. I don't even remember she was in that movie. All right, 6 more. Where are we here? Somebody mentioned Tokyo earlier. I'm getting kind of that vibe. Although, is that like a helipad? A lot of screens everywhere. A lot of lights, obviously. Just some aerial view of a city, pretty much. If anyone can say what city this is, that would help, but I don't know if I can tell you much. I don't even see any like languages. Yeah, I said Fast and Furious. It's clearly Tokyo Drift. No. What? These pictures are the least helpful things ever. 67%, 7.5. What is this guy doing? Am I seeing things? Are they in the wheelchair? It's making me think of that movie where with Zach Galifianakis. But I don't know what this is. It definitely is giving me that vibe. What's the name of that movie with what is that guy doing? I don't know. I couldn't tell if he was. I don't know what he's doing, honestly. Also, I'm trying to get a vibe from this building. If drink some water. Vibe from this building. What? Like what city we could be in, what country we could be in. What was that movie with Zach Galifianakis? So I'm blanking on the name of it. Where he like is in that Hangover. I don't hate that guess. You know, let's send it on that. I mean, there's 3 of them. Due date, also possible. Oh, you're naming Zach Galifianakis movies. No, the one where he's like, it's the movie is about the kid who like goes in and admits himself, and Zach Galifianakis is one of the like patients in there, and they like play basketball and stuff. It's kind of a coming of age story. I don't think that's what this is because this feels very industrial in comparison, but it made me think of that movie. Yeah, it's kind of a funny story. I don't remember there being this much of a cityscape in that, though. This honestly is giving me more Hangover vibes. Yeah, you guys are on it. I can like give you the hints, and then you're like, this is what it is. I like the movie. It was solid. I am a fan of coming of age stories in general. Like, I always butcher the names because there's the way back and then there's like the way back. But the one with the kid, he goes to like, he works at like the water park with Sam Rockwell. Either way, don't know what this is. Let's send it on Hangover for fun. This could be somewhere overseas. So is it 2 or I think it's 2 where they go. No. And the Way Back Boys. Okay. Oh, the Way Back Boys. Yeah, from oh, what was that movie called? That Seth Rogen, I think he directed it, right? Or he wrote it. With the kids. Also kind of a coming of age story, but it's like a comedy. The Way Back Boys. God, what? I forgot the name of that movie too. Action, thriller, sci-fi. Troy, I do not know that acronym. Oh, Upgrade, you're thinking? Action, thriller, sci-fi. That works for that. Yeah, this is... I think he is like a patient here. Like, he's coming out of the procedure that he had. Another Lee Winnell film. Dude, you were killing it. I don't know if that would have helped me. Maybe the name would have helped me a little bit. Yeah, this is a little cyberpunky. Maybe at this point I probably would have gotten it. Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was solid. Oh, you're right. It's you are right. The Way Back Boys is from the Netflix show. Oh God, my brain is so fried. More tilts. Oh, nice. Thank you. That's good. Good to know. I just fumbled my phone. I always hate when that happens when I type something the thing I hate is when I type something correct and then autocorrect is like changes it to something else, and I'm like, I had it right. You made me look worse. Autocorrect. American Vandal, yes. If anyone hasn't watched American Vandal, definitely stop what you're doing after this and give it a watch. Maybe it was just me, but it's a mockumentary and does it perfectly. There's a second season I think is also pretty good. The first season's better, but yeah, Lee Winnell is great. His acting in Saw could be better, but him as a director, definitely great. But you're right, The Way Back Boys was from American Vandal. I was thinking of that other movie. Out of curiosity, I need to look this up now. Seth Rogen. This isn't helping us get a correct answer. I'm just curious. Good Boys is what I was thinking of. Yeah, I liked American Vandal. That falls probably in the category of favorite over saying it's like super great, but I do think they nailed the mockumentary thing pretty effectively. I swear this is Annihilation. I feel like this is like wait, no, we did this one. This was oh, it's because I'm on Firefox. I'm not on Edge. We did this one. This was Braveheart, right? Yeah. Okay. I need to go. Let me pull up the other browser and see where we left off because I don't remember. I was gonna feel so smart and be like, Braveheart, nailed it. But we did the one last time. I just switched to browsers. Okay, let me find out where we are. How do I... Let's see. Okay, 197 is what we stopped at. So let me find that. We could, if we want to feel very smart, we can just... We'll throw Braveheart out there and feel like a genius, but we've done all these ones at this point. So, what did I say, 197? Yeah, okay. So you. All right, yeah, we have not done this one now. Jacob Tremblay and Good Boys. And Dr. Sleep, yeah. He's in something else that's either out now or was coming out. But we will do 5 more of these at this point. What is happening here? Got some people walking up to this spiderweb looking funhouse of horrors out in the middle of a field. Honestly, when I first saw this, I was like 28 years later, the Skull Tower, but Toxic Avenger, that's what it is, you're right. I've heard good things about that. I did not wind up seeing it, but probably watch it at some point. 2 characters, probably our main cast. I don't know what these are. Just little like towers of sticks, maybe. We've had a lot of green backdrops today. I don't know what this is too. It's like a little walkway. Kind of looks like a circus. I get the impression that if I've watched this movie, this would be a helpful picture, but I don't know what this is. Also, what is this bridge made of, or whatever this is? This little like stairway. It looks like a spider web. I'm thinking probably fantasy again. All right, is that a flower? I don't know really what this is, honestly. Yeah, it could be like some like tarp, I guess also, but I don't. These look like webs right here. What about something out of left field, like Edward Scissorhands or something? I think I need more details. I don't know if you guys know any decent guesses, but I'm gonna send on something silly like that if I don't think of something better. Yeah, I'm at a loss too. Ooh. Okay, sci-fi vibes here. Almost looks kind of cyberpunky, but not too much. Nothing yet, yeah. Ooh, somebody's over here dead. I mean, this is definitely a sci-fi movie. Tenet. I've only watched it one time. A couple dead. I'm down to send on Tenet. The only issue I had with Tenet was I think the music was so loud. It was hard to understand what's his name? Rob Pattinson when he was speaking. Tis not Tenet. What are we doing here? All right, it's every genre imaginable: action, mystery, sci-fi, thriller. This looks like some like Squid Game thing where they're just like all torturing this person. That's Christopher Nolan for, yeah, that's true. Oh, the score doesn't make sense. Yeah, Tenet would have been higher. I agree. What are we doing to this person? They're definitely having a rough time. I've not seen the Maze Runner movies, but it could be. This is like the Hunger Games sacrificial lamb, we're saying. I think that fits those. I don't know if mystery works, but there's apparently 3 of them. Do you have a preference on which one we randomly, blindly pick here? Didn't they cancel the franchise before like it ended? I thought that was the case, but maybe I'm thinking something different. This looks newer, so if it is, it may be one of the later entries. Flip back through. All right, so we have a couple walking up to this thing. I mean, this looks like Maze Runner-y. I have not watched them, but we're entering the competition here. This is very sci-fi. I don't know if this helps me. And then somebody is losing. I'm down to send it on that. Yeah, let's try it. Nailed it. Crushed it, Cope. But this probably wouldn't help me. As I said, I haven't watched them, so I don't know if any of these would help me. This picture, it does make sense after knowing what it is. Because that's like the trial that they're entering, right? Yeah, you nailed that one. I mean, it does give off like Squid Game-esque, like, hey, group of people competing. Almost like The Long Walk-esque. Yeah, I've not seen it either. I know it's a popular book franchise. This looks like this should be a clue. Volkswagen. Parked out front of some massive facility. Only watch the first one, let's watch the others. I imagine if you like that type of movie, it's not really competition. Is it like a sacrificing people at that point? I feel like people were getting like tortured at the end there, so I imagine something where people like enjoy watching the game of people suffering, but I may just be thinking it's Hunger Games. This is giving me like Beatles vibes, but just because of like the car out here. I don't know what this big structure is. It's also was giving me like Little Miss Sunshine, but that car was not red. We have like a building back here. I don't know if that's actually helpful. This feels adventure-esque. Can't see who's driving. Can I tell the plate on that? Is that like Massachusetts? I can't really fully read that. Oh, yeah, that does sound a little bit different then. I have no idea what this is. Yeah, I assume the movies are copies of the books. Generally, at least for the most part, the overall plot should align. It's not this, but I'm just gonna like send a Little Miss Sunshine unless people have a better guess. Because I think that van was like yellow, right? 44 and a 7-1. This is giving like San Francisco vibe with like how like sharp this turn is. Holdover not bad guess. Another one I've not seen. Okay. This game does not like that movie apparently, so it's not in their database, so fortunately not going to be the answer, it seems. Person on the street. I think they didn't have holdovers either. Yeah. I don't know if this is somebody here that's important. They have like a backpack on. Just waiting outside for someone else to come out to meet them probably. I don't even know, where are we here? Like you're driving on the... Well, I'm assuming we're driving on the right side of the road here. This picture isn't, but, well, kind of. I'm like getting Summer of 84 vibes, but not really. Because this street is not curved like this in that movie. I also can't tell, it's this like kid sneaking out to hang out with other kid, maybe? So something like a Super 8, potentially. Although I thought we may have had that movie before. Interesting lamp we have here. Yeah, I don't think unless you guys got any info with this one, I think I have to just randomly guess, if I'm being honest. It's not this, but we'll just throw out like Super 8. I mean, the 44 is pretty dang low. 7-1, that's a big jump. That's giving me comedy or horror vibes because that's such a big jump. First picture gives me more comedy than horror. Yeah, I would agree. Okay, it was comedy. Normally the big disparity is kind of a clue. Rom-com, drama. I'm gonna strike out on this one. Okay, we're at the airport. We have this couple, and that definitely meets the vibe here. We have kid outside waiting for other kid to come out and meet. They're saying goodbye. She's on her tippy toes. I don't know. Where are my rom-com fans at? I may quickly get up for a second and leave this for you guys to ponder for a second. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, this looks like every rom-com movie ever where it's like, oh, I love you, goodbye, we have to separate. Yeah, this one is hard. If I'm being honest. I will give you a second to, as I said, think about it, though. Let me copy you over and switch here. All right, thank you. Just figured I'd get up real quick for the home stretch of streaming here. Anybody have just a name of a rom-com? Because I'm down to just throw something. You know what? I will send it on that. I don't think I've ever actually seen it. I've wanted to. I remember back in the day. 'Tis not 2014. This picture looks older than 2014. Okay. I'm assuming our main character is the one we can't see here, but we're at like a hotel. Honestly, this is giving like Forgetting Sarah Marshall vibes, but it's not. 2014. Okay. Honestly, it's a rom-com. I'm probably not going to be able to get it, so I will rely on your guys' brains. Did I turn the... Yeah, okay. Hope I didn't have that double music playing. Maybe I did. My rom-com all just slim. Touche. Honestly, I'm probably just going to skip unless somebody knows this. Number 2. Yeah, we tried 500 days, so it's not that I know. Okay, this is presumably the resort that we turned into that we're now working at here. Dude, I have no clue. I'm probably clicking skip unless you guys want to throw out a Hail Mary. Let's just type like wedding. I feel like that's a rom-com thing in movie titles. No clue. Yeah, I'm right there with you. It's definitely my best friend's wedding, or after the wedding, or destination wedding. I don't know. Jada, if you type that in there, I'm going to send it on that because it's all I got. Lily Collins. Don't even know who that is. This is a nightmare. This is my nightmare. I don't know any of these people in this picture. I don't know who Lily Collins is. The only thing I can think of is Suzanne Collins, which I think directed or wrote the Hunger Games books. Lily Collins, I don't know. Do you guys know who that is? Is that this person or presumably this person? Love Rosie. There's zero chance I get this, so okay, both you guys are sending on that. Let's do it. Crushed it. Not even gonna question it. Never seen it, never even heard of this movie. Normally, I don't have to have seen every movie, but if I've never heard of it, there's no shot, obviously. Like, I can get context clues from being familiar. Oh, she's in The Blind Side. Oh, you're right. That's the daughter, right? The sister of the football player, or like the adopted sister, I guess. It makes you so mad. Well, this being Guess the Movie made me mad. Maybe we did. But yeah, okay, that is her there, right? I don't really know her from a lot of stuff, so I don't think I would have gotten that. All right, 3 more. We're just at some motel in the parking lot next to some bar, maybe. Some other businesses nearby. It was good, but you do not recommend. Those are conflicting statements. I assume do not recommend for me. What do we got here? Beat up old van. Some hats in the front. A little bit sports car-y here. Something on the ground. So presumably some character staying at motel here. Apparently hates to be irritated. This is I don't think this is it, but for some reason I'm getting like Strange Darling vibes where they go up the hotel and maybe this is Kyle Gallner's car. I think it's maybe a stretch, but it's all I got right now. But I feel like you guys in chat probably would know that movie, so. I don't recognize this blue van, I will say. So I may send down Strange Darling just to get a guess out there. No clue. Yeah, I agree. Okay, unfortunately, Strange Darling is not in their portfolio, so I can't even pretend to guess it. Apparently, it's not it, so I'm kind of at a loss now. All right, what movie would have somebody? I'm like thinking somebody who's like down on their luck, staying at the hotel or staying at this like motel here, and it's like their permanent living situation, but like some like old school cop or like somebody from like The Pursuit of Happiness where they're like, as I said, they're living here at this point, but it's not the best situation for them. The blue van's throwing me off. Like this is making me think of like Black Phone where it's like, I'm gonna throw you in the back of the van. Could be like a sting operation though. This could be like, I don't know if this would be a cop van. This looks pretty rusty. Unless they're trying to like blend in, I guess. I don't think it's this, but I'll send it on Pursuit just to get more details. Okay. Where's my black linen? I once. You were just typing the pursuit of happiness. Yeah. Ooh, what do we have here? 40. That's kind of been the problem. We haven't had any like 90% like home run easy guesses. What is happening here? What is... We're in some warehouse. Is that a person on the ground? This looks like a saw trap. Like, I don't know. We have a grill here. This is giving me like Stranger Than Fiction, or not. What was the one that with the Will Ferrell, where he's out living on, or he's doing like his garage sale, lawn sale thing. Like, I have a barbecue inside this warehouse type of thing. Huh. Everything must go. Yeah, it's giving me that vibe. Is this a dead person though? I can't tell if this is like a doll or a person because there's another thing up here. So it could be just a doll. Yeah, this does look like a crime scene, which does fit this being a little bit shady looking, like a sting operation. Oh, who are you? I didn't even see a person over here. Huh. The score is pretty low, so I don't think it's like a 7 type of thing. Also, are you wearing shorts? Are you the guy grilling? Are you the guy who lives in the motel? Okay, I'm assuming relatively in good shape. Lead character. I don't know what this... Like, this looks like another body here, though. But maybe just like the background blending in. Maybe somebody's standing here. And it's just like the background instead of the foreground. That could be what's happening here. I don't know, like Spiral? I'm thinking of something else that would be like a crime scene-ish type of thing. This is your longest stream. Have we passed the Slay the Spire playthrough? That works out because we're, as I said, we got 3 more of these. But appreciate it, thank you. We haven't yet? Yeah, I thought Jada, you said it was like 5 something. We don't need to set records though. We're ending it after these 3. I think you mentioned it was like 10 hours or something. But as I said, we're not trying to set a goal here. This isn't like a subathon or anything like that. This isn't it, but we're gonna get more clues. We're like in Miami or something. Honestly, this is giving me kind of War Dogs vibes, but that's another one I think we got on like a first guess. Action, crime, comedy. It's like a Beverly Hills Cop or something. No, you're good. You got an hour plus. We're not in another hour plus. We're wrapping soon here. This also could be. I was kind of getting like, no, I don't think so. I was thinking like Too Fast, Too Furious. But this is giving like, maybe it's just the color paint here. It's giving Miami vibes. I've never seen Over a Dead Body. I'm trying to debate who you are. We can try that though. Or we can't. We will not try it. This isn't like a buddy cop movie, is it? You know what could be? What about one of the Bad Boys, actually? This color palette here gives me Bad Boys vibes. 45% is pretty... It's bad, but... Are you Mike Lowry? Pain and Gain. That's a good guess. Yeah, that would fit. That would fit. Let's see if it's at. I like that pick. Crushed it. That was solid. Yeah, this is like Miami, right? This is down in like Florida somewhere. How is it? I mean, this shows Florida, but this picture wouldn't have helped me. Wahlberg probably would have helped here. Are we going to have like the 3 jacked guys in the last one here? Yeah, okay. Well done. I don't know if I knew Michael Bay directed that. Normally I think Michael Bay, I think like massive explosions, which I guess we do have going on in the background there. I was a little bit disappointed. I like all 3 of these guys as actors. I know isn't it based on a true story, so I guess that kind of held things back, but it was kind of a whatever plot. I don't feel like any of the people were really likable, but maybe they weren't supposed to be. The Rock I've seen lately has like lost a ton of weight, but nailed it. You crushed that one. I don't know if I would have gotten it until maybe here. And I would have said like, I would have forgotten the movie name. I would have said maybe the plot. Here would have been, yeah, slam dunk. But you got it way early. Is this when I think he messes up his foot, right? All right, other way, 2 more. Ooh, this looks animated. What's that animated movie with like the chameleon? I feel like it begins with the R. It's like, oh, you're not giving me any guesses here. Animated crows. Everyone's allowed to have their opinion. Ringo, I think that's the one I was thinking of. But like at the okay, apparently none of our guesses are, or at least my guesses are being put on here. This does look animated, right? Like that cactus looks pretty animated. What takes place out? Oh, Rango. Yeah, I think I never saw it, but just the aesthetic, as I've talked about, if I haven't seen a movie, I can still kind of get the impression. I did not get the impression. What is this, like Megamind? This still looks animated, right? No, you're good. We got there eventually, and it was unfortunately still wrong. $73. I mean, I've never seen the identical score there, so pretty above average movie. Say anything on the helicopter? I think so. Are those like traffic cones? Like some excavations going on out here? Could it be like a Madagascar movie? Is there a helicopter in any of those? But that's also kind of the vibe I'm getting here with like nature, but like out in the wilderness-esque. At first I thought maybe like a car is here with like the dust, but mountains though. I don't think there's that kind of mountains in Africa. This looks like Arizona. Grand Canyon vibes. Yeah, this gives off Arizona. What animated movie takes place in the desert? And has a helicopter. I think we've done at least one of the Cars movies. This does feel like some kind of excavation. I don't know if I know what this is, honestly. Not yet, at least. It's weird that there's like trees down here. I'm now realizing like we're in the desert, then suddenly down at this excavation spot, we have a lot of green. What is that, too? What is that? Is it like some kind of like sports field or something? I don't know what is going on there. Yeah, I don't know. I think we just throw something out there and say, clearly Cars 3. I think this actually is Cars. Maybe. I mean, we have police cars. That's not a guarantee, I guess, but there's like 5 billion other cars. So Cars 2. I thought we did the first one before. Okay, Cars 1. I thought we had done it, but I guess not. I mean, we had the right idea here. Honestly, we had it here. I thought about going with Cars there, but Rango just with the cactus gave me more of that impression. Okay, yeah, it's obvious. Owen Wilson. Lightning McQueen. I haven't really watched these movies. It kind of came after my animated, like, watching era growing up. What is it? Ready 2 more? We'll do 2 more, though. What is this picture? Can you guys even see anything? Like, I just kind of see faintly trees in the darkness. I have no idea what this is. I can't see anything. I legit barely see trees. Wow. I have no idea. This could be the ritual, for all I know. AVP Rare. I mean, here in chat, I'm gonna send it on. I'll send it on that. Do we even have that on here? Actually, they may just have the first AVP. No, they got it here. Let's run it. Pretty high score, so finally we have a hit. That's probably why. Is this like ET or something? If it is, I can understand why this would be the first picture. It's been a long time since I watched it, but that score is telling me highly thought of movie. And all we see is flashlights and darkness. I don't know who these people would be, though. Because we have like adults. Maybe at the end when they're like flying away on the bike. I don't know. We'll try it. Nailed it. Okay, this first picture, I take back my complaints because this is kind of without the bike and the moon or whatever, but it's possible to get that from this first picture. Yep, kids on bikes before Stranger Things chose to do it as well. Nice. Did you guys ever do the ET ride at Universal? Back when it was still around? I don't think it's around anymore. Maybe it is. You'd like ride on the bike, and at the beginning you would tell them your name, and then at the end you'd have ET be like saying your name, which was like super cool. This animatronic saying your name, but makes sense how they were able to do it, but it was kind of fun when I was a kid. All right, last one. Let's go out on a bang here. Or not. Let's break everything. Let's go on a bang here. This is giving religious movie vibes, but I think it's just like the power lines looking like a cross, if I'm being honest. Are those sheets on the power line? Like, what is happening here? They may just be like drying. They may not be power lines, but they look like they are. Only 1 hour left. Maybe next time. Not this time, but I appreciate the motivation. Oh, it's still there. They took out all the classics at Universal, at least like classics for me, but it's awesome it's still there. All right, what is this last movie? Older aesthetic. We're hanging up our clothes to try them. Am I mistaken? Is this? This looks like a power line, but it's like a drying. No idea. Not anywhere near water, so. Thinking older-ish movie. Is the light supposed to be like God coming down, or is it just happen to be in the picture like that? This almost looks like the cover of a movie instead of like a scene from the movie. I'm assuming probably somewhere in like the Midwest. Oh, thank you, J-Dev. Thanks for letting me know. Appreciate whoever wound up subbing. Thank you so much. Yeah, it does look like a clothesline, but for some reason it feels like massively tall. It may just be the angle, but the clothes are on it, so that makes sense. Yeah, definitely cool. I'm inclined to click skip unless you guys have like a flyer answer you want me to put out there. Are those both movies? Take Shelter and Where the Crawdads Sing? Apparently that's not something that they accept. This is something they accept, so sure. Whoa. Very bad sci-fi. This looks like Tron almost. Total guess, that's fine. I was going to skip, so. Is this a Tron movie? I mean, definitely sci-fi-esque. You know what this could be? Maybe this is totally out of left field, but Clark Kent kind of lives in this kind of environment, and then this looks like maybe traveling to like his homeland. Maybe a stretch. It's a pretty bad score, though. 33%. Sucker Punch? Let's do it. Crushed it. Yeah, the frames, it is kind of very Snyder-esque. I don't know. I'm familiar with Sucker Punch, but I don't think I ever actually saw it. It's like the action movie, right? This picture is like the least helpful picture I feel like of all time, but I also haven't seen the movie. I'm assuming the actor is probably the most helpful part. Hey, you said very Snyder-esque. Zack Snyder. This would have probably been a help. Yeah, I think of this when I think of like the cover of the movie. I think this is the main girl, right? Is that Emily Browning right there? Never saw it, but it looked interesting. Nice. Well, we did pretty good, but I don't think we got any of them wrong. I mean, you guys didn't get anything wrong. I would have struggled with like half of them at least. Yeah, this gives a totally different impression than every other picture here. It's like bright and hopeful, and it's like dark, 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 dark. So maybe trying to throw you off with that first one. All right. Well, that I think does it for today. I streamed way longer than I expected, but I'm thankful you guys like hung out. Honestly, you guys mentioned me streaming for this long, but other than like eventually losing my voice, like the fact that you guys hung out for this long means just as much, if not more. So, all right, let me. Yeah, I had a good time. Hopefully, you guys like kind of the both talking stuff that we've all watched and throwing in some game stuff too. Makes it somewhat engaging. So, oh, JDev. But if I break the record now, that gives me nothing to look forward to next time, unless I'm trying to break this record. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of my goal with the channel. Maybe it won't be for everybody, but my hope is that even if I talk about like dumb stuff that you may not like, it's like we're hanging out, at least we're having a good time, and hopefully there's some stuff that people enjoy. That's when Sweet Pea's running and steals the dress. Oh, is that what you're talking about with that opening scene or that opening picture we had? I couldn't tell you, so it sounds like you know. Troy, you crushed it, especially. I mean, all you guys did great at providing at least some impact for some of the guesses, but Troy, I feel like a lot of them you got on like the third picture. You like nailed it. So great job, everyone, on guessing those. I probably did the worst, honestly, today, so well done. But all right, we will close things out here. Let me check real quick. Yeah, we're at 600. Awesome. Appreciate anyone who hopped in and subbed. I definitely didn't expect to get, I think it was at 590 when we started. So anyone that came in, thank you so much for subbing. Obviously the crew in chat who have been subbed, thank you as well. Yeah, I'm definitely, it's probably obvious, but I'm like, my throat's like, ugh, at this point. So you guessed 0 right. I don't know if I really, I'd have to think about it, but if I got any right, it's because I was like, hey guys, you know this movie? And I just described the plot and you're like, oh yeah, it's this. That was my contribution today. So as far as, I talked about this earlier on, but just to recap, short term and long term, we'll, where's my stuff here? Dexter Resurrection Season 1 review. I'll see if I can get that out before Alien because I would like to, but it's probably not happening Sunday. Maybe Monday. I'm losing my voice there too. Talk about this guy. I'll do something for him probably, but may not be a high priority with some of the other stuff being more timely. And then Alien Earth Episode 6 on Tuesday. No more Dexter on Thursdays though, so that opens up some more time. Maybe the Resurrection review will come after Alien. I'd like to get it out first, but we'll have to see. And then long term, I talked about doing the 13 Horrors of Halloween. For folks that aren't aware, pretty much the gist of that is the end of October, the last 13 days, I'll be putting out a review each day of a either randomly selected-ish or movie that one of you guys recommended, reviewing it, giving it a score, and at the end, recapping kind of all 13 of them. So did it last year, had a good time with it. The only thing that kind of sucked last year was I started late and did all the reviews like super back-to-back. So I'd like to, I think with Dexter being done with, that'll help give me time to work on those and have them like scheduled and be more like JDev and having planned videos instead of being like, oh, I finished it, launch it. Then Welcome to Derry, Stranger Things. I talked about the Dexter season review stuff, so that's kind of high level things I have planned. You've been talking, yeah, I have been talking 9 straight hours, which especially when I'm not used to, it's gonna be a little bit hard on the throat. I'll do the seasons ranked. I may do like big bads. I don't want to like go too crazy with the Dexter stuff, but I probably won't do top characters. I may do top villains though. That feels like an appropriate one I could do. top 10 Dexter content creators. I don't want to like dog anybody though. When I'm like, I mean, I guess you could say like these are 10 and not have them like ranked per se. But when you're like ranking other people, it becomes like more personal. Yeah, I'm bummed Stranger Things is ending. And a lot of people kind of get like out of Stranger Things and they're like, they're still doing it. These kids are like 30 by now, which they are. But I feel like when the first episode drops, I'm like, all right, I'm back in the world. I'm good. It does have to end though. I heard the Duffer Brothers, I think Paramount picked them up actually after Stranger Things ends. Yeah, I probably won't be as organized as you, or at least I won't have as much like in advance content. I like these live streams. They're kind of spontaneous. Although the last couple I have planned for a week out, which is unusual for me. Yeah, that's true. I mean, Millie Bobby Brown's old enough to have a kid, so that's tells you how long these people have been doing the show. Yeah, she's an adult at this point. I feel like it was weird when like Drake was talking to her, but I saw something the other day where it was like pick one of the columns of like 3 different actresses as far as like who you like the most. I think it was intending to be for attractiveness, and she was in one of them. I was like, is she old enough for that to be the case? But she is at this point. Oh, she adopted. That's right. Yeah. Breaking Bad till 5:25. I will not be doing that. I may be awake for a little longer, so maybe I'll chat in like Discord, but my voice is done. Also, as I said, Breaking Bad's not my cup of tea. I think it's good. I like it, but it's not like Dexter for me. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Appreciate the super chats and super stickers, Cope, you and Rusty and Sister Pam. Really appreciate that. I honestly, you guys just hanging out talking though, like anything just chilling, I'm super thankful for. So play a little Slay the Spire. If it was like me silent, me just sitting here being like, I would debate it, but yeah. But thank you guys for hanging out. Honestly, as I said, you guys are like, I can't believe you streamed this long, but a lot of you were in the stream for that long, so that means a lot. Yeah, for sure. Are you, Cope, I thought you mentioned you may be taking a step back from streaming. Is that still the case? I know you've been doing RE8, but I thought you mentioned you may be doing maybe more of the art stuff. Jade, are you streaming anytime soon? With Dexter ending, do you still plan to hop on? I think you said you have StreamYard through like the year, so could be a good incentive. But I appreciate it. Thank you, Jada. That's fair. I mean, I'm the same way, Cub. I couldn't tell you when my next stream will be. It won't be tomorrow, as you can tell by my voice by losing at this point. But I have fun doing the stream stuff, and thankfully, it seems like people enjoy it, even if it's whatever topics. So I'll probably keep doing it, especially since Dexter is over with. Maybe next weekend or like the latter half of next week, maybe we'll do another live. I don't know, topic wise. I sometimes debate like, do I have to have something in mind in order to do a live? Or that's kind of the nice part about Slay the Spire or a game. You don't have to have like a topic. You're just like, cool, I'm playing. Maybe people will be in chat, maybe they won't, who knows. You'll probably stream eventually. Awesome. Friday or Saturday night? All right. I will try my best to be there. I was glad I was able to join yours yesterday because my sleep schedule's been all over the place. So I like woke up and I was like, oh, I'll check it out. I know you mentioned 10 o'clock. Not sure topic. Yeah, that's kind of my point. I'm like, do I need to have a topic planned or can we just chill? I don't know. Thank you, Troy. Glad to have you here and hanging out. You are probably like one of the strongest movie people. When I was in school, one of my friends like called me IMDb, sometimes as a joke, but you are IMDb from what I can tell as far as knowing like movie knowledge. My sleep schedule is no sleep. That's not good. You need sleep. That's true. We'll see. I mean, it doesn't have to be a crazy turn. enjoy just chilling with you guys. So obviously we'll veer away from it being Dexter focused and be other topics. So I don't know, maybe we'll play Guess the Game. I did some shorts of that previously. I don't think I'm as good at it because my game knowledge isn't as wide, but that's fair. I know there's like movie to movie I talked about too, which I'm not as good at either. I think pictures I do well at, like visuals. If I've seen it, if I haven't seen it, I'm kind of screwed, but anyways, so we will wrap up despite being under an hour away from apparently the all-time streak. But thank you guys, whoever joined throughout the time. I mentioned a few people as well, but JDev, Cope, Troy, Lexi, whoever anyone else may be hanging out in chat. Thank you so much for chilling, and we will wrap things up with just closing things out. I think Cope, you said you like the outro music, so we'll give a few minutes of that before closing the stream down. But no wrapping up. We are wrapping up. Yeah, have a great time, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you have a great weekend, and I will see you either in the next live, next video, or whenever I see you. Take care, guys.